money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Hustle, 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 hustle. You should already know. You should already know. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. There's more money to blow. There's more money. I gotta hustle, 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 hustle. Till I get that goal. Till I get that goal. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. I make money, money, make money, money, money.
We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission.
Time. We on a conquest. Came a long way. Look at the progress. I see no competition. It ain't no contest. You ain't in discussion. Not even a prospect. Yeah, you better go and get to meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Might as well call the league up. Tell them put the trophy on reservation. Been going up, that's elevation. No holding back, no preservation. Treat off season like postseason. No days off, this dedication.
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, no holding back, no preservation, no off days, this dedication. Game time, get out the way, we coming through. Check the hang time, been on top, ain't nothing new. A lot of talk, whole lot of noise, but ain't cutting through. Word on roll, you got a couple L's, you'll have another soon, don't sweat. Whole lot of sacrifice, no regrets. Whole lot of dubs, but ain't done yet. Say you the one, but ain't one yet. Running the game, ain't take one step. Hold up. Yeah, all emotions aside. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line?
game time, don't expect us to play nice.
ain't no shame. Had to put the work in, grind day by day. All the blood, sweat, tears, no pain, no gain. I was ready for the moment and it came my way. Where the spotlight shine, where they say my name. It's the life I chose, the price I paid. A lot of sacrifices every day I prayed. Hope it all pays off in the end. I'll play, I wanna win. Seen a lot of things, ain't been the same since. Worked too hard for this, yeah, I'm convinced. Been on the brink, yeah, been on the fence. Now I'm this close to the win-win-win. When the chance came, now I didn't turn back. Loyal to the city, put the team on the map. Up to the floor, start running up stats. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah. You better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line? Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
Just me and my team. Just me and my Just me and my team. 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 Yeah, I know they be tryna watch the moves. Couldn't run a mile in the shoes. I ain't got nothing tryna prove. Win some, I got lose. I'm an animal, but too much for a zoo. I'm the one that's usually breaking the rules. And to make everything work, I got the tools. Living on my journey, just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my team.
Just me and my team. You can never come between. All I got is family, and you know they got me. Whole lot of loyalty. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? When the going get tough, you can count on me. Trust and believe. Can't nobody else compete with me and my team.
Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop.
From the block, dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I think I got paranoia. My team win every quarter. Our Steph Cook made the order. I know pain is the greatest. Endless my supply. I had to push, I had to cry. I had to look my demons right back in the eye. Out of anything I learned, I do know one thing. I know you have to lose it all if you gon' ever gain. I know that you don't put the fight into the last frame. And if you ever make it out, remember where you came.
From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop.
From the block, dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block, dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block, 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 yeah. You know I'm climbing to the top, top, top.
I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. Unstoppable, are you coming with me? Untouchable when they wanna fight me. Everybody wants to know my name. Do you wanna come and play my game? Put it on you like I'm on a mission. Are you ready, boys? Stand to attention. Everybody wants to know my name. Cause I'm gonna be I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. Built tough. Built tough, I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I am the one. Go on ahead, give me your best shot. Cause I'ma never quit, give it all I got. When you think about the best, see me at the top. I'ma keep it going up, I can never stop, yeah. Piece by piece, I will fight till it's all complete. Can't you see? I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. That's right, I'ma get right to it. They be like, she the best to ever do it. Ain't no lie, I'm the truth, that's why you see me fly like a bird in the sky. I'ma spread my wings, I'ma never fall. Don't you anything I want, I'ma get it all. I'ma shoot for the stars when I got the ball. No fear, see me standing tall, stand tall. Built up, oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. Built tough, I'm the one, yeah. I'm built tough. Built tough. Built tough. I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive.
Listen. No matter where you go or what you do, your position will face opposition for any and every move. But stay leery of them deli crews, even them petty dudes. Or turn your soul to confetti, fool. They wanna test us and check us, but be strategic, we need it. We playing chess, not checkers. And I done seen the best of them get broke down. So if you wasn't woke before, you woke now. Cause even if it looks bleak, plant your hooks deep and pull yourself up on both feet. And let the whole street see what you've been through. Show them what strength do, especially when meant to. Y'all could punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly down to my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around. And I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break still. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free. And don't be thinking cause you bigger and badder that you could come through and run through my crew like we really don't matter. How dare you come through our city with Anna? That's animosity, and what you doing is an atrocity. You thinking that you preying on the weak, but we ain't even weak, we just waiting on the creep. Creeping slow while we waiting for the sneak. Attack these foes and lay it to the beast. And your mans is frontin', don't stand for nothing. Don't need legs to stand for something. Feel my soul and feel me, dog. Don't matter what you cowards do to me, I will endure. Y'all could punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly down to my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break still. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free. Listen, this is real.
I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage, or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage, or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. Stand-up guy, they asking me who am I. They wanna know who that, I tell her give them a try. They'll soon find out and move back with eyes open or wide. I'm here, the ruler's back to take it over for life. Yeah, you know I'm major, how I run it so iconic. They all treat me like the mayor. Everything that you did, I have done it all on paper. Super like I'm Sonic, see you later, get your weight up. Yeah, applying the pressure, swear on my soul that I when I let up. I'm on a roll and I'm in control, so get a hold cause I am that fed up. Don't need a pole to decide who is better. Never will fold and never will settle. They call me a problem, but I come and solve it. I promise a novice can handle me never, ever. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage, or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage, or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. I'm so chaotic, I show up, they cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I'm so alive, my enemies running high. They witness how I arrive. They all tuck in their pride and cry. I'm so alive, my heart is cold as ice. I started, then I ride. They all duck in, they hide inside. Who gonna stop me? I am the man and they all a copy. Look at them stand, they licorice sloppy. I got these hands, they straight like it's Rocky. I got the plan of becoming a leader. You just a fan, so stay in your pocket. I am the plan, the man, and you watch me. People, they saying I'm really chaotic, yeah. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage, or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage, or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket.
We are locked in.
separe. Puede ser que no te guste nadie. Puede ser que estemos hechos para mano. Puede ser, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser que la vida nos separe. Puede ser que no te guste nadie. Puede ser que estemos hechos para mano. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te bajes de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te bajes de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie, nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie, tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes.
Ay, can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free, so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. You were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it.
Yeah, you know I don't really do this too often. Yeah, I'll be good for real. Just watch. Yeah, hey, yeah. How you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say. We about action, we don't say. Coming for the crown, I need my fit. I don't stay in rooms that I don't fit in. She swear that I stay up on her mind like a fitted. Ain't that cap? She probably wouldn't give me time if I ain't around. Please CC me, email me. I need all formalities. I need all incentives. This money's about the only thing on mine, like my business. That's black on the type of wave I've been on. And it's always got to crash like it's Windows. Need all of that and more. Give me all the glow. Give me 21 play, I'm on 24, Kobe right in that hour. Shot wet just like showers. Tell me who got all of that power, oh that's me. I carry loaded team, I get that ring, I'm MVP. Know that they envy me just like cement, I'm in these streets. No opportunity, knock at the door, I give you keys. My mama raised me selfish, I don't share, I play for keeps. And that's all game time, know that win all mine, I'ma keep it, baby. How you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about actions, we don't say shit. We about action, we don't say shit. Yeah, how you gon' feel when I take it? Yeah, how you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say shit. We about action, tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, when I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, only thing I need is time and the rest is on chill. Yeah, tell me when I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, hey, how you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say shit. We about action, tell me how you gon' feel.
When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might
Plotting on me, target on my head, oh, they thought I would find out, yeah. Gotta be joking, I ain't been 100, how do you sound now, yeah?
Oh, you better focus, I'm locked and loaded. You say the game, you get forfeit. We back your trophies, better not get cold. We ain't starving, the other team was dinner, now they garbage. We mobbing, y'all really goofy, that ain't not a problem. I'm cautious, I've been on these snakes, this the garden. We novice, operations down in my apartment. They blocking, OG with the K, ain't no stopping. Better not let me out this shade, they catch these problems. You can keep the rings, we just want the crowd. You can keep the rings, we just want the crowd. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run.
going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. Feel like I can never lose, put it all on the line. Every day we gotta choose how we wanna manage time. Yeah, they know I gotta feel it, in order for me to want it. Nobody can stop me when I put my mind to it, manifest and I own it. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. No energy that can move me, I feel like I'm in the movie. One time they try to imitate me, but can nobody else do me? People they know when they see me, they better believe me. I'm going all in when I'm logged in, can't nobody defeat me. I got nothing to lose, yeah. 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 I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win.
I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I can take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, can't believe it, yeah, believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no, I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no, I cannot be stopped, no, no. I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I can take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, can't believe it, yeah, believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I cannot be stopped, no, no.
All that you love is a feast for the lions. What do we feel in LA? Hold my hand, I can be your eyes. It's fairy tale in disguise.
Hey Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a poro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Yes, that's the one. Perfect.
Yeah? LEC, here we come. Ahoo!
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I
I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they offer me. Just do it and stop at I'm talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one son and don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Today, a new LFL team will add its name to the list by winning the 7th EMEA Masters title. Welcome everyone to EMEA Masters Finals live from the Olympiahalle in Munich, Germany. I'm your host, Ginny, joined on the desk with GB, Jake, as well as our special guest, Tolkien. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Let's have a conversation straight away about EMEA Masters.
I love conversations.
You know what? Everybody's excited, okay? Everybody wants to listen to what we have to say. But let's start off with the format of EMEA Masters, the changes we have. We have a lower bracket, a best of series. How are we feeling about those?
I mean, much better. There's more teams playing, which is good for us, because my team was also allowed to participate, since there was more teams playing. And then we have Swiss Stage, we have more best of fives, more series in general. I think everyone who loves League just loves to watch the game.
How much better was it, right? Like the format changed, more games played, earlier BO5s as well, I think was the biggest takeaway. We got to those BO16s, top 16s. Straight away from the BO5s, you have a higher experience getting towards this final stage here.
Yeah, and I think in general, just the inclusion of more teams is what people really want. You want to be able to invest into these leagues, so the fact that more seeds can then actually go in and play the bigger tournament, that's a big win.
You have more teams, and then automatically means you also have more players, and this is really the proving grounds for these players to show what they're capable of. So when we're looking at individuals, who was the one that really stood out to you, Jake?
I mean, for me, I like Bukata, didn't obviously make it to the grand final. Any of the other French fans will know out there, this Shyvana, not OTP, but Shyvana pocket pick. I'm standing next to the Shyvana guy right here as well. And I'm not saying that because GB's next to me, but I'm saying it because, again, I think Bukata had a lot of style in this tournament. He showed us a lot of flair, and he gets an honourable shout out because he didn't make it here, but he left a lasting impression on me that I hopefully see him on the biggest stage one day too.
I mean, I think for me, the biggest newcomer perhaps even is Paris. Because, I mean, you know, back when I was playing Masters Finals as well, this guy was not there yet. He's a younger player. I'm not really familiar with him, but then I watched his games. And what I found astounding, usually teams that play from it, and BDS is always ahead in early game, if they have a Hextech soul and their supports know what they're doing, you can suffocate the vision because they keep on resetting, keep on putting wards, and it's unplayable. And I think he's doing this much better, especially on Hextech Drake, than anyone else. And that's something newer supports technically or usually don't do.
You know, my favorite part about him as well was that I think he was the best engaged support in the tournament. This dude was one of the best Rels I've seen, even in competitive play. He plays it at a top level.
Yeah, he does.
But I think in general, it's also just the fact that he pairs up with Scuman. And Scuman's one of the guys I got my eyes on as well, because he's been a menace in the jungle. I mean, it is easy when you have a guy like Paros who enables you as well as he does, and the power lanes that you just get in general on BDS. But they are just a dynamic duo that runs the map, and they are extremely dangerous to play against.
And they also happen to be from the LFL region, and that is a region that has been so dominant as well in terms of their performances here at EMEA Masters, but also when it comes to promoting their players, which brings to question in terms of where did that dominance come from?
I mean, good question. I mean, in spring, the Prime League won, right? So Eintracht Spandau, unfortunately not here, I guess, but we have 3 German players.
Good job.
I mean, come again?
I said good job. Are you bringing up Prime League straight away?
I mean, no. I mean, since you said LFL is playing well, which they are, but they're technically a Swiss team, right, BDS, and I think that's kind of important to them as well. And they have 3 German guys, but as you guys said, especially Screamwood, who's obviously a French player, as well as Paros, those guys, I think they could be in LEC, them together as a jungle mid, as support duo. They are probably better than some LEC duos. I mean, I don't know if you guys would tend to agree.
We're not going to name drop anything. We're not name dropping anything.
I was just saying, and yeah, I mean, obviously I'm a bit biased towards the boys because Rika is an ex-teammate of mine, back from 2019 or something. And I think especially Rika, he's like a kind of guy who, if he didn't go to LEC so early in his career, it would have been better. You know, give him more experience playing EMEA Master Stage, and then it's probably better for his career in the long shot.
You know, 5 teams make it to quarters, just to interrupt there, Ginny. 5 teams made it to quarters as well, by the way. That depth of talent you're talking about, that's kind of insane. Like, that conversation goes on forever.
Yeah, let's highlight that even further by looking at the bracket particularly and how exactly we got here, because you're talking about 5 LFL teams making it to those quarters, but I mean, at the end of the day, there's only 2 left. So thank you so much, Jake and Tolkien, for joining us. But
My pleasure.
I'm going to have to throw this one to you in regards to these finals, in regards to the dominance that we're seeing from one particular region.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I still big shout out to the Italian region with Mochko as well, making it to quarterfinals. They've been trying to consistently push the limits of what that region can do as well. But it's still the others, right? You got Turkey who came in. It's Spain as just Heretics with that Seoul team that had to power through all the LFL teams. And honestly, it was just an impossible task. So here we are, 2 LFL teams in the finals in EMEA Masters.
And here we are on the desk with Dagda and Medic. Thank you guys so much for joining. Welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Yeah, I'm very excited.
Merci beaucoup.
Yeah. Awesome. All right, let's talk about the B in the room, Vitality B, particularly.
I hope there isn't one, I'll be honest,
because
I'm
same.
deathly afraid.
Everywhere. It's actually crazy, but they have had a really standout split. They're exciting teams to watch, so you know, we thought, what's better than giving them a bingo card so that we can tick off exactly what has been happening throughout the games and what we think is going to take place. So you know what? Talk us through it. What are we going to be on the lookout for?
Yeah, there's a ton of different things we'll be on the lookout for. We'll be covering some of them as well once we dive deeper into this ready check. But honestly, your pick, Seraphine, That gives you something to look forward to. All of you love Seraphine, obviously. Nako locks in a range top laner. Also a classic here. Boys, anything
win
that
a
sticks
fight
out?
from a deficit is the one for me. They have been so clean at it. But yeah, we'll get to see it going, you know?
Yeah, and you can follow along with these on socials as well. So if you find a bingo, make sure to tweet at Goldborg and be like, hey, I found a bingo. I hear he's giving away, you know, some sort of special prize.
Yeah, he'll give away the bingo card or something at some point. But let's talk about particularly the Seraphine or the champion pool of Jopa when we're looking at the player and what they can be doing in that bot lane.
No, absolutely. I think Jopa for me on Vitality B has been a standout player. I love how flexible he's been with the different champions he's brought to the table. I talked about the Seraphine. I'm also a massive fan about the fact that this guy plays Neela. And while I don't think the champion's an S-tier champion or anything like that, it's just the fact that he is so flexible in terms of what the team needs. You also see the Jhin in there in terms of getting that follow-up engaged. He will do whatever is needed for the team. Do you need me to be a strong side carry? Cool, I'm a strong side carry. Do you need me to play a supportive role? I will do that. And honestly, he's mechanically gifted as well.
And I think that's why when we look towards Vitality B, they have been so successful, as you kind of already alluded to, in those later team fights. And that is kind of where I'm going to be focusing my eyes, because when you've got these great performers in the AD carry position in mid lane as well, it feels like they are masters of setting up for team fights around objectives, getting the side lanes in position, being able to get mid control, and then lean that into river. There's so many times where I'll just watch them and they're bullying people out of the positions where they've already set up at the objective first, and it's creative TPs like this, great early thought process on how they want to approach these, that is setting this team up for success.
Yeah, and I think when you talk about that creativity, that ability to find flanks in team fights, you can't look past their top laner. Nako is just, he's such an eclectic guy. I love the way he sits on stage. He's so laid back, he's basically in bed. I love his champion pool as well. Expect to see Varus with Lockett first this weekend, if it's allowed through.
You like the Cassante? You're a fan?
I mean, I'm a fan of anything that has a Q that's 15 mana, that has 17,000 effective HP, can dash around fights, you know? Any bruiser, tank, mage.
Anything that
He's
kills
blood
Showmaker
DK,
so we have a better chance is better for us.
Exactly!
Yeah, that makes so much sense. Thank you guys for the explanation. But looking at Nako, looking at that champion pool, it also has a direct impact on how he plays the game and importantly, how he comes out with the statistics and considering how we've got here.
Yeah, I think part of his playstyle is about being bloody, being aggressive in the lane. You can see here 13 solo kills, but also 23 isolated deaths. So when he flips the coin, it's kind of, you know, 60-30 against him. But when that 30% comes up...
But it works 100% of the time.
Okay, that's you know what? We're here to talk about League of Legends, not about maths. But
It's so true. I'm a doctor, not a mathematician, damn it.
yeah, all right. Either way, we have Lore, who actually did catch up with Agilus as well as Nako ahead of their game backstage. So let's see what they had to say while laying down, maybe.
Hey guys, we're here chilling backstage with Vitality B ahead of the match. I have Nako on one side, Douglas on the other, and we have a lot of things to talk about actually ahead of this final. So Nako, let's go first. Tell me about your journey in EU Masters and reflections on the year. How do you see progress from the team and where do you see progress?
This is kind of hard. So in EMEA Masters, I think we started good with 3-0, then we lost to GK. And our bracket was kind of easy to go finals, so we kind of got lucky, and here we are.
Yeah, that's going to be tricky. I was about to say, Douglas, you mainly faced off against teams that you knew from the LFL, especially for quarterfinals and semifinals. How much do you think that it helped you refine your style and also arrive in the best dispositions for finals today?
I think playing against pretty much every team in EMEA against LFL, it was like challenge until the finals. I think, of course, BDSA are the best team out of them all. So it was like a test for us. And for today, I think our scouting was pretty good and we will be well prepared against BDSA.
How would you define Vitality's identity? Because what we see from your run at the EMEA Masters is a lot of different picks, what people could call messy drafts, but I do feel like it makes sense for you guys.
Well, I think for sure we cooked up a lot of drafts, like playing 3 AD carries with not much frontline, and we still managed to win games with those drafts. I think for today, it's another specific game plan against BDSA, but cannot say much.
Okay.
I hope we're gonna show it in game.
I'm really excited, and I love talking about everything that's in-game related, but I do feel like there's an outside of the game aspect that's going to be important today. And I wanted to check, actually. It does feel comfortable. It is comfortable, but how can you play like this, honestly? How is it comfortable to play like this?
I have to take my monitor close to my face and look towards me. And I have to lay my legs so it's more comfortable.
Right.
And my arm has to be full direct, and mouse doesn't matter, kinda.
Douglas, you're not joining us. You don't want to chill. You don't want to take part in. How can you focus when you see your top laner like this and you're just like trying your hardest to jungle on the other side?
Well, I think if he enjoys playing like that, I don't mind. He's good in game, and I hope he keep it up for today.
Yeah, I mean, surely throwing the opponents off, honestly, when you see the opposing top laner just like leaning like this. Any last words, any remarks before I leave you guys be? You have amazing bees on your cheeks here, supporting Vitality, of course. Hopefully the fans can buy them.
Yeah, I think the new emotes that came out lately are worth to buy, and I hope you should try it yourself in game.
Try the emotes in game, try this position outside of the games. Guys, thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck today against BDS Academy. And Ginny, over to you.
Thank you so much, Laura. But I think really what we need to highlight here is the position in which this interview was done, especially because that chair is literally ready to go. I mean, the question is, how is that comfortable?
I mean, he just explained that to you throughout that interview. He gets his legs up, he's laying back, his monitor is in a perfect position. You think it's a joke, he plays like this. You're gonna love it later. But yeah, Nako, what a beast.
Yeah, and also I like the social marketing that they're going for the new emotes that they have. You know, I'm not really sure if they were promoting them very, but you know, they're there.
Yeah. I mean, they said you should get the Vitality one because everything else was maybe not as up to par. But either way, this is Vitality, and I feel like there's a lot of confidence coming out of them. I think as well the addition of Douglas and just having the team come up with a couple of cooking, as they said they've done. I'm looking forward to seeing that. But they're going up against BDS Academy, and this is a team that, if we're talking about the favorites coming into this, they also get a bingo card, of course, but they literally went 3-0 against Heretics in the semifinals. Literally nobody could stop them. That looks a great shot.
Yeah.
What's your favorite, Medic?
This one.
Get reverse swept!
No.
Too soon! Too soon!
I just hit them with that immediately.
I can't see, can
I mean, personally, I really enjoyed the Get First Dragon because it definitely feels like they have a really strong game plan on, hey, we want to try and focus on our objectives coming into this. And I think that's where we'll see a lot of that from BDS Academy because they are just such a bot-focused squad.
I also like the Jenna gets counterpick. We're going to be talking about that later, but also a guy that will really take a lead whenever he can get it. Yeah, there's also an Asses in there as well, but no spoilers for later.
There's a lot of spoilers on there, but a lot of things to look forward to. But something that really captures the heart and soul of BDS in general as an organization, not just you talking about the getting reverse swept, but also the moments that they have, their funny little quirky things.
Yeah, I think something we've seen in the main BDS squad in the LEC and in BDS Academy is the joy that they have as a team together, right? We saw the entrance videos from main BDS, and now we see the winning videos coming out from BDS Academy as well. And I think you see, when you have teams like this that are obviously just really enjoying playing League of Legends together, they tend to be much more cohesive. BDSA as a squad are incredibly cohesive, often on the, well, most of the time on the same page, right? And winning out fights because of their ability to multi-man coordinate battles. So I think that joy is something we'll see reflected on the Rift today.
Yeah, you're talking about having that synergy outside of the Rift and having it on the Rift, and we're seeing that a lot with their setups when it comes to these objectives.
Yeah, and I think a huge amount of that is the synergy between jungle support. I think Skuman and Paris have been instrumental to the success of this team, and they've come in with a very easy to execute game plan. Play around bot lane, get the bot lane ahead, they then open up so that then they can get Paris on roams, he can start to link up with Skumon, gank for mid, start to look for these areas of pressure, specifically around that first dragon that we were talking about. And then once you get into the mid game, well then it's just easy. You've already got this really fed AD carry who just wins out the push on mid lane, and that opens up Skuman and Paris again to play for these 2-3 man skirmishes where they're finding all this success and then leaning into these mega team fights where BDS Academy are just so fun to watch.
Exciting things ahead, I think, as well, that aggression that we're seeing from BDS Academy. Looking forward to how Vitality is going to be able to stop that and hold them down in their place. But there are multiple players on this roster here, GB, that are really scary. Gen X, another one that we need to be on the lookout for.
Yeah, honestly, and Dagda, you were talking about lanes with priority. Pretty much all of them does have that when we're talking about the laners of BDS. But Gen X has been instrumental in their success as well, with how well he's holding up by himself in an isolated lane up in that top side. He's got some of the best stats of the tournaments. He brings out the wacky champions. He's got some great blind pick potential also just with the Renekton. He just feels like the most complete top laner of the tournament right now.
Yeah, he's got the Vayne counter pick, and I'm pretty sure the second I said that, Eric went, oh. It was just like, oh, no, this is not the... He does not want anything to do with it. So there's definitely a few funky picks in there that you got to watch out for.
Range champions? Oh, no, disgusting, terrible. But either
Imagine
way,
80 carries, you know?
they're not that strong anymore. But either way, Laura is ready, and she had to catch up with Gen X as well as Reeker ahead of their game. So let's see what they had to say, hopefully in more normal positions.
Thank you so much, Ginny. We're back in the coaching rooms this time around with BDS Academy. I have Reeker on one side, Gen X on the other. First question for you, top laner. We're going to go from top to bottom. How do you feel ahead of these finals? Because you guys have been dominating throughout the entire year of LFL. I felt the same domination in EMEA Masters run as well. But where do you spot the differences for you guys?
I think we're going into this best of 5 well prepared. We kind of know our opponent really well since, as said, we already faced them in the LFL a lot, and we always beat him there. The only thing is that now there was a bit of preparation time going into this BO5, so they probably have something spicy prepared, I would say. So we'll just see what awaits us in game 1, but I think during the series with adaptations, we're going to come out on top.
I mean, I love that you mentioned this because exactly when you look at Vitality, the drafts that they've been playing, especially during EMEA Masters, and the explosive aspect of this draft, even though you guys know each other and you've been beating them the whole year, how do you make sure that you're in the right dispositions to still beat them today and not get too, I don't want to say complacent, but maybe used to the results you had against them?
I think the most important thing for today is just the awareness that anything can happen before the big stage. Mm-hmm. It's the first time for me, and I'm not sure for Yannick, but probably for the rest of our team, to play in front of that big of a stage. So nerves might play into the game. There might be some chokes, there might be some misplays. Like, just try to not get too worried about those mistakes and keep looking ahead. Because if we just check the stats and the facts, we should be coming out on top anyway.
Are you looking forward to play on stage? And if so, did you prepare yourself mentally to the fact that it's going to be a huge arena in Germany, of course, for you guys as well? But yeah, how are you going to make sure that you're in the best mindset for that?
For me personally, I would say that I'm trying the exact opposite. That, I mean, with everything and the media going on and so many people in a big stadium, it's easy to think that this is a really, really big game, right? And there's a lot on the line, but at the end of the day, it's just another League of Legends game. You play what you love, you do your best, and try not to get distracted.
And it has been a strange but great year for BDS. I know that you keep on piling up titles this month from what I've seen, so you need this one as well. But there was kind of a curse, I feel like, with BDS when I think of the LEC lineups. You guys always falling short, but how do you make sure that today is going to be different, and what does it mean to you actually to make it to EMEA Masters Finals?
Usually when Kiduri goes into the team, he always wins them a trophy when they're like kind of trophyless. So that's our man that will take care of that. And yeah, going into finals, I'm very excited. The question you asked, Rika, as well, with the crowd, I think playing in front of big crowds is always so fun. And then especially that is our home crowd makes it even more special, since so many friends and families here. It's like very important to me that we perform and yeah, have fun on stage.
You know what? Let's talk to the crowd directly, actually. Is there anything you want to say to the German audience here today in Munich to cheer for you?
In German or?
Whatever you prefer. German is fine.
Okay, actually I do it in English. Thank you guys so much for coming and supporting us throughout all the year. It's not only for this day, but for the whole time. We can really feel the love and appreciation. When we went as a team through hard times or good times, it's always good to have fan support. And it's so nice to finally be here in Munich and see everyone that supports us live in person. It gives a lot of power to a player. And I can only be very thankful for that.
Rieker, dich auch vielleicht?
I didn't come up with any words. Yeah, I can just mich an Yannick anschließen. Thank you everyone for coming and yeah.
Guys, thank you so much. Best of luck today. And Ginny, back to you.
Merci Laure, bonsoir à tous et bienvenue à la finale de la LFL. Oh, wait, actually no, this is in Munich, Germany, but just casually 2 LFL teams showing up, fighting here for the trophy. How exactly did we get here?
Yeah, it's been a long story with these teams as well. If we go all the way down to the lower bracket in the LFL summer playoffs as well, where you'd actually see that VITB, they lost to BDS at that time, and that's kind of the 2 different stories between our 2 teams. For VITB, they had to falter early, travel all the way through EMEA Masters, through the entire bracket to get to this final to try and get revenge for BDSA. And for them, it's just been roses all the way. They took the LFL title, it's been easy cruising throughout the EMEA Masters, and they are favorites coming into today's final.
Yeah, I think they have to be, right? BDSA across the last 3 series these teams have played against each other, which is all of the series these teams have played against each other, are 3-0. This year it's 6-2 in game score across the course of all of their careers. BDSA have just been the better team, and my expectation today is that will continue to play out.
I think it's also just the fact BDS Academy being able to pick up their first ever LFL title. One of these 2 teams is now going to pick up the first ever EMEA Masters title. It feels like with, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, the head-to-head scores, how dominant they were in the LFL, it feels difficult to not think it's going to be BDSA favored.
Oh, it's almost as if you guys got paid to say that, but the stats don't lie, right?
Well, he did just point to the reverse sweep, so we don't
actually, no.
If anyone thought I was biased, I think
the
we know
opposite
I'm
of a
not,
curse, right?
Exactly,
so
100%.
you're doing the opposite thing.
I've actually tweeted at Renato to say that Vitality are going to win 3-0.
You're a genius.
That's so smart. Oh, wow, you put the genie in genius. Either way, let's have a look. Let's have a look at both of these teams. We've already discussed the players, but there are individual matchups that could genuinely make or break how this is going to be played out. Genex as well as Nako here are at the forefront of that discussion.
Yeah, I mean, if you like Mewin in the LEC with wacky picks coming out for top lane, you just have a look at what we've got covered for you here today. I mean, there's a Varus, you've seen it before. We started seeing some more Nasus as well, but it ranged top lane galore. They got a big of the blind pick facilities as well with a normal Ornn and Renekton, but these guys love to get counter pick, just get a beneficial matchup in that top lane.
And that's why I think Red Side is going to be so important this game. Even coming into it, VitalityB selected Red Side, so they are hyper aware of already this fact as well. Getting that counter pick for one of these 2 guys might just make or break this series.
But I don't think it's only about the top lane. You have to look down towards the bottom side as well, right? Kedui is just such an exceptional player. You put him on a carry, he's able to carry. You put him in the mid lane, the rest of the team can go anywhere they want on the map, and Kedui will hold that mid lane stable. Yoppo, on the other hand, can carry, but often we see him on a little bit more utility. Things like the Seraphine. The Nilo obviously does have a lot of early game power, but I expect that to be banned against him.
And I know right now, straight off the bat, you're looking at Yoppa and you're seeing that he's got more gold at 14 in lane, so surely he's been the better laning AD carry. Well, actually, when they played against each other last time, it was often Kadui and Paris who got the better end of that stick. They were pushing them often. They were punishing a blind pick Nila. They had the Caitlyn for Kadui. They loved getting priority and having Scuman come down. The game was very much decided through the bot lane.
Yeah, and VitalityB as well, you're highlighting the importance of that red side. They actually picked red side for the first game. They won the coin flip toss when it comes to which side you get to select. So what exactly is it from this red side, from VitalityB, that they can do to stop BDS in their tracks?
Well, the reason I love that they've opted in towards red side is I feel like there's kind of a three-step process if you want to take down BDS Academy. It's one, getting control over the mid lane in the draft. What you'll see a lot of the times is Reeker going towards pick like the Yone, but also a lot of these AD mids, where you can get control early, then lean that into side lane control, and it becomes this great 1-3-1 split push setup. But if you can target that in champ select by taking something away on R3 and then being able to ban away some of those picks for Reeker, I think you end up in a great spot. Two is then control the bot lane. Like Medic was already alluding to how strong Kadui's been. We've been spouting about Scuon and Paris working incredibly well together. So try and control that bot lane. And I think the way you do it is, the third part of that, try and find these counter-engaged junglers. If you can get something like a Maokai or a Zyra, where just punish that aggression that we constantly see from BDS Academy and just say, you cannot enter this point, we're going to find you, we're going to put you in your place, and then lean into that later portion of the game where VitalityB find their success at objective fights?
I think they're all good points. I just think it's become so difficult to make all these work at once. I think for the mid lane, in terms of the bans, you can only really get rid of so much for Rika, and that also just goes to the growth of that mid laner. We used to know him for only being with the control mages, struggling to get that champion pulled through. That's not the same guy anymore. He's been bringing out a tons of different mid lane picks, and I think it's going to be really difficult to say, oh, we're just going to take this away, and now he can't do anything, because that's not how it works.
And I think it's important not to overlook how much there is to prove for some of these players, right? Genax previously in the LEC looking to get back into one of those LEC top spots. Rika had an awful time on Mad Lions, now looking to prove that he deserves a spot in the LEC again. Every player on this stage is looking for one of those top 50 spots? Yeah, 50 spots in Europe, and we'll see if they can battle it out today.
You said you weren't a mathematician. What are you doing? Come on.
No, actually, quick maths. I'm so proud of you. But it sounds like when we're having this discussion around both of these teams, it feels like controlled aggression is the name of the game. But realistically, how easy would it be for Vitality to actually be able to pull that off?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important that they get some of those late game scaling drafts in there as well, because even though they're very good at fighting around the objectives, they're not very good at being the first to get ahead in the early game to then fight for those objectives. So it's very important that you have these scaling elements. I think Rel will be an extremely contested pick, just because we've seen Paris on it as an engaged support. We've seen Sten on it, and I kind of wish they played it more with Sten, because I actually think it's by far his best champion. So easy for his team to play the game when he's the initiator around these objectives.
It sounds like you guys have your heart set on which team you think is going to be able to take away that trophy. So I'm going to start with you, Medic, and we'll work our way down. When it comes to your prediction, who do you think is going to be lifting that trophy, and why is it BDS Academy?
I think you have to remember that Vitality have incredible team fighting. They're really good at battling from behind. You've got Stend, who's very good at engage. You've got Chayak, who can really control the mid lane. You've got Naknaka, who's going to bring out these eclectic picks. They have a lot of power as a team. However, it's a 3-0 to BDSA.
Wow, you had me in the first half.
Yep.
I thought he was just going to bring out the reverse sweep at the end.
Same.
But no, I mean, it's hard to not agree with it. I think the early aggression is incredibly difficult to control from BDS Academy. And Vitality B, yes, they have some good team fights, and they have brought it back from major deficits, but I still think we're going to see the same as LFL 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wearing the Vitality sticker as well, right? But I'm going to have to take it off because I'm also...
Flip-flopping already!
Well, he also said purchase them in-game, and right now I'm in real life, so this doesn't go. But it's still the fact that all these things with the objectives and the fact that BDSA just have these, basically just 5 prior lanes with the way that they're working off their roles. It just becomes so difficult to play off it. They have just been dominant. I think it'd be incredible if Vitality B would be able to pull it off, but based off everything we've seen, I'd have to go with BDS.
I feel like I'm going to have to sit here and say Vitality is going to win, but I think...
to balance it out.
But I feel like I, as a singular person, is not going to balance it out. So, Dagda, hypothetically, Vitality pulls out all the stops. Can they close this out? Is this potentially a 3-2?
I think with smart drafting, if you can try and take away some of the AP junglers from Skewmon, then you can control that bot lane, yes. But I do think it's going to have to be those really creative picks that we've been seeing from Yoppa that maybe can have that moment, the Rel that Goldberg was already talking about, trying to find those moments where you can fight back against that aggression they want to go for. But focusing first Dragons, trying to find them at early Rift Heralds, that's where your focus has to be in this game.
Well, it seems like the ground has been set and we're ready to head into this one, because by the end of the day, 5 players will lift the trophy and be crowned the 2024 EMEA Masters Summer Finals winners, adding the 7th title to the LFL region. But most importantly, the first EMEA Master title for their respective organizations. BDS Academy is going to be going up against Vitality B, and it starts now.
This is the first time my parents come watch me. They made everything possible to come, so yeah, I'm really happy. Playing against the crowd in such big stadium is a dream, especially for a final in EMEA. We have a really good group. I had good groups in the past as well, but this one is kind of special because we are also playing really good. So yeah, this is the best team I ever had.
Vitality was lucky to be in the other parts of the brackets.
Just by history, we have beaten Vitality every time we faced them.
And then it's also in my home country in Germany, so yeah, it's just perfect.
Wir sind hier zu Hause, wir sind hier, zu gewinnen.
I took down Legolas, Handsome D, Jezu. I don't think Edo is gonna be a problem.
I mean, honestly, I feel like they are only good when they pull off cheese champions on bot lane.
I think we are for sure one of the strongest teams to ever play in the ERL because we don't really have any weakness. We only have like things that make us special.
I think Paris is the most hyped support in ERL, but I want to show that I will match him and beat him. My relationship with Yopa is really deep. We are friends more than teammates, and all these years we are playing together make us stronger and stronger, so we will be a strong bot lane to face.
If I win, I believe I will show myself better, my teammates will show themselves better, and I think everyone in the team deserves a list spot for sure.
A few months ago I was playing in LEC on stage, and right now I'm going to play on bigger stage. I miss that, and this is my time to shine again. Okay, I know that people talk a lot about Parus and Skimont being on another level, but this time you need to go through me.
But we came into this tournament in summer knowing that we are the best team and nobody can stop us from getting the title.
Vitality never won any trophy in League, so it's time to make history.
I think just purely based on individual skill, they have no player that is matching ours.
I'm gonna defy the expectations in the final.
We know their weaknesses and we know how to beat them.
Being the underdog is not a problem, and we are here to win.
And Vitality B, they will be going to Munich. They will be facing off BDS Academy.
BDS, they know where they're going, and they better start brushing up on their German.
Today marks the culmination of a year of hard-fought battles. 60 teams fought to be on this stage, and now only 2 remain. The challengers, LFL 3rd seed, who gave it everything they had, none other than Vitality B. In the top lane, Knock-Knocko. In the jungle, Douglas. In the mid lane, Chayak. AD carry, Yopa. Support, Sten. But can they surmount an opponent who breezes through opposition? BDS Academy. In the top lane, Chedax. In the jungle, Skumon. In the mid lane, Rieger. AD carry, Kadui. Their support, Horus. Munich, give it up for your EMEA Masters Finals! The EMEA Masters Final start now!
Hell yeah, it does. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals. I couldn't have said it better myself. Dracos leads us in, and here we stand in awe of their journey. An LFL finals on a bigger stage. An LFL finals that we never got. A 1st seed versus 3rd, as I'm joined by Aragon and Broxer. 2 players have also come through the system to lead us through into what hopefully will be a glorious best of 5.
It's just incredible, isn't it? I mean, it's so surreal seeing some of these players. Yoppa, I was on a team with, and back then we were just in the NLC, and now I'm seeing him on a stage walking up there. And on the other hand, you have Skumond, who I was against. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, the biggest of stages for all these guys. So much on the line. And this could be a great, great series. Very much looking forward to seeing how this one plays out.
And we talked a lot coming into this about the draft, and I think that's where we'll start, right, going into the pick and ban, because the draft is very interesting for these, ERL teams coming in to this grand final, simply because Vitality, you never know what you're going to get. BDS play for their individual micro as well, and those standout picks have also been enabling their draft too.
Yeah, I think Kadui said it best in the intro. I do feel like Vitality B, they rely on a lot of cheese, which is why some target bans onto stuff like the Nilo, like the Des said, is going to be really important. And on the other side, Nako, I feel like he's a bit of a wild card. He has such a funny stat in having the most isolated deaths and the most isolated kills. He's kind of like the Shy, and he always brings out champions like Varus.
And I have to say as well, he's sitting the way we expected. Yeah, we're talking about his posture a lot, and we can see on the player cams coming through quarterfinals, semifinals. Nako is once again living up to, I don't know, Brox, the posture check that we hyped up.
Yeah, I guess so. We'll see if it gives him a special power spike coming into today's series. I've been in these arenas a lot in the past. I've never seen a player sit up there in this way. So certainly a unique approach to this final in Munich.
I have been told, to start off, we've got an exciting delay. Now, why is it exciting? There was a bottle that exploded, and we're waiting to sort that out on stage.
It's not to do with the posture, it's the bottle.
The bottle exploded. Maybe too much shaking. Maybe the intros kind of led to that. I love the personality as well. I love especially, when you're trying to make a name for yourself. Those intros are the perfect accompaniment.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this moment, the game delays, that's going to be more of these surprises, something that catches the players off guard. And, I think this is a really key factor. They all know the pressure's on. They all need to be ready to adapt throughout the series. And yeah, this is only the first of many potential surprises, really.
I will say, I ran into Pad running around the arena, and I asked, have you got anything spicy for us? And he said, hell yeah, brother. So, what are we going to see on the blind picks?
You know what's crazy as well, and just a side note, Genax has to go wash his hands because it was a sugary drink, it wasn't water. So that's the update there. And while we work that out, I've also seen, you talk about Pad, I've seen Mac around as well. Yeah. We've seen the Vitality main coaching staff accompanying this B team.
So for the past month or so, they've been boot camping with the Vitality main team coaches. I was fortunate enough to be invited to go play football with them. Now, let me tell you, if football mechanics translate to League of Legends, they're good. I was terrible.
So it's not a cut and 3-0 football mechanics translate.
That's why I gave them the 3-2, yeah.
Oh, okay. Brox, I mean, we got to include your prediction as well. Did you have a... Because the Analyst threw it out, surely you got to contribute.
You say 3-2 Vitality.
I said 3-2. I believe in the power of friendship. I think that the way they come back, it's not consistent the way they win, right? Often it's through random little picks from Douglas, but I do believe in the power of friendship when it comes to Vitality B against the big bad BDS.
Well, I personally think these moments are pretty ruthless. Yeah. I think some of the experience on BDS Academy side, the performances we've seen from them throughout this tournament is going to come in and make a difference. So I'm going to say 3-1. I think Vitality will have something spicy prepared. I think they will definitely bring up something unexpected in the AD carry position in top lane, perhaps. And we'll just have to see how BDS manages to adapt to all
that. And I know normally casters don't give prediction. We're unbiased going into game, but it's just always nice to see the perspective because, again, there's firm favourites like BDSA. Let's not hide the truth. BDSA's first seed getting their first title was momentous, but also their run through to this point was insane, by the way. Like, clean as anything. They 3-0'd Heretics in the semi-finals. These guys are like undefeated and firmly proud.
Yeah, and you watch Vitality B's run through the playoffs, and it felt a lot more difficult. There were often times where they were behind in the games, and they had to come back through Douglas usually alongside the bot lane. It definitely felt more inconsistent and not a replicable way to win games.
That's very true. And even though there were individual games dropped from BDSA, you're right. It's the cleanly nature of how they progressed through for BDSA. Vitality going to 5 games versus BKR, another LFL seed.
I just think it's so hard to argue against BDSA's level of micro. Every time I watch them in these games, when rewatching the game,
Paris, Skumon, I know we hype up these names a lot, but it's for a good reason. Every fight they take, they always execute so well. I always see Paris escaping onto his rel with the buffers, with HP going down to like 200 every single time. I just think they're phenomenal in the early game.
Oh, I see something. I see the magic.
Oh, there it is.
All right. Let's get into Big Band, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for waiting with us. BDSA Vitality B. Now, we were told, again, it was the red side choice from Vitality B. When we talk about these strange drafts, these 80 carry flexes, things like the Seraphine popping its head in, I think this will be an interesting draft, to say the least, for game one.
Yeah, I think ultimately for both teams, having red sides, being able to have those counter picks and surprise the opposition is going to make a huge difference. No bans are particularly surprising yet. Varus, of course, has been a staple for Vitality B. Douglas has been very, very strong in champions like Maokai, Sejuani Vi that can hard engage and start fights, and Kidui on the other side, you know, the main man in the late game for BDS. For each and every draft soaks up a couple of 80 carry bans, and Ash and Ezreal, no surprise there either.
Immediately looking at BDSA's draft, Varus ban screams to me, you know, blind picks, Renekton, Cassante, and all these things, as well as target bans. And I do think blue side's going to be good for BDSA because you have more room to target ban as you have first pick. On the other hand, though, you know, counter pick for these top laners is going to be really good.
You know what's also screaming to me as well? The fact that Naknako has already played that Locket Varus top 2, that dirty champion, like... just like it's a target ban within of itself as well. We already talked about the 80 carries, the double setup, and especially when Dagda on the desk was talking about some of these counter engaged junglers like the Maokai as well. Vi taken off the table. Zyra as well, a strong linchpin as BDSA now with B1
I'm looking at some OP champions like Rumble still up and available. Gen X definitely does play. He plays absolutely everything, and that's going to be locked in. Immediately, what you want to pair that off with is stuff like the Vi, stuff like the Maokai, but they are gone. So Rel can also provide that setup for the ultimate.
And I'm curious right now what Vitality B are going to do. Traditionally, we would see something like a Sejuani here for Douglas, get him on the hard engage, get him on a tank that can set his teammates up for success in the later stages. I think the Zyra ban could definitely indicate they are looking into something like the Sejuani to rel any form of hard engage, because Zyra traditionally counters that, and it's a smart ban from them.
And it's a great takeaway as well. Love that you started with the rel here as we start thinking about that jungle pairing. Now, Broxer was just talking about the Sejuani as well. But the main takeaway off from Paris when he's so good at that rel is Douglas. Cheeky hover over to Skumon. If you didn't see before on the board, the Nunu is on the bingo cards.
There it is.
Not sure how much we're going to get.
MF, really high priority recently. You pair it off with them, the Rel ultimate, and you just line up. It really works well in this meta where you have so much AoE, so you match that up with a Rumble, which is taken on the other side, and they all work together really well.
A lot of directions the BDS Academy could go here. Skumon has played a lot of Brand, some Sejuani this tournament, but let's see what happens.
Jhin into MF, very standard, really nice. I love Jhin and Rumble as a duo because what you can do is you can Rumble ult them from very far away, throw a Jhin W over the top, and you stun off the Rumble ult. It's huge pick potential onto a support.
And matching the AD carry makes sense. The question is whether they want to prioritize the jungle or matching the support as well here, because of course, if you don't get one of those engaged supports now for Powerus, the pool will get pinched in the later stages, and you can still get your hands on the lower tier support, but that's not the situation you want to be against Rel.
Yeah, so now do you drop Nako? Does he have enough answers? Or do you counterpick the Rumble? Typical answers would be the Kennen work well with the dive on with Rel. I think there's just not that many answers into Rumble, so I prefer to pick it away if I were Nako here.
Yeah, you got a lot of questions. Again, his champion pool is quite wide. I mean, I'm not too worried. At the end of the day, looks like the tank pick, right? He's ready to lose lane, but try and win game.
It seeds lane a little bit more than something like a Kennen, but it gives you everything that you need in terms of residing, and this is exactly what we know Nako for.
Bro, there's the squad at the front, there's about 5 people with Nako hats on, obviously representing Turkey. Absolute base. Now, if you want to buy those, go up, find out where they got them from, and we can work that out. Maybe try and get a giveaway later. But at least as we go through the second part of the ban phase, walking away from that, we've got a top lane answer. We asked what they were going to set up with. We've got a nice building of a front to back here with that misfortune as well, as some of these engage and AP strong junglers are getting taken away.
Yeah, I'm looking at support. It's really difficult because a lot of the junglers are being pinched. Nidalee still up and available. I'm looking at AD champions as well. Stuff like the Viego plus pairings could work out well for BDSA. What do you think in terms of the jungle pool, Broxer?
Well, I think it really depends on how they want to approach the mid lane. Yone is something we've seen Rika play with a lot of success in the past, which would give Skumon access to looking for something like Atalia. That's one of the rare AP junglers actually open. Shyvana is something we've seen in this tournament as well. And if Vitality B decides to go for a tank, you can easily lock in Shyvana into it. But in that case, you will need a marksman or the likes of a Yone in mid lane, so you have a good split damage.
Oh, I like that call out, especially since Yone in the tournament as well has oftentimes been winnable. It's been a big priority here. Smolder taken away as well.
Lots of AD mids up and available. Vitality B, they love Kai'Sa in the mid lane a little bit as well, but you also have Corki, Lucian. You know, there's so many that you could choose from. You could blind pick them now if you want to, or save counter pick to mid lane. It's up to them. Ooh, forgot about Lilia. That's been rising in priority.
Well, let's see. Could be a lot of different things. Don't want to risk getting baited here, but I think ultimately Lilia is very, very good into the likes of Alistar, into Rumble. You have fantastic team fighting. Another champion that can set up the Misfortune ult and make sure that she's going to be successful in mid and late game. And a champion that at this point, with so many junglers being gone from the pool, doesn't have any actual real counters. And now it's up to Skumon to showcase to us.
There it is.
How one shots down a blind piglet.
Ooh, the last AP champ up and available, picked into Lilia. Bit more dive alongside the Rumble there. I do think it'd probably be Nidalee, right?
You'd think Nidalee. What else?
Ooh,
I mean, we also
so
looked at the Viego's been hovered and now locked in.
Same damage type. Usually you don't go for something like this, but now they're really playing heavily for the reset on the pick on a Jhin W. That's basically what their team comp is revolving around, killing that first target.
And I think for Rumble in particular, one of the most powerful champions in the game right now, him being solo AP is going to be very, very beneficial for them. Nobody's going to buy magic resist. He's going to be dealing truckloads of damage later in team fights. And here, what's it going to be?
Renekton's really good. They have shown Renekton into Yone in the playoffs. So
Renekton mid in game 1.
Yeah, so usually they flex it early rotation, but they just decided, you know, Shayak, he loves this champion. He's going to take into Yone. It's a great matchup.
Okay, walk us through, because again, we've got a lot of engagement. We talked about a front to back. The lanes have changed hands a little bit with this Renekton R5.
Yeah, so ultimately, one of the things that Lilia is really good at is having a very fast clear speed, being really good at invading and in early skirmishes. A strong laner like Renekton that will have pressure, allows Lilia to do her thing, and I'm expecting a lot of aggression, a lot of fighting on the side of Vitality B.
Yeah, they've got a lot of priority to work with in the mid lane and in the bot lane, with Alistar's level 1 being so weak. So utilizing that, let's see what Lilia can get done.
I mean, we got a lot of questions because, again, they're coming in as underdogs. And when we talked about this matchup, when the desk brought it up as well, it was all about the fact that BDSA individually have outclassed their opponents through the tournament too. They're the first seed for a reason, because the quality of skill on this team is outshining the whole of EMEA Masters, and did throughout as well, with those individual games solely taken by their opponents. The rest were clean sweeps. The rest against Heretics was an absolute smashing. To get through semi-finals that cleanly and to get into finals here, we have big expectations as Vitality B. It was always up to them to show up. With the draft, we knew they would. But how can they take it onto the Rift here when Broxer just said, we need a lot of skirmishing to take us through this early fighting, early game?
That's what I'm scared of. BDSA, that's their bread and butter. They love skirmishing, the way they play these fights in the early game, man. I'm telling you, I'd be worried if I were Vitality, but they have a lot of priority to work with.
They do indeed.
So here we go on to the Rift for EMEA Masters Summer 2024 Finals. 1 EMEA Masters trophy between 10 of the players and 0 trophies between 9 of them. This is the farthest BDSA have ever gotten since 2022, and the farthest Vitality B have ever been. For new players and old players alike, this is the proving grounds for something greater as well.
And ultimately, these players are not just playing to win today. You have everything on the line, and if you perform, if you carry your team all the way to the trophy, you could potentially be one of the players that gets promoted into the LEC in the next year. The pressure is on. Who's going to show up?
It's a perfect way to enter, gentlemen. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to be alongside you for what could be an absolute banger now. We already talked about it in the lower bracket, the 3-1. We've seen this matchup before, but the stage changes many things. Not just the pressure, but again, a lot of players have talked, and this is from LEC players as well, they've talked a lot about that buff in arena, and that's why it matters so much with the fans coming out to support them. 2v2 going to be spotted out here as we get into the early game. Note as well, there is a ward spotting out Douglas on his top side, Raptor start.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing both junglers starting top side, tapping towards the bot. This is an area where the early prior from the Renekton and the Misfortune will make a really big difference, and soon we're going to have to see if BDSA are going to be willing to take the early scuttle fight or trade, looking for the top side instead.
I do feel like Lilia is synonymous with Raptor invades, so maybe on the respawns they potentially look for that. Renekton in the mid lane here, he can essentially choose whenever he wants to crash. It's so much control because the matchup is just so one-sided. You see Shayak already winning those trades.
I mean, the damage is good, and it was something that Brox has said at the start as well, that Lilia loves this, right? And through the priority, through the early damage between the duo, as we get an engage, and just a bit of a knockback. Paris absorbs the damage, but stand on the back end as Ignite comes down. Kadui has a couple of shots, waiting for the fourth. Yoppa's just going to take it as he walks up, and the trade ends up being quite even between supports.
And this is what we like to see from these players. You have to try to play aggressive. You have to assert dominance, get that mental advantage early in the series. And in this particular case, no big advantage for either side. But again, the junglers are slowly on the way. And lower health bars means higher chance of getting first blood in just a moment.
Looking down at bot side, no flashes popped though. It's going to be quite difficult to pull off a gank unless Yoppa and Sten with this push overextend. You can see Skumon already clearing down to bot side. Question mark pings, not sure on that red buff if they were going to be invaded or not. He wasn't quite sure, you could tell with the pings. Ooh, pings coming down. They're tracking Lilia there on that Grom. You could see exactly what they're thinking.
Well, I like that BDS bot lane tries to play aggressive here, tries to get the push, and Rika fighting back as well, knowing that in 15 seconds from now the bot scuttle is spawning, and if the lanes are not willing to fight back, you will simply have to give it up. Skumon quickly finishes his clear, comes into the river early with the bot push, establishing control, and it's going to be a bit scary for Vitality B to face check this.
Vitality B, they didn't manage to get the crash, and now they've kind of lost priority. You see trying to move in as a 3-man.
Renekton has based.
I mean, they're sacking it for the time being. Skumon gets a scuttle, now here's the engage, and Paris on the back end, Sten with a double knockdown though is great, but the flash is out, it's going to give a reset. Douglas gets over his first blood. Skumon now looking for another. Joppa has no choice, but he can't get the kill. Out of range, Paris playing the game.
And BDSA skirmishing, we talked about it. It's just so clean. Renekton recall, but in the end, the mid laners didn't matter. I think Vitality B's, they just lost priority at some point. They didn't manage to secure the crash, and in the end, BDSA gets into the river first.
And we're seeing it here. Vitality B knows that Yone is going to be unable to move yet, so they try to force the fight, but we get such a clean engage coming in from Powers. Look at the flash from Skumon. And just like that, everything goes south for the side of Vitality. Lilia flashes over the wall and still dies. Power survives with 5% health. What a disaster.
No flash Yoppa as well. That could be a regank if they want to go down that bot side after that full clip of Skumon as well.
And as well, when we just came into the series talking about the individuality of BDSA, they strike first, they strike fast. It's like watching Cobra Kai all over again. BDSA with kills where it matters when we talk about Kadui's carry potential, and more importantly, one on Skumon on this Viego. Big early start to BDSA's series.
You can see as well the mentality Rika has. It's really interesting. Picking up a Bramble Vest in this matchup, it's going to delay his spikes massively because of how well he scales with attack speed. But he's determined not to let that counter pick rule the lane.
Anti-Renekton.
Yeah.
I respect it. Bramble West Yone is not something we see commonly, but at the end of the day, it just goes to showcase how much respect you have to pay to that Crocodile. And now, I mean, Rika really has played an incredibly impressive laning phase. You're not supposed to win the early game. You're not supposed to have so much dominance on Viego in this matchup, but he blinds it for a reason.
Yeah, not quite in the threshold there to flash forward, but you can see, I think Yoppa's going to have a really hard time in this upcoming skirmish. You see the invaders coming in already. Douglas pulls the Gromp into the bush to make sure that he doesn't seen on that ward.
So Broxy, we talk a lot about these early lanes, especially mid-jungle. I mean, right now it feels like Vitality B are behind the pace. BDSA kind of controlling this early game thanks to their early gold pickup. Skumon's going to start the Dragon here, but Vitality, how hungry should they be?
It's very, very difficult for them to contest this fight with Renekton still having a very low health bar and following the play very slowly. But then again, he hit level 6 now. He does have dual available.
Engages there. Shayak was already low. He flashed away. Vitality B getting cornered. Drawn away as Skumon has already picked up that first reset. He doesn't have a heartbreaker, but the Shattering Strike lets Shayak know that there will be no more play.
Now, Vitality are finding themselves in a difficult position. You're almost 2,000 gold down, 6 minutes into the game because you overforced fights twice.
Yep.
And ultimately now, they're gonna have to prove to us that they have a stop button, that they know how to take a step back, you know, kind of recenter themselves and play a bit more defensive. Because ultimately, you don't have to force these fights. Just take it slow, take some deep breaths, set up defensive vision, wait for BDS to overextend, and then you're going to have your opportunities.
Yeah, and you can see the confidence that BDSA are playing with because they know that Yoppa, you know, if he ever gets caught by a Jin W or something like this, he is just instantly dead. They turn onto stand and he falls. Now, Skumon, curiously, going to be pushed out of mid here. I mean, they do, and out of the river here, they do have Shayak on this Renekton who's spike, but I figured maybe with Jenax's Rumble, they could play for these grubs. Regardless, though, small lead to Douglas here.
This was a really good read from the side of Vitality B, striking back. You can see it here in the mid lane. Sadiak, much better position on the Renekton, higher level than Rico.
Yep.
And this is what we need to see from the Renekton. Use that mid lane advantage to help your jungler, allow Lilia to invade and get some pressure as well. Of course now, being this far behind in both the jungle and bot lane, it's going to be a little bit trickier than earlier, but still, you have to look for it. Yeah. Just have to do it more safely than before.
2v2 in the mid lane, it's going to be a little bit rough. I feel like Rika, he's gotten through the worst of it, and that Bramble Vest can make things very neutral in the mid lane, especially with support shadowing. If at any point BDSA want to go for this dragon, it definitely is theirs at this point. Yoppa still can't step into the river without that flash. It's going to come off cooldown in 20 seconds. And the jungler is recalling. So Douglas, not here, going to be free.
I mean, it's still good to talk about BDSA in the early game. As you said, they could do it any time they wanted. They've already taken the objectives up on the top side, or at least try to get some equalizing factor. Vitality are holding on to those two grubs right now as Dragon's going to be taken, smited out of range. An easy pickup here where BDSA continue to scale through this early game.
Yeah, it definitely is a Vitality B grub draft. I think they've got to put everything into getting these grubs in this 2 minutes 50 seconds time.
True.
Hold their ultimates, hold their flashes, and try to play for them, because that's really their only win con alongside side laning. I do think this comp is on a bit more of a timer than the other one.
Yeah, you definitely will have to find some openings eventually. You don't want to play into the likes of, you know, Rumble, Viego, and Yone with the great setup from Jin and Analyst in the late game.
Oh, Equalizer comes down. Nucko, is he in trouble? There's a flash available. Equalizer plus the overheating. Jenax not going to overcommit either. Nucko walks away with low health bar.
And keep in mind, both of the junglers at bot side right now probably going to remain there for a little while. There's no TP for both top laners, so Jenax has full control of the lane and can continue pressuring this Cassandra.
So Nucko, he was a little bit scared, but invade comes through. Douglas managed to secure it.
It is nice, at least a small win for Vitality B. As this blue side jungle has been constant invade after invade. BDSA just won't get out.
Wave on the side of Vitality B, just holding. It's going to be a little bit safe. Shayak really struggling here. I think Nucko is really happy that he saw Viego down bot side, because that ultimate from Jenax really looked like it was setting up a dive with the poke. They didn't have vision on Viego, and he was considering recalling. But because they saw Viego down bot side, I think maybe a blunder from Skumon outside of the contest. Little trade comes through.
Pause. It's okay. Shayak just getting something back in the lane, but Rika, as you said, not taking too much damage.
Up top side, Ping's coming down. Nucko is a little bit chunk, but he does have that flash. Take a look at the gank up top.
Void crops up in 1 minute and 20 seconds at this point. We're going to need to see how both teams set up for this objective. Because this is going to be an important one, and most likely where we get the next massive fight. I really like this roam from Varus, coming to topside straight out of base, placing all his vision so that BDSA is going to be in a great position to control this objective. Now, Kadui still pushing out the bot lane while we see the early recall and rotation from Yop and Sten.
Already a swap coming in. Nucko's going to recall and go catch bot wave, because that slow stack from the Jin there's going to crash and someone has to catch it. But now they're bringing up their bot lane to that grub fight so they can be strong and match. They're really committing to this. Even the wave clear coming out from the Jin ultimate, it's going to be a big fight up top. I think Jin can recall here now as well if he wants to.
Perfect. That's a lot done. I mean, Rika, we just keep going back to mid because there's constant trades. It gets a little bit hairy this time, but that's because Paris is there. No Excertain with the Steel Tempest as Paris gets engaged. The Dominus now burn before we get towards the grubs. 25 seconds, and it matters because now that's a cooldown down for Vitality B.
And you said it right there. No Renekton ult available for this fight. But with that being said, Vitality has managed to get control through the top lane.
Rika, flash on, good engage, and he's just going to die. Douglas takes him down, and that's an easy way to take the grubs from their hands.
And that's exactly what they needed. The single target burst, the empowered W, no Renekton ult, but he had the Fury from it beforehand. Base checks the books. Rika getting a bit too close to danger.
I don't think it's over. You're right, because Skumon wants to go on in. Paris is here as well, but Vitality B have numbers for now. Genax joins in with Equalizer, back up and available, and Kadui, even without the curtain call, still has the range over the wall. I'm looking as well as Rika's about to join on in.
Nako has TP as well, they're coming through.
It's double as well as Equalizer in the pit. Jobber is zoned on out, he can't get near. His curtain call, or rather, the bullet time flies through, but Drowsy in the nick of time. BDSA burning down a little bit as a face shield. It's only a one-man. It's a fight on multiple levels. Where are we going? But BDSA know they've got Google Maps open, and they're getting there on time.
Vitality B, they get 5 grubs, but what was it? It was not worth it at all. They all fall. The only one left standing is Sten.
What an absolute stomp from the side of BDSA. They found the perfect engage and just completely steamroll Vitality B. We're now finding them in a position being 3,000 gold down.
Break this down, this was absolute chaos.
So yeah, at the beginning of this fight, you know, you had the pick onto Rika, but both teleports up on the left available for Nako and Rika. You can see the flank position coming in. Yoppa is stuck here, and it looks like he gets a great ultimate, but you can see instantly, Douglas falls, the flash forward from Genax, it one-shots him.
And you can see it here, the positioning for Skumo and Kadui will manage to stay far back. None of the carriers from the side of Vitality B managed to reach them. Nako was trying to chase, but just couldn't get to work. And ultimately, while the fight looked so incredibly chaotic, the synergy between the members of BDSA, the way they bought time for themselves and really just outplayed Vitality was so impressive.
And we're also seeing why this B1 Rumble throughout the whole of EMEA Masters, and especially against BDSA, was often banned or picked up immediately. I mean, the skirmishing power, when we talk about such a talented team like BDSA, proofs in the pudding. Now showing up as 7-1 on the scoreboard, 3K gold lead, and we keep talking about the early game of BDSA because of fights like that.
And now I think the transition from early into mid game is going to be really rough for Vitality B, because both of their side laners are going to be losing. Usually you'd be fine with the Koenig.
Is he caught out? That's a question. Shattering Strike will come through. Rika now ready for another whirlwind of events, but pulls away.
But yeah, the Koenig Rukun into the Rumble. It usually stonewalls the lane a bit. Maybe you can look for some all-ins. Not going to happen because he's already 2-0-2 and has a substantial lead. The same with the mid lane matchup. You don't get substantial lead anymore in lane. You're not going to win side lane too hard either. So I think they're going to run out of options when it comes to this mid game.
I think now we're slowly going to see the side of BDS push out top, rotate towards the Dragon so you can get that Cloud Drake as soon as possible and eventually play for Soul. Skumund has a couple of camps he wants to clear on the way there. We're seeing on my way pings down towards the Drake now, and they can take that time. They're in such a big lead, they can do almost whatever they want, and Vitality is simply just going to have to react.
I do think, at the very least, Vitality B, they can stonewall this game. They aren't very diveable on side lanes. Renekton's pretty hard to dive, so is Cassante. So the dives from mid into side are going to be a little bit challenging. But with that perma prio, it's just going to mean consistent vision. And if Shia gets chunked a little bit too hard, Paris can dive with his ultimate.
I mean, this guy, with flash available, Paris has been the best engager that we've seen. The setup is there, but you can see BDSA, no interest right now. The pressure comes from the fact that they get topside pro, leads into the Herald on top as well. Vitality B have no choice but to trade for bot.
But I really like the vision placed around the Drake from the BDSA before they decided to move to the top side. They know that Douglas is hitting this Drake right now. They know it's going to take a while because he's soloing it. So they instantly rotate towards the top, rumble the bot wave to make sure that Vitality B doesn't have a counterplay on him. And while you give up a Drake, you should be able to explode your gold lead further.
Mid-game crossmap, no minion wave here for Vitality B. This could be disaster.
Genax no flash as well. We get the Drowsy in as well, and Genax just gets knocked down, but Sten tanks it up, survives in the end, and Nako makes that a clean kill. As coming through with the jungler though, Skumon. Quick response means BDSA aren't trading for nothing.
They pull off the dive down in bot side, but Skumon reads the play and he is there to clean up the kill. Sten tanking the tower a little bit too long, and he falls.
Ultimately, really smart play from BDSA, but just a little bit too late on the recalls to be able to help the Rumble. In an ideal world, you would want to be able to be there as the dive plays out, so you can pick up a lot of kills without the Rumble dying in this way. But still, good read, good play, and now, with both the objectives down, we're going to be seeing them putting their foot in the gas pedal as they play for these towers.
It's just triple lanes of prio, isn't it? Every single time for BDSA. I feel like they can do absolutely anything they want. You have Kadui stepping up to rates and contesting them alone, right? That tells you the state of the game right now. Paris can freely walk up, consistently control vision as well, and that's going to translate into a tower.
Look at the mid lane items right now. We're seeing a Black Cleaver for Renekton versus Bramblewest and Vamp Scepter for Yone, but despite that, because of the mid control, because of Powers constantly hovering top lane. Renekton still is scared and unable to walk up. And with that, BDSA still get the first two.
Paris doing such a good job shadowing the side lanes, meaning that Rika can just farm up to his spikes and be incredibly comfortable. That transitioning now into the Blade of the Ruin King completed, and that 1v1 is going to be really rough.
Remember, again, he picked up Bramblevast early, so that's why he was a little bit behind the curve of picking up that first item, despite his gold lead. But while we are talking about gold leads, every single lane right now is looking yellow. I mean, I'm trying to get the color right, but let's be real. It's blue-sided. It's every single person. It's second item territory that we're heading towards now for some of these solo laners as well. With Genax picking up another Haunting, guys, with even the 80 carrying Kadui that we talked about with the slingshot, feeling pretty good about his chances now as we approach the next fight. Maybe in 2.5 minutes with next Dragon spawning, with Baron also coming on the map.
At the very least for Vitality B, they're on, they haven't stacked that many Dragons on the side of BDSA. You've got time. You're going to lose these outer turrets and maybe take some chip damage onto your tier 2s after a little while, but for the most part, you're not going to lose the game immediately, which means you're going to be able to scale up for this front to back that you have, for Douglas to farm up, to continue to full clear, and eventually have this AoE wombo combo with the Misfortune and the Rel. So that's kind of what you're praying for with Vitality B, for that win condition.
Right, perfect engage, perfect setup. I'm hearing it. Because again, Vitality B going to be behind the items, 3k gold lead, 3 and a bit. Keeping track as we approach this mid-game, and BDSA start getting more proactive with these deep roams as they clear out more and more vision. Something we highlighted, I know that's been highlighted about BDSA, being very on top of the map state and keeping up to date.
Take a look at bot side now. BDSA really trying to play for this tier 1 turret. You see Paris roaming down from mid because of all that push. Yoppa can never walk up to clear waves, so they're really trying to hang on versus the consistent minion chip damage as well as the autos.
2 minutes now on both the Baron and the third Drake spawning. Not the most beneficial Drake for any of the two team shields, and this is one that Vitality B could easily give up if they don't want to take the risk fighting yet. Ultimately for them now, they need to just buy time for themselves and get the 2 item spikes for all their champions, and then slowly they will be able to fight back.
Let's pause a second. Nucko at the front of this though. Stand again with the Shattering Strike. Skewmon thinks about it, looking for the stun, but the root up is great, and Douglas is about to burn down. Paris waits for him to come out, but he can't move. He's stuck in place. Shock and awe in this Game 1 Grand Final.
And they were holding the turret so well with Vitality B, but in the end, that Rumble equalizer on to Douglas, forcing the stopwatch into the kill afterwards. It's going to blow this game. At the very least, the bot lane tower wide open.
That was absolutely heartbreaking to watch. He had flash up the entire time,
good
but
one,
they were able to
heartbreaking. Very good.
They were able to CC, or rather layer the CC so well that he just had no chance of getting out. And with that, really, really good siege from the side of BDSA, who now have exploded their gold lead to 5,000. And they're able to recall with Drake spawning in just 40 seconds.
Yeah, I just think it's so difficult, right? Because you're going to wonder what your option is. And if you're in the Vitality B comms, it's definitely, guys, let's just go top. Let's give up its only second dragon for BDSA. Let's go top and play for that. But BDSA, they could send some numbers up topside and defend the tower as well. So there's going to be no crossbow available to Dragon if BDSA choose not to give it over because they're so far ahead.
At this point, the only play you have is just set up defensive vision, sit back, wait for BDSA to make mistakes. At some point, you have to hope that somebody is going to walk out of position, like we saw on Rika in the mid lane. Try to find those trap plays, try to set up those opportunities. And right now, by setting up some vision around the top lane, not only do they set themselves up to attempt taking the top tier 1 when BDSA goes for Drake, but they also have a high chance of finding picks.
I think you're looking at a potential overstep into a choke, into that big wombo combo. I keep going back to the wombo combo, but that, as the team falls further and further behind, that really does become the only course,
I mean, you're giving them hope because, again, Vitality are that far behind, keep falling behind, and every engage we see, Vitality B don't find themselves ahead at all. There's good damage onto Stand, and it's denied until the curtain call follows through. Joppa loses his Bloodthirster, flashes away as well, with more damage to follow suit.
Look at the TP down bot side. There's an engage coming through. Nako's down.
I mean, there's good damage as well. These are soul laners burning him, and whether it's a Rumble, whether it's a Yone, whether it's the Equalizer, whether it's Skewmon flying through, Nako's dead meat.
What a teleport play. You see the ward placed behind Nako when he tries to push up down in bot lane, and they pull off the play. That's very G2-esque.
Ultimately, this has been the issue for Vitality B this entire series. Their over-aggression, the overextensions, all these plays that they don't have to make. They need to sit back, they need to be more patient, or BDSA will just continue to explode their gold lead even further.
And what I love as well is it's partly because BDSA don't let them sit and be patient, right? BDSA always looking for the next play, always looking for something else. Sleep does come through, but Paris is there to defend. Stan makes a full engage with the Magnus. It's a two-man, but Rika's surviving for so long. Look how deep Shayak has gone. Look how deep Paris is. Is there more to it? Vitality B getting something, and that's good. But as BDSA look to disengage, it's only one kill for now, while this Rumble has fun in the top lane.
Flash invested to find the kill onto Rika. They're going to be able to get back and defend top lane tower as well. So not much lost on side Vitality B, and just a kill picked up.
So that's something. That's at least something.
These are the moments you need to look for. Eventually, you're going to see the overextensions. You just have to play cautiously, play slow, buy yourself time to get those power spikes. We don't even have 2 items on Lilia, Renekton, or Misfortune yet. You need those. We see the Diane read, the Sonya now finished for Lilia. That's a step in the right direction. When we have 2 items on Renekton, MF, you can play slightly more aggro. But the problem now is Baron is up and BDSA are setting up vision around it.
I mean, there's obviously some fans of Cadra on the chat. Tell them to use Prime for game number 1. I will say this has been Prime BDSA. The link I see is that BDSA is still falling through. They're fighting their individual mechanics. They're there again. They've found a pick. Renekton down and Skumond. 6 kills already. Our jungle MVP of the LPL, or LFL I should say.
Oh, the kidnap.
The right region, the kidnap is good. Paris gets taken away, so it is a 1-for-1, but over the wall, Rika gets cheeky with it as Yoppa loses his barrier. LFL much more prominent when you look at that. A 1-for-1, you'll take it.
Nak are kind of saving the play. They're taking the Alistair over the wall, but there's the pick potential we said from Kadui's Jhin. Any kind of damage, and layered on top of that with the W, it means someone's picked off, and when you're contesting this Baron vision, it becomes incredibly hard to play in the fog of war. I will say something for Vitality B, something good, is that BDSA's Baron rush, it's very slow. They have a Jhin 80 carry rate, really typical to be quite slow, so this kind of dance, it will never really amount to anything, unless a lot of Vitality B fall beforehand.
Right now, I want to see Vitality B prove to me, prove to the world that they can play slower. They have certainly read the book that their main team is following. This has been their issue in the LEC as well, just over-aggression, fighting. And we've seen it a few times. They can't find picks, they can't find these openings. And it's not over yet. 5k gold lead in a game like this one, on a big stage, is nothing.
It's not over, and I like it again, you keep saying it because I had that slip, calling it LPL because of the speed that Vitality B want to match for BDSA. And while we've talked this to death, again, BDSA waiting in bush, looking for the pick, but Sten turns it around. Magnustorm is there. We're going to get a lilting lullaby. It's buffered out with Skumon getting space, but Daklis, in the meanwhile, is taking too much damage. Shayak's here with his ulti. Rika's away. He gets stunned up, and BDSA, they've taken a bit from the edge of this fight, but the equalizer says no! Janax flies in, and this guy knows he's better. Vitality B get torn apart, and while Nako could try and redeem, there's no one left to help him. An equalizer, a curtain call, and for game 1, Vitality B, those curtains, they're falling fast.
BDSA, they try, and they do punish the overextension from Vitality B. It looked okay with Douglas's flash forward with the play and finding the pick onto Skumon, but he survives, and in the end they just get wiped on this Nash. That's Nash over to BDSA.
They were looking once again. It didn't work once again. They knew that Janax was far. They thought they could go for the all-in and, you know, kill basically everybody and get the Baron before he made it there, but it just wasn't possible. And now BDSA almost 10,000 gold.
So do you think BDSA are just waving, you know, like the carrot going, you?
That's what it looks like to me. And it's working. It works over and over and over again. And we're going to see it right now.
Yeah, take a look at this. So Skumon finds some damage. That's great. But the engage comes through. Stand a little trigger happy on the engage. They commit to a pick. But look how much distance Skumon gets away from the fight. And now everything's expended. Dagger's is on 1 HP. And in the end, Yoppa is going to get picked as well with the engage. Vitality, they just have to run with the tail between the legs. And look at this equalizer.
Wow. Then he flashes afterwards.
It is pure panic at this point from the side of Vitality B. They know that they're in a top position. They know that things are moving in the right direction, and they just want to try to find those openings. I think it's just a matter of time before they're going to brute force another fight. We see a base here from Renekton. Can they find a TP wall so they can look for a flank? They're not going to be winning a front to back at this point, that's for sure.
You're asking for a lot, and again, we were hoping to see Vitality B get that dream engaged, but now the gold is even further against them. 10k gold lead just about as BDS look for the siege, but Roxa, he called it. He said, let's look at that Renekton flank, and Kadui is about to get thrusted upon. Chayek is there looking for the stun, but Paris may have saved the cleanses there to flash away, but the equalizer again! It's just so perfect. A reset for Skumon, a setup for Rika. Knock go to buffer away, but Vitality B are knocked into the skies. Munich can hear the thunder, but it's not that at all. It's just Paris setting them up.
Kadui, he flashes away from the engage. The siege is going to continue, but it's always BDSA favored. Yopper's ultimate. It looked like it was going to be the one to save the game, but it gets interrupted instantly.
Such clean team fighting we're seeing here from BDSA. In this particular instance, they had to react so quickly to the engage coming from Vitality B, and they were on point, they were ready. And it is so difficult for Vitality B to find these openings. They're trying over and over again, but at this point they're basically taking their head and slamming it into a brick wall. It ain't working anymore.
9-0-6 on Skumon this game. He's having the game of his life right now. But take a look at this from Chayek. He goes forward onto Kadui. A great idea, but Kadui flashes away, he cleanses, then flashes away, or just walks away. And that's everything gone, right? You have Sterax, but you're not going to live this combo. Yep. And in the end, watch this Misfortune ultimate. I was thinking, maybe, is this the play to come back as they funnel into it? But no, the intro Paris saves it. And it's BDSA favored.
Little overstep from Genex there. Dies to the turret in the end, but of course, you don't care about those. The gold lead continues to explode even further, and such impressive play from the side of BDSA here in game 1.
Tier 2 up tops are taken as well. And now the question is, how do you break tier 3s? Because it can be quite difficult. You could just walk up siege, sink the waves up, and drop a rumble ult.
Speaking of rumble, holy damage. He is not playing around. He told us he's going for the trophy today, and he was not joking. That is brutal to watch.
The
27k.
The fill-in for BDS, you know, again, when he came in through the LEC, he wasn't mucking around then. Rika has to ulti out though, so maybe an opportunity for Vitality B, but remember, again, the item disadvantage is still there. They're going to get a lot more than that. And
it just feels like what the Death said is so true. Genax is such a complete player. No matter what you do, you can't leave the Rumble up and open. It's too overpowered, and then you have Genax on it. Layer that with the team fighting, and it's just over.
Oh my god, Equalizer will show you that. There's a Misfortune ult onto Paris, and not Skumon. They lose the engage, so BDSA, the cow is down. We've only got one left in the audience, so maybe that's good for Vitality B, as we've got 4 members running down mid 5. Correct myself, as Nucko is low, but out of ulti power.
And what can you do? They've got so much wave clear that if you try to siege...
Even with numbers disadvantage, right? It's huge, Nucko! No, almost dies in the back end.
Really good attempt here from Vitality B, and while they're unable to push and get any tower, still 0 taking this entire game, by the way.
Yeah.
They managed to buy a bit more time, they managed to secure a couple of camps with a jungler, and this is all they have to do, just buy time. Issue being that now in 1 minute and 30 seconds from now, the Baron is spawning, and if you give that over to BDSA, you can say farewell to game 1. It's done.
And look at the state of the map. You've got no turrets to fall back on. You go into that jungle trying to test Baron vision, it's a disaster, because you just have nowhere to fall back to.
There he is, you know, setting up for double MVP. Paris might be MVP of game 1. That guy in the audience, probably MVP of the day as well. For such a hot arena, dressing up in that cow. Holy moly. I'm not sure who to commend more. Paris at least 1 in 14, 15 out of 17 kill participation. He gets it for me. There's been great engages, and when we talked about him being on engaged support, he's once again stepped up, and on the big stage too, that's even bigger.
And I do think the biggest thing that Paris has done this game is the consistent shadowing of side lanes. He's been so good at keeping vision coverage to let his side lanes play and abuse the fact that they've been stronger, which has given them full control of the game. They've consistently bled that into tier 1 turrets, tier 2 turrets, and what have you. And it's just made it really easy to snowball.
Great setup here from the side of BDSA. They have full vision in the enemy's topside jungle. They have great ping coverage as well. And now Vitality B are going to have to decide how to approach this.
That's
the
scary.
safest way for them to do this.
How do you...
They have to walk out with the mid wave. This is the mid wave that matters. You have to walk out. You cannot face check the jungle. You see it, BDSA is in position. We have TP available for Genax to flank them. if they walk up any further.
Yeah. Well, Kadui going to clear that with the static shiv, and now they're going to have no wave for the side Vitality B. Again, the BDSA's Baron, it's not that quick. You do have a Rumble who's very fed, but with that Jhin, it's going to slow things down a bit, and Vitality B, if they can play on the edge here, maybe stall to this next dragon.
I mean, you guys are talking about stalling. We know, again, we're trying to pull out the slimmest windows for them to find a return in this game. We know that game one should be done and dusted. We know that now this jungle is dark and full of terrors. We've turned League into a horror game. For a lot of the audience here, maybe it's too scary to speak of, as BDSA still going to start up this dragon, or rather Baron, excuse me. In full vision, it was scene started, so Vitality B know they need to start grouping and thinking about their entry.
It's burning down, 9k, 8k. I said it was slow, I was wrong. That's gone in 2 seconds.
Look at the zoning. We're going to continue on. I mean, BDSA are there in time and stop them from getting nearby. The equalizer again is hardcore. Sten with a great engage, but the bullet time is stopped by Rika. They're running for their lives. They're also scared as BDSA on the back end, they deal with Nucko, but he's got no help anymore. Skewmon with another reset coming in. The jungle MVP does it again, and BDSA are styling on the big stage.
Incredible zoning from Powers, incredible Baron finish and turnaround from the entire side of BDSA. They're showing to us here in the first game why they've been so dominant in the LFL, why they've been so dominant this tournament, and man, have they lived up to the expectations.
First seed doesn't muck around. Broxer, you're on the money. They live up to expectations, and they do it so damn well. BDSA with game one in Munich are rife with power.
Skewmon showing us exactly why he was LFL Finals MVP. 12-0-7 on the Viego. Pulling off a massive win for BDSA.
And it wasn't just him as well, right? Paris, an insane game. It's what we expected. The jungle support of BDSA are just that damn good.
And I think on a mechanical level, Vitality B can definitely match them. But ultimately, it's the macro, the team fighting, the decision making, where it's gonna, they're gonna have to do some work here backstage, because as a team, wow, BDSA at all other level, incredible.
And it's so difficult, right? I thought red side, it would be the edge for Vitality B. You get some funky counter pick, or something like, maybe they're gonna mix things up, go on blue side, take away a pick. I don't even know. It was such a blow out of the water.
Yeah. But again, we know that Vitality B, the good thing is it's a hot arena, but the good thing is they can change up draft. They've got a lot of diversity. And so as we go to a break, hopefully Vitality have something else in the water. We know they do, to bring out for the rest of this series.
Freely using Katarina's cook.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake. Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Kindred cautiously
cooked Kit Kat cupcakes.
Carefully using Katarina's cute cookie cutters.
Ooh, yes. I'm on it. I'm ready. Let's go.
My body's numb, a stranger to my soul. Pain is gone and left me stone cold. Hey, you just talk for the sake of it. All I got from you are broken promises, but it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. You keep talking, I'm sick of it. The same old stories. I ain't gonna listen to this. No, you had me so bad. And drop me just like that. Now turn her back to It don't hurt no more. Just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on. You brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, down on my knees. You brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, down on my knees. You brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, down on my knees. But I'm back on my feet again. It don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. Just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on.
Yeah, your fans, bro.
Raven, the flushes out, going to give a reset. Douglas gets over his first blood. Skewmon now looking for another jumper, has no choice, but he can't get the kill. Out of range.
By the way. Flash out. I will die. Yeah, I'm moving. We fight. Guys,
BDSA, they've taken a bit from the edge of this fight, but the equalizer says no. Janax flies in, and this guy knows he's better.
BDSA put themselves in the driver's seat with a dominant Game 1 against Vitality B. Welcome back to EMEA Master Finals Summer 2024. I'm Jeannie, this is Dagda, and we're joined with Sola. Welcome.
Hello. Nice
Lovely
to be here.
have you.
It's amazing to be here.
Let's talk about this Game 1 and how you're feeling about this here, being in a studio, being in an arena, not even a studio, with the fans present in Germany, having BDSA take that first game. What's it like?
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty convincing fashion from BDSA. Being here, of course, is amazing, I think, for the players just as much as for us. I'm not too sure how bothered they are. We have some pretty seasoned veterans on the stage, at least some of them. So it's going to be interesting to see if the nerves will eventually get to them. I feel like in the first game, it was more of an actually in-game issue than nerves or anything like that.
Well, we still have a couple more games to go before we can decide that. But I want to start off with the draft discussion particularly, because when we came into this, we said Vitality as well as BDSA, both of these teams are comfortable picking out some crazy funky stuff, but it wasn't necessarily exactly what we got to see.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of the stuff that we kind of expected, but not in the manner we expected it, right? We talked about the Rel being very high priority. We got to see that come through from Stend. And we wanted to see something for Jayek where he was able to go, hey, I can try and take some control in that mid lane and try and push back. And I really liked the Renekton counter pick to say, hey, I can now go against this Yone. I think it was really smart, clearly something they had in their back pocket, but it felt like they didn't really know how to operate even when they had these counter picks. I think that's where it really started to fall apart.
Yeah, and I also feel like the comp from Vitality B falls apart really quickly once you are not in the driver's seat anymore. You really need to set up the vision so Rel gets flanks. Renekton as well needs to kind of go in from the side. And we saw that after the second and third fight, they just basically got mowed down every time they tried to enter anything. So just a couple of early game mistakes that made the entire draft unplayable, basically. I wouldn't write it off as drafter or anything like that. As you said, I think it was mainly like execution, especially in the early game.
Yeah, and even on the opposite side, though, we see very standard, right? Kadui going back towards his Jhin. You get the early rumble for Jenax, who was a beast on it in these fights as well. So it felt like you kind of got comfort for BDSA, whereas it was a bit more experimental for Vitality B. And unfortunately, when we got to these early fights, it did fall apart. And it felt like they tried to come in with an early game plan of, of, hey, we want to try and contest on bot side, fight the early skirmishes that we were saying BDS Academy wants to go for. But the fact that you've only got Renekton teleporting back in now gives a ton of control to BDSA in this fight. They're able to outnumber them, and this was where it started to go from bad, but it only kind of got worse from there.
Yeah, Vitality B was really very much trying to put themselves in the driver's seat, and also something we heard from Douglas earlier in the interview was we have been experimenting. We've had that prep phase. We are looking at changing up the draft, and that's what we got from them. But it felt like necessarily this first game wasn't the mark that they wanted to hit, because these fights kept on happening. It wasn't just the bot lane. It wasn't just getting picks. It was also fighting for objectives that didn't really go in their favor.
Yeah, I think BDSA went for a pretty skill check heavy comp where they just said, okay, we are better than you, so we will just pick the Yone, we will pick the Viego. Champs that are pretty volatile, but I think this Herald fight shows us pretty nicely how well they execute this fight, zoning the MF completely, MF ultimate basically hitting nothing of value, and then we have the free flank from Rika coming in with the TP. Cassandra actually doing quite a lot of work, but in general, Vitality B needs really quick, explosive fights, hitting Rel ult on 3 targets, MF ult needs to one-shot something, and it just didn't happen once this game, and it made it really, really hard to just keep playing the game. After the Yone got 2 items, he could just do whatever he wants, same for the Viego, just really hard to play in general.
Yeah, especially as you were saying, once you fall behind, you don't get that wombo combo access anymore, like the Lily into the MF, and then you've got like these big bruiser, tanky frontliners who can keep control, but it just completely slipped away. And to give them their due, it felt like when we kind of got to the mid portion of the game that they were still trying to find ways to fight back. Like they were matching the 3v3 pressure that was coming through from BDSA. They were trying to find moments on sides, and they did catch them out sometimes, but too consistently we're seeing BDS Academy find these great plays where, you know, catching Nako out on a side lane after they've tried to overforce in the mid lane, and it just kept finding these 1 or 2 hits that just dismantled Vitality B game plan.
To be completely fair to Vitality B, we've seen a couple of fights as well in this mid-game that kind of went more their way, or where they're able to get equal trades. So it felt like they, to an extent, were trying to pull it back, but at the end of the day, BDS Academy had that calculated aggression that we really hammered home at the start of today and said that both of these teams need to be able to get into, and they perfected this time around. But also a player that we highlighted a lot here was Paris, and he was highlighted in this game particularly with those engages too.
Yeah, I mean, he looked really, really good. I think not much to say. Good pick into the rail. He just did what he was supposed to do. Denied the MF as well completely. So just very solid pick overall. In general, there's 2 options to play the game right now as a support. Either you just go for one of the prio picks like the Rel, Leona, or you go for something like Alistar, Poppy to just deny what the enemy is trying to do. And I think BDSA is just insanely good at applying those counter picks, but only in specific roles where it can completely break apart the enemy team comp. And I think the Alistar did that perfectly in this game.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, Paris is so good when he finds those moments, and it feels a bit bad to talk about Paris without Skewmont, because both them 19 when it came to the kills and assists over the course of that game, 100% kill participation on both sides. But I do think that just for the fact that you have so much control with the Alistair in the team fights, the counter pick in lane as well, being able to shut down that Rel, it gave so much control to BDSA. And even in that very first skirmish that we had at 3 minutes 30 in that bot side river, just setting up that little snipe coming through from Gadui just around the side as well. It was beautiful stuff, and I'm very excited to see Paris as he continues to grow, not only in this series, but just as a player. This guy has been so good for so long. He was still one of the most talked about players coming out of last EMEA Masters, and now we get to see him on the main stage popping off as well.
Yeah, and I think it's something that we've highlighted time and time again is the importance of getting some of these counter picks, so the importance of getting that red side selection. Vitality had that red side coming into that first game, and we said that this could be a potential win condition. You can set your top laner up for success, you could help your bot lane out, but it felt like they weren't necessarily able to capitalize off of it, and they picked it again. So the changes here in draft that you would like to see, what would they be?
Honestly, I actually don't want to see a huge amount of changes. I think Solo was already saying, it wasn't really a draft diff for me. I think they came in with cool things that they could have operated on, but I think the operation was faulty. They didn't really get the setup that they wanted. They wanted to try and contest for early skirmishes with like big level 6 wombos, having some nice skirmishing power with the Renekton from the mid lane, but they just never really got that to work.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think also them choosing red side again shows that they are confident with the plan they went in, and especially in a best of 5, the second game is where you can try to do things right with the same strategy as you did. If it doesn't work again, if they get stomped like this again, then you need to change something up, take a bit more risk, because even though the draft was overall completely solid, it was more on the conservative side, I would say. Like, you have the beefy mid lane, tanky top lane, really clear way to play the game, but also pretty shallow in the way you are able to play the map, which makes it really easy for BDSA to find ways to disable your comp. But for game 2, I'm totally happy if we see a really similar draft and just a better execution.
That's also the beauty of when you're looking at these best of series, especially with a best of 5, you have a chance to try things twice and then make the adaptations as you go ahead. But I think as well, BDS Academy have now seen what Vitality is comfortable playing. They know they're going to go for these standard picks, quote unquote. And as a result, they also on their end could have preparations or maybe something up their sleeve.
Yeah, I think, well, for BDSA, they haven't had to show their hand, right? It was
Absolutely.
like, no one's surprised Reeker's gone for Yone. No one's surprised we have a Rumble in the top point. Oh my God, a Jhin? It's like, these are all things you basically were like, yeah, you're coming in with this. So I think this was a bit of an experimental game plan for a lot of Vitality B being, hey, can we get something funky in the mid lane to go against the Yone? Can we have some answers to these? And I don't think necessarily that the game plan failed itself. I think it was just I think the game plan failed versus the actual, like, the thought process coming into the series. So I wouldn't, as we say, be surprised if we get anything massively different. Maybe it's not Renekton. Maybe you try and find a little bit more pressure, like level 1, level 2 around mid lane, so that then you can find those advantages. You're not getting pushed out, so you have to reset level 3 for the Renekton. Like, there are little things that you can do differently, but I think it'll be a similar story.
Well, we're going to find out shortly as we're ready to head into the second game of the series. So let's head over to our casters. We have Hysterics, Aragon, as well as Brox already. So guys, take it away.
Yeah, Broxer got a bit of a hype intro there. Oh my
Where was
God.
mine?
Yeah, Aragon, Hysterics. But Broxer!
I'll take it.
Holy moly! That's right. Well, again, prodigies that have come out of the same system, again, representing the region. It's nice to have you alongside me because after game 1, I feel like our BDSA expectations have been hit, where we're now putting the edge back on Vitality as what they can bring out on this red side draft once again.
Yeah, and I think the desk broke it down really well here because ultimately they didn't have trouble due to the draft. In fact, they actually got matchups they were comfortable with, counterpicking in a lot of these roles.
Yeah.
They need to step it up in game, but at the same time, they chose red again, which tells us they must have some interesting counterpicks coming up.
One small thing is maybe a shift for Douglas onto like some power pump to have something a bit more agency. I was most convinced with Vitality B when he was stuff on stuff like Volley Bear, you know, which can make plays early because he'd pair up with Stand and find picks, but I feel like they are going to run back the same draft.
Well, Maokai's gone. I mean, we're getting rid of Nuko's top lane Varus again as a priority. Double 80 carry. The Rumble this time, though, is the adaptation, not giving that one over to Genax.
Yeah, I just think the champ's so hard to counter, and their best answer was Cassante into it, which completely concedes lane, and then it already had a huge impact on grub fights with that ultimate. You saw a 202 Genax coming down to the grub fight, and you just had to concede it.
Question is whether now they're going to look into something like the Rel that has been such a core pick, such a huge playmaker for Paris early in this tournament. And while his anti-star was also really incredible, Stint was a good Rel too, managed to find a lot of those openings, so denying it and getting the prior pick makes a lot of sense.
But we talked a little bit about what we wanted to see for Douglas. I mean, this is something through the tournament, and even if you cast your mind back when Vitality were in the LEC, Douglas started picking this up when the AP junglers were popular, or even less so. He was one of the few people playing it.
But his style has been a little bit different here for Vitality. Most recently, we've seen him playing utility champions with Engage, and it's mostly been Skumund going to Brand, the Siren, the Leah route. But here, I think Vitality, they just want to change it up. They want to have more pressure, more threats, and I'm curious to see how the Brand is going to pan out.
Alistair Braum into Rel, pretty standard, works well with the Brand. And Brand, to me, has a little bit more early game agency, a little bit more skirmishing power.
Yeah.
So nice to see picked up with Douglas, AoE there. A small denial as well with the Rel pairing. Now, MF is still up and available if you want to pick that in with the Rel combo that we saw last game. But seeing how it went, maybe they don't. Oh, there it is.
That's what I'm talking about.
And I mean, this is a flex as well, gents, but we know that Skumond actually popped off on this in the quarterfinals, I believe, and it was such a big power pick in previous patches. A lot of people have walked away from it, but Skumond still favors it, despite other people giving it a miss.
Yeah, I think now you can blind pick top, you can do Cassandra, you can pick AD mid, you have a few different options. You can pick Jhin here if you want to. There's so many different things you can go down. What do you think, Broxer?
I was about to say, I want to see Yone or a marksman, just anything AD send out mid. The Tristana in particular is great because she's very strong, she has a lot of pressure, and ultimately the Talia is so good into the likes of Alistar. Not only do you have lockdown from Rel that makes it easy for you to land your W, but the moment you press E on the 4, the rocks are all over, it's going to be much harder for Alistar to engage and do his thing.
Yeah.
So far, great draft for BDSA.
Corki Trist. I thought maybe it would be Lucian. Good matchup in the mid game, in the mid lane rather, but it's going to be the Corki, incredibly powerful champion right now. Imagine you're setting up for a counter pick for Nako on R5. You're going to blind pick that AD carry. And I'm looking at champions like Jhin. I absolutely love Jhin. I'm a bit of a Jhin salesman. I love the snipes from the W onto Brand passive and the AoE champions they have in the current meta. I think it sets up so many picks so well.
Well, there's many different directions that both teams could really be looking for here. I think for Vitality in particular, they are expected to last pick top this time around. Drop another top ban. Make sure that Genax is not going to be able to take over the game the way he did on the Rumble. And AD carry, there's still a couple of champions open, but may have to dive a little deeper in the pool to find a decent one.
Immediately, the champions that I'm looking at with these bans, Renekton could be a target ban, but it also sets up for champions like Camille. You have Cassante rising in priority now. I think you do need another frontline to work with that brand, another frontline for the AD carries that are going to come through as well, and TF ban sets that up very well, but it feels a bit obvious. Like, you're telling them to pick Cassante, and then we have a big answer in something like the Mordekaiser for BDSA. So I do think BDSA are probably just going to end up getting it with a blind pick AD carry here for Vitality B.
What do you think they're going to go for? What are we looking at? He's played Nila, he's played Seraphine.
Yeah.
Another surprise, perhaps?
I think the outrange could be great, but I'd rather have an AD. I'd rather have double AD carry with an AP jungle, leave Brand, sole AP, so no Seraphine.
So you talked about Jhin already, as you mentioned, as the pairing, as Yasuo actually banned away as well.
Ooh, Yasuo, Alistair. They thought they would go down that route. Yoppa does play everything.
He does. He plays anything and everything. I mean, we've talked it to death. Seraphine an option, I'm not sure.
There it is.
Wow, that
you said it. Why'd you like it?
Now, they really need AD damage.
Roxa, why do you like it? Now they really need AD damage. Let's avoid the question.
I didn't say it was good. It can be.
There's a reason I was like, I think they need AD here, man. You know, if they go Seraphine and now they need AD champion top lane, but you know, it is Nako. He does have a bunch of different picks. So what AD champion do you have into the Cassante blind, which they set up for with that TF ban, as well as Renekton ban on the other side? I think Camille could be okay, although that's not fantastic.
Vayne?
Vayne top, he's a man of very many AD carries top lane. I hate that matchup, actually. That's really bad. Yeah, that's a good... I think it's pretty hard to play against the AoE, though, right? On the other side.
Well, that's the thing, right? It feels like no matter what you go for, it's going to be relatively difficult to team fight here, but Nako known for his creative champion pool. Wouldn't be surprised to see the likes of a Smolder or any marksman. Really.
Oh my god! This is Vitality B through and through. This is why we're hyped for this thing, because their drafts can be absolutely psychotic, and I mean that in a great way. This is one of those drafts. How would you like to start on this one?
That top lane matchup. Okay, so the thing is, the problem with picking carries in top lane is lane swaps are still kind of a thing, right? I wouldn't be surprised to see some kind of lane swap to get away from the Vayne matchup, because that can be incredibly difficult to deal with. The question is if Vitality B want to commit to that, if they practice that. That might take up the entire early game. If not, this matchup is horrendous, and then Nako has free reign of the lane.
This is bringing back memories. Dylan, we gotta go Vayne just in the top lane this time around. I'm looking forward to seeing what Caps Jr. has to offer here.
Oh my god.
This could be a very, very great game to watch.
And this is why Vitality B, the red side, was talked about as it is probably going to be picked all series. We know, again, in quarters, semis, it was their priority. For that reason, that they can play around with these drafts. And I love the diversity. It's just a question of getting onto the Rift. Is it going to be enough? And that can be a generic statement, but here it means a lot after what we saw in game one with BDSA, wiping the floors in multiple lanes.
And I think the big thing is the laners simply have to play better. They were getting completely outclassed in the early game, and I think just stepping up in terms of micro and laning phase is going to do massive for them.
We're both fighting for their first championship. I mean, again, there are so many firsts coming through. Vitality B as the underdogs. And after game one, it is so obvious that BDSA have come in primed and ready. The first seed of the LFL versus the third. There was a lot of fighting in game one, and here in Munich live. Let's hope it pops off again.
All right, is it gonna be a lane swap? Seraphine already heading up top side. Yoppa might just be to contest vision and place a ward up top side, but I do think there is real potential. That ward there, going to be very valuable in the lane phases if it is a standard lane, because bushes are so incredibly valuable in these melee versus range matchups. You want to auto-attack them, dip into vision, and make sure you maintain control of these bushes.
Stend in trouble. BDSA are here waiting for him as well. This is the trap. He's caught. They haven't even ordered to execute 66 yet as Stend flashes away.
Is Rika going to swap with Genax so that they don't have the melee versus range and play Cassante mid? Is that a thing? I think they were thinking about it. Rika was sitting there the entire time, but they're going to swap back, and it's not going to go through. Wow, that would have been a really cool adaptation.
We're still able to see 2 wards placed here from both sides, ensuring that their top laners are able to, play safely, and especially for the Cassandra here, who's going to be on the defensive side, having some vision and knowing what Vayne is up to when she enters those bushes is so important. Right now, slightly different matchups to say the least, but ultimately last time the issue for Vitality B was the over-aggression. Do they have a stop button? Can they play more patiently? Well, Nako, he certainly shouldn't. This is just foot in the gas pedal and only one way forward versus Cassandra, but ultimately we want to see smart fights.
And you can already see Skumon has identified that top lane might need some help. He's going to be pathing up topside to the perma pushing Vayne. What happens is Vayne is just going to get prior up topside, continuously queue forward and auto-attack Genax on this Cassante and get a bunch of chip damage. Maybe they can set up onto the Vayne.
Before we get annoyed at top as well, I just quickly want to, and I won't have time during this series, I want to talk a little bit about, oh, help Aragon, oh dear Lord. It feels like that's what the top matchup will be, but also we need to quickly acknowledge Bot because again, Kadui, Yoppa coming into this finals. It's a big moment for them, and I know you personally, Aragon, played with one of these legends.
Yeah, so Yoppa, he's a very good player, surprisingly enough. I played with him about 3 years ago. I can't remember the exact year, but back then, even then, he was like 17, and he was so good in lane phase. I don't remember a single game where he lost us the game.
Yep.
If we ever lost on that team, it was because I was inting or someone else on the team was inting.
Classic.
They would win lane every single time, and very often, they're winning lane in EMEA Masters.
It's important to acknowledge, especially since, again, on the Seraphine here, it feels like a bit of a role play. Kadui recently had felt like a bit of a role player with his Jins, his Ashes, that we've seen come through the EMEA Masters tournament. Both had their role here, and again, when you played with Aragon, I think it's good to highlight here. No offense, Aragon. Brox, top side is annoying, but we need to go back to jungle because Douglas, again, as he goes through his full clear, what does he have to play with? What does Skumon have to play with here as well, especially when top is so overpushed?
Well, I think in this particular case, as the jungler with Cassandra playing up against Vayne, there's a chance the enemy could be looking for an early play around top, could be looking for dives, so Skumon naturally passed towards that lane. Douglas was freedom to do whatever he wants, goes to the other side of the map, and the question here is whether Skumon could be tempted to look for a play top himself.
Yeah, ward in lane already going to spot out Talia if he comes. And I do think if Nako does get ganked on this Vayne, he can just press Ghost and walk away. It's going to be a very easy way to walk out because you're very dependent on landing that W for Skumon. So I do... Ooh.
Hang on. Jayak flashes away. Skumon's timing. That's a perfect jungler, if I may say so, to Broxer.
This was a great start for the side of BDSA once again. Riga slightly over-aggressive, but it was a bait all along with Skumon coming in. Now both junglers place the ward on the enemy Raptors and we'll know what the other one is up to. We're going to be seeing both of them doing Raptors into Crocs and then recalling to have that very nice first base for themselves as well.
So I'm a really big fan of Paris and Skumon champion duo here. I think it's been a great draft for that because Rel Q and just Rel CC in general really sets up Talia spells. So if we do see any action, I do think it's going to be off the back of Paris and Skumon working together, walking through River and landing on CC onto a single target.
Paris and Skumon working together? Crazy.
Really? Yeah, but they're drafting for it, right?
Yeah,
so
they are.
It really makes sense.
Again, that's why we highlight this team. But for now, at least in the early game, let's just talk about what matters. Top lane is going as you expect. The range matchup, at least for Nako, working in his favor. As Stend is starting to move up here as well at the 5-minute mark. Spotted out by a deep ward from BDSA, gives them the information to know that Stend is being a little naughty.
A bit of an unfortunate position for the Alistar here. Good idea to look for the roam, but ultimately used his plant towards the river, didn't sweep, didn't spot the ward. And then now Paris going towards the top side, we'll have to see if he can be a little bit more sneaky, as we actually see an entire swap.
Yeah, I quite like the lane swap, because Genax had to recall anyway. He was permanently pummeled under tower by Nako, so they take that opportunity. They send Genax down bot side, and they swap up top a minute before the grubs. Very classic. Now, they're going to get pushed in top because they are first there. Yoppa doesn't have TP to catch the wave, so he might miss a couple minions, but that is first move from BDSA onto grubs.
And again, Krubs, we talk about being so important, and for BDSA, it's also denial of a couple of minions. Now, Cannon will be there to slow down the push and at least slow down the denial from Yoppa, but classic BDSA, again, playing through this early game advantage as Sten and Yoppa come here to match.
Yeah, in the skirmish, does look like they're going to be conceding grubs here. Brand does Dragon fairly quickly, and he's on it, Douglas. Having a reset by Rika. Rika's being so annoying.
Well, a classic trade here for both of the junglers. One team takes the Drake, the other takes the grubs. And ultimately, I think while BDSA was smart at pulling the trigger on the lane swap to make sure they get the Void grubs, it was also a really good response from the side of VITB, who quickly shifted their Vayne down spot. Seraphine and Analyst are going top. And not only that, they get a Drake, they get a Scuttle. What more could you want?
Yeah, I think BDSA are really good at getting information. Whenever the enemy team's on an objective or doing something, they have someone scout down to see what the cross-map play is. Oh, Skewmon, he pulls the trigger.
Weaver's Wall is there. Douglas also has level 6, but the seismic shot was perfect. Skewmon going to get out with his life, but Flash was burned from Douglas, despite the health bar advantage.
One thing that's worth noting is the lane swap was one thing, but the one thing we haven't touched on is, wow,
hang on, phosphorus bomb.
Aggressive. Before the lane swap happened, GenX was about 10 CS, 200 gold down. Now, after the lane swap, top is actually even. And it made a big, big difference with this top matchup.
And this is why in the current meta, picking really strong carries is actually not that ideal because of the constant lane swaps. You can just keep avoiding different matchups, but this mid lane is really rough.
Yeah, I'm sitting here just waiting for the all-in from Chayak. Remember, he burnt Flash before, so that maybe makes the tool a little bit harder. Reek, a good dodge away from the phosphorus bomb as well. As in topside, whoa, the timing big, but wait, GenX has ulti versus the Vayne. It's the final hour, but Nucko has to flash away now. A couple of tumbles and turns, and GenX could be in danger too, but Nucko's run out of his ulti, and GenX threatens here in a matchup that we talk about being a bit one-sided.
A nice condemn away from the W on Cassante. GenX managing to find the flash though, and it's going to be a very vulnerable Vayne if Talia decides to head up there. Maybe with Paris' setup, that could be a regank. On the other hand though, flashless Douglas, I think it's going to be really hard to contest these grubs that's point in 2 minutes 30 time. A flashless Brand can be very vulnerable.
But Paris fully committed there, so he's in danger. Phosphorus bomb, first blood. Unfortunately over to Stan, but Vitality B all the same with early damage.
And right there we saw Paris taking a page out of Vitality B's book from game 1. See champion, kill champion mentality, and while it worked out for him for the most part in game 1, has to be a little bit more cautious. But again, like you mentioned, luckily for BDSA, the kill went over to the Alistar, so it doesn't matter too much. Also, 2 minutes still on the Void drops, they still have plenty of time to set up.
Wonder we're going to see some lane swaps coming in a minute's time. Send Zeri up top side, maybe play for those plates.
I feel like we've been seeing lane swaps throughout the game. I mean, this is Zeri just sitting mid now, you know?
Yeah, and I think that's why I prefer something like the Smolder, which I called out in draft, because Smolder can play weak side so much better. You can just send down an ultimate to clear the wave, they can't dive you suddenly, right? So lane swaps become a bit more difficult to play, but Vayne doesn't have much wave clear, so it's hard to pilot them. Regardless, so Nucko, you're kind of seeing that manifesting in the CS, like, equal.
Right now we have really, really good vision coverage on the top side from the side of BDSA. 3 control wards set up around the Baron, but Paris,
well, hang on, he's tagged up, but on the back end as he burns over, there's some good return damage, but no kill yet. Kadui is on a charge, and like lightning, he falls through, and Sten walking away. Only just Kadui damage on the back end side. A good sidestep from Douglas, walking forward, he survives. The turn almost there, Skewmon burning, but in for the kill, in for a pound. Kadui is baited and slammed into the ground.
Douglas with the movement, finding the stuns, dodging the seismic shove. Vitality become up huge in terms of the micro.
Incredible, incredible fighting and punish from Vitality B. One single overstep from Paros turned into more and more mistakes, and now all of a sudden Vitality B is in a great position and can get the snowball rolling.
And we're seeing picks onto Paris, no CC buffers like we're used to. He gets CC, chain CC knocked up, the burst comes through, the passive burns down onto Paris as well. And then it's just oversteps from Kadui.
And right now, BDSA realize in just a moment that Douglas has no flash available, and I think the look on him here is really, really good. Most players would have walked directly into the W and got one shot. But this one sidestep secures 2 more kills for the team. What an absolute hero.
Stend is insane for that re-engage, but you can see Vitality feeling it, patting it back with his arms up. We're fighting again, and
Remember, there was so much used before, but Paris, he jumps on in, has taken so much damage. Siping shove is good, but they don't have the damage. The disengage is there, but here comes a singing queen. A double straight over to Yoppa. Vitality have found the blood in this game too.
4 versus 4. The Rel layers the CC with the Talia, but it isn't enough. There's no damage. Rico has to run away, and it's another pick onto Paris. Now it's Grubs going to Vitality B.
And all of a sudden, we're seeing Vitality be in a massive, massive lead. Curious to see how well they're going to be able to snowball it. This time around, if they continue playing with the same confidence, the same aggression, it's going to be very, very hard for BDSA to, you know, match their pressure and to hold their footing in this game.
How exciting it is to see again that they're matching, Broxer, using your words, matching the pressure. And we talked about their willingness to try and be ready for each play, falling behind the pace, but still trying to fight. In this game, they're the ones who are leading that dynamic. And it's a completely different ball game, especially since the early game didn't look good with the Vayne neutralized in top lane.
Yeah, I think it's a couple of things, right? I think the big thing to me is that Paris having an uncharacteristically bad poor game on the rail. There's not CC buffers where I feel like there should be, and he's getting picked a lot, combined with the level of micro that Vitality B are showing, which generally is BDSA strength. They love these early skirmishes. They're really, really good at them finding the right fights, but it's Vitality B's map, and they've been winning him out.
And again, when you've got Douglas there, who in the first game was shut out in comparison to Skumond, as we look at the champs here, I wanted to bring this up because it's like, yeah, his Vi keeps getting banned. His counter-jungling or counter-ganking junglers like the Maokai Sejuani get banned out as well. But remember, I talked about it at the start, when he was on the main Vitality roster, he was pulling out these AP junglers before they're popular. He's like the cool guy at school that started doing it first, you know?
And I really like this game where they're picking Brand because it gives you a bit more agency in the early game. You have a stun to play with. You don't just have to full clear on repeat or maybe invade raids at the most aggro that you can be on Lilia. I like the fact that Douglas has agency. I like the fact that they're finding these skirmishes and how well he's playing.
And now, 1 minute and 30 seconds for the Rift Herald. Second Drake, of course, just taken away for Vitality B. We're seeing BDSA.
Oh, Paris. A mistake uncharacteristic of the best support I said in EMEA Masters. Chayak with a good dodge away from the seismic shove, but Paris has a couple of whiffs now, a couple of overstays that this time he's lucky not to get punished for.
Maybe he thinks he's safe there, and it's kind of a bait to bait people forward with that aftershock. He is quite tanky, it isn't worth that much. So maybe intentional there, but it did look like a bit of a slip-up to me.
And you've got to keep in mind, when you're sitting on a big stage in a final like this one, knowing that you're fighting to win the EMEA finals, but also to potentially get in the LEC next year, you all have a lot of thoughts in mind. There's so much going on inside your head.
Yeah.
And the nerves, you know, all players have them, and right now we're just going to have to see if BDSA can handle them well enough, be able to play from behind and find those winning moments.
I love this place from Vitality B. Douglas might be a little bit cold though.
Could do he altered, but he's not going to find anyone. You're right, Douglas is in no man's land. Okay, he felt too much. No. He's kidnapped for a double kill. BDSA are given merit back into the game.
Nako gets kidnapped through the wall by the Cassante, and what looked like a great play to play towards his tier 1 up top side. Douglas, he doesn't flash over the wall to escape the engage. He could have gone out there, but the engage comes through. They find the pick onto Douglas, and it's a recovery play for BDSA.
The nerves didn't last for too long. Right as they say it, the comeback play comes in, and suddenly, if this series continues to come online, it's going to be a very, very good situation for BDSA. But here, Paris, this is what he's done so well the entire tournament. He sees one person overstepping, instantly engages, and with that, they secure a quick double kill for themselves.
And it looked like such a good area to play with. They had free hit onto the tower, but Douglas in that little pocket next to the wall felt a little bit isolated. I thought they could go for this, but Skumon.
Hang on, yeah, there's a flash engage from Stand, and that's perfect. Clean as anything from Vitality. We're just playing the game of swing right now as they get some more gold back in their pocket.
Ooh, trade's coming down. Stend. He does have ultimate if they want to dive on this minion wave, but Paris is here to shadow. They need Douglas realistically, but they can get some free hits onto the tower.
Definitely a very, very different Vitality B we're seeing this series. They're doing so well. They're angry, they're furious, and they're striking back hard. I'm very, very much loving seeing this more calculated aggression. This is what we've seen them do in the past. This is why they made it all the way to the final. And while there was this one slip up in the top lane, they're really showcasing to us right now why they deserve to be here.
Yeah, winning as well in the early game with Corki and getting to Triforce this accelerated, as well as having the tier. It's double tier composition, so they're going to spike again. Nako though, engage going to come through to Janak?
Yeah, Janax gets a slowdown as well, and with Skumond here, Nucko in so much trouble, good flash away, and he's got himself the Ghost rather, poked out the final hour, trying to turn it, the classic Vayne mechanic, he can, in a 1v2, Vayne's love this feeling, dodging away yet again, Janax can't find him, and Tackles is now here, Janax re-engages, but over the wall, it happens again, Janax will die though, and it ain't a repeat, Skumond against the wall, in condemned position, flashes, but won't get a stone to the face of this Vayne. He's running for his life, and when BDSA in game 1 wanted to bring the pace, Vitality brought it forward to game 2.
They underestimate the power of the Ghost on the Vayne. Nucko finds the outplay with the 1 versus 2.
Uzi Vayne has entered the building today in Munich. Incredible kiting on the Vayne. Bought so much time for his team to follow. And it looked scary for a little moment as Janax was holding Douglas away with the Cassandra, but it just didn't matter because the entire team was there to follow. Super smart play from Vitality. And now, only 20 seconds till the Drake spawns. We're seeing them base as fast as they can, shift towards the bot side. They want to be here early. They want to be ready to punish when BDSA decide to face check.
And you can see BDSA's attitude towards this Dragon. They do not care. Rika's going up top side without teleport. They're playing for this tier 1 tower. Now, a good play from Vitality B could be to deny the tier 1 tower if they send someone up to defend, as well as secure Dragon on the other side. I think they're strong enough to do it. You can see Nucko already heading top to defend.
BDSA quickly recognizing here that they're not going to be able to take control of the Dragon area. I think this is their best response. Just try to control the mid wave as much as you can. Make a play on the other side.
Flash away, Nucko doesn't have Ghost, but a TP to try and get something more out of this, and you can see Stend wants a counterplay, but there's nothing there. Teleport committed regardless from Yoppa, as it's now just going to be the start from multiple sides for both objectives.
No flash on Vayne. It's going to be quite hard to play versus all this AoE CC. He doesn't have flash to get away from the Relol, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that they see this.
Shattering Strike is there. Magnet Storm down as well. Nucko has to get out of there. The final hour will be popped onto Rika, but singing a song, Yoppa, won't be a lullaby. Instead, it's death metal right into the ears of Vitality B. Turn it off, they scream, with the shutdown over to BDSA. The fight going wrong. The seismic shove going right. They get on out of there. Low health bars as Shayak gets something back and needs something back. There's more damage to come through. Janax next. There he flushes forward. Vitality of the verge of disaster. At least get something back.
A 2 for 2 in the end there. I thought that was going to be a BDSA favorite play. With Nucko trying to contest the Rift Herald, I'm surprised he walked forward. This is the problem I had with the Vayne and the draft. There's so much AoE that you become so flash dependent in these fights. If you don't have flash, you just get comboed.
Yeah.
And you see in this play.
Yeah, we see it right here. They know that Herald is low. They know they need to start the fight soon. But the issue for them is the Corki TP still channeling. Douglas is so far away from the rest of his team, and that's Yoppa and Nucko try to buy time. Their squishy is just not enough. They're not able to kite away, partly due to an incredible Tali ult from Skumond. And here, the brand. We see the power of the 1-2 brand. So much damage, so much AoE. And the Corki is starting to scale as well. The scaling is the name of the game here for Vitality B. Incredible comp. One single Dragon away from getting sold as well. And now BDSA, we will have to see if they're able to play well from behind. A tough position that we rarely see them in.
Because the damage is going to come from this Zeri, right? Almost 3 items, and I know we talk about scaling for Vitality B, especially with a Seraphine, an Enchanter, to buff up this composition that's going to have free will with their solo laners, especially in the mix. But Kadui has been someone over multiple EMEA Masters split we have hyped up and talked about the carry potential of this guy. If there was a chance for BDSA in this game, we have to, again, look at the old reliable AD carry, who this time is not on a supported pick like the Ash or Jhin, this time on something that does try and match that scaling.
On that Zeri, 101 EMEA Masters games, 8 EMEA Masters appearances. And he's kind of playing like he deserves the title this time. You know, he's absolutely gunning for it on this Zeri. And you know, last game as well, playing incredibly well on that Jhin.
Right now for BDSA, the tricky part is they want to buy time for Siri to get another item, get to the free item power spike, but it's so difficult with another Drake coming in not too long. We see the Baron spawning here on the map as well, of course. Worth noting that with champions like Vayne, with Brand, if Vitality B get a chance to hit this, it's going to be deleted in a matter of seconds. But right now, Vitality B don't have full control of the map yet, with Vayne having the deep prior in the bot lane, and they're going to have to use that to shift up towards topside and make sure that Rika doesn't play so aggressive, pushing in the Corki.
So Nako, I think he has to be a little bit patient here. If he gets engaged on, his team is far away from the Baron, so they won't be able to rush it down in time. He's got to wait for his team to be in position, have control of that Nash first. You can see Sten shadowing Shayak, making sure he doesn't get left on by Rika.
Sten's been really good at that this game. Again, we talked about both supports and how they shadow not only junglers, but some of these on-forward plays. Sten is here, he ulties though, and he's trying to go into the fire. Paris is there to fend him off, and Vitality B moving for a play themselves. They've got Yoppa there, there's healing, it's fine. Weaver's Wall, though, continues to play for BDSA. Seismic jump, flashed and into the fire, and flames! Douglas outplaying Skumond once again. This time, he's got his number.
And they find the Q flash stun into the E, does Douglas, and this is really important because Vayne doesn't have TP, right? So Nako doesn't have TP, GenX does. I think you can see Nako wants to run up topside as well.
You said it, no smite. I mean, BDSA have to walk on in and just try and win the fight, but with Brand, it goes down so quick. With TP from GenX, they're going to make sure it doesn't do so. Healing up, Yoppa in the mix of it, but he gets hit on up. His ulti's good, but Yoppa is getting knocked on down. Douglas has a hit from the Baron pit. It's so messy as the engage from Paris sets up the BDSA, but they're still losing. Nako gets free will again, and Shayak chases them down. Vitality B might be the third seed, but they have finally risen up to the top in game 2.
Vitality B survived the engage. They survived long enough for Nako to come and clean up after all the cooldowns were expended onto Yoppa. The Archangel shield saves him just when I thought he was going to be bursted out.
Absolute statement game for Vitality B here. Skumund was 12-0 in last game, now 0-5, and Douglas re-entering his LEC form. You spoke about it earlier, Hysterics. His brand was so incredible in the past, and now he and the rest of his team are showing up absolutely massively. Now, bear in mind, Stent, he's been part of every single one of their 15 kills. You've got to continue to keep an eye on the Sally Star, because a lot of these fights, a lot of these incredible engages are from this man. And now, well, you see it right here on your screens. BDSA, they don't even dare to come in to contest this Drake because they know it's so risky. They simply just can't.
The friendship duo from Vitality B, you saw it in our opening. Yoppa, it's not just a duo, they're friends, they get along well. And it's been working so well in this game too as well. And what's really exciting is the expectations from the analyst desk, from everyone watching this game, is that BDSA are going to roll over this series. Vitality have given us so much to think about here with a 6k gold lead with an Ocean Soul. Now looking for a pick. Skumon cannot sit here. Sten still engages him up. They don't care. He elongated that ulti thanks to Seraphine, but Sten underneath the turret takes no damage. Vitality B take it away, and they are still getting everything they ordered.
The instant trigger pull from Yoppa there, you can see the trust in the engage, and this is exactly what we said they needed. These quirky AD carry picks, Neela, Seraphine, they pull them out and they can just win these fights. But take a look at this fight again. Douglas with a Q flash E, instant stun, a beautiful combo.
Great synergy from the side of Vitality B. You see it right here on the minimap. Nako instantly shifting towards the top side, knowing GenX is spacing and wants to TP in. And great turnaround here from Vitality B. Waiting till BDSA comes in really close, making sure they have no way out. And when the turn comes, not only do they kill them, not only do they chase them all the way out, but Baron didn't even reset, so it's so easy for them to get the objective base and then get Soul before going for the push.
And again, the longer the fights go now, we talked about the scaling, but Yoppa especially, this guy who's now trying to trail through, and we look at these achievements again, you know, back in NLC, yeah, sure, back in EBL, sure, but in recent history, behind in the LFL, Game 2, he's at least making a name for himself, as today Vitality B have risen to the occasion. 8k gold lead, Baron's still there for another 15 seconds. Vitality B looking to channel in with the TP.
Wall comes through. Gonna stop the siege a little bit there, but the Baron minions, they do still have a cannon. Not gonna be a siege there. The minion waves bleed out, and they don't have any other waves in any of the lanes, so Baron siege neutralized.
Well, they'll have to determine now if they want to risk pushing again without, you know, a Baron up wave. I think they're making a smart decision, recognizing that, you know, the TP was a little bit too optimistic. Just recall, spend your gold, and wait for a better opportunity. Baron is up in 3 minutes from now. So you just want to push out, get full control of the topside jungle, and make sure that there's absolutely no way BDSA catches you off guard and finds a pick. Because ultimately, they cannot win team fights anymore. They have to surprise Vitality B, or this game is over.
Yeah, I think we're going back now to the Rel, you know, walking into the Rel, finding that combo with Atelier and trying for the one-shot. The problem is the shield's coming now through for Yoppa. You have 3 items onto Kadui, so you can do a lot of work in terms of DPS.
They got mid-pro as well. Look at where BDSA are. That's a free turret. Vitality B playing the map better. And we did talk about this where early game wasn't their strength, but I feel like Vitality B, with a lot of these scaling comps, know how to play the mid game. Here, the proof is in the pudding again as Sten gets knocked on back. He has the ulti. So we're out of the cow shed into the paddock, but Vitality B will still heal this up. Yoppa with Ocean Soul. Let's not forget this is a dirty combo.
Yeah, you can see the Executioner's calling already picked up to counter that.
That's Warmox.
But look at the poke as well coming in from the Corki. Every single time they try to siege, they just throw out rockets and so much damage on the other side, forcing recalls. Still, not going to be able to break open the tier 3s just yet.
Vegetarians must be so happy. We've got a Warmogs on the cow. He's got Ocean Soul and a Seraphine. We're not eating meat today if we're BDSA. In game 2, it is unkillable, undeniable, and really, again, Sten's performance has matched Paris's game 1. It is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's quickly becoming, I feel like, such a series about the support and junglers here. You've completely flipped the performances in terms of jungle, in terms of early micro, scoreline, absolutely everything. And the same for the other way around. It feels like Sten is doing what Paris did last game, shattering the side lanes and playing these team fights so damn well.
There's really, really big level differences right now for the side of Vitality B as well. We can see the damage from this Corki, which just hit level 16.
Yep.
He will be very, very difficult to stop. But again, Paris and Sten, the 2 engagers for that team, trying to find an opening here.
Paris is isolated as well, but Douglas going golden in the nick of time, gets Shark some damage on Genax. He has to flash away, but look at what's happening on the front of the fight. Yoppa about to take Paris down as Douglas gets the remaining kill. Vitality's team fighting has been so redeeming in game 2. They shout, they scream, and the bee gets to fly and spread its wings finally in the series.
Douglas with the insane stopwatch and Vitality B with the commanding victory over BDSA. It's a complete mirror matchup.
And funnily enough, BDSA, 4 members died with flash available. They were so caught off guard, they got completely steamrolled from Vitality B's aggression. And they made some fantastic improvements coming into this game.
And underdogs beat down. Vitality stood up on the stage for game 2. Some nice adjustments, but it wasn't just in the draft, it was in the game. We got a series for the EMEA Masters Finals, and Vitality have shown up to play.
And the big thing there, I feel like, was the level of micro and just the insane skirmishing in the early game. They never let up afterwards. Douglas having an insane performance in these fights.
Oh, yeah.
I love the adaptations from them, not only in terms of draft, but in terms of their approach coming into this game. It felt like a fully renewed, entirely different team than what we saw in game 1. And they played so smart. They were able to just, you saw it time and time again, the aggression, the confidence. BDSA weren't ready, and now they're gonna have to find a solution because they had big problems here.
Completely different games with a series on the line. EMEA Masters Finals goes to game 3 right after this break to start getting some real answers.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Yes, that's the one. Perfect.
Yeah? LEC, here we come.
Ahoo!
Right back up, we climb, we climb, we climb, we climb. Victory on our mind. All we know is the grind. When we at war, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight.
I can't fight.
I can't. No flash, look.
Nice! Sniping shove is good, but they don't have the damage. The disengage is there, but here comes a singing queen!
Nice!
Oopsie. Look at what's happening on the front of the fight. Yoppa about to take Paris down as Douglas gets a remaining kill. Vitality's team fighting has been so redeeming in game 2. They shout, they scream, and the bee gets to fly and spread its wings.
Thank you so much for joining me during this series. Completely different drafts from game 1 to game 2. Tell me about the approach and the change here, and why did you think it was what was going to bring you the victory here?
Yeah, I think most importantly for us will be top lane. And we changed picks from Zyra to Rumble. We knew that Zyra should be something they are quite comfortable on, so we wanted to ban it. But this Rumble has proven pretty difficult, honestly, to manage. And we know that as soon as Nak is in a comfortable position, then honestly we are probably just having a better top laner.
And looking at the state of the game right now, we are in game 2, around 10 minutes into the game. What should the state of the game be after the early game for you guys to grab the victory? What is the expectation?
Expectation is that we would like to have a lead. I don't feel like we need it necessarily with our comp. Seraphine has really good scaling, and this allows team fights later on to be pretty comfortable, to be honest. We know that BDSA doesn't necessarily handle being behind too well, and most importantly, like throughout the splits, they have been ahead in pretty much every single game. So we know that when they're behind, they play a very different play style from than they do when they are ahead. This is something we want to see if we can take advantage of throughout the early game.
And I saw that you're also sitting down with the coaching staff from the LEC team as well. Have you guys been working together? Any words of wisdom and guidance that they've been able to share to you?
Yeah, we have been working together. They are a great addition to the team, and honestly, we knew, and talking with them is like super helpful for anything game related as well. They are really respectful in the sense that, well, it's me and Nahu's team and more staff as well. So they're very respectful in the sense that we are still going to be playing our game, but then finding every opportunity they can to basically help us perfect the game that we are already playing.
All right. Well, fingers crossed. Wishing you the best of luck in the rest of the series. Thank you so much. Ginny, over to you.
Thank you so much, Laure. A lot of insights here from an interview when we're looking at Vitality particularly and how they were approaching this game, the changes in draft, but welcome back to EMEA Masters. And we have a little game called Bingo that we're going to be taking part of. Particularly, we're going to be looking at the Vitality Bingo card because we just had a Vayne top lane. I'm not complaining.
That's definitely a range top as well over here for Nagnako. I need someone to cross that out.
Yeah, well, Ginny has fingernails, so she can peel off the stickers pretty well.
Ginny,
I do not have
if you would
fingernails.
please do us the honor.
Nice. What else
Very
do we get?
nice.
We got
Well,
Yoppa and Seraphine.
Yoppa and Seraphine over
There we
here.
go.
Yeah,
Get
there
one
we
up
go.
there.
Yep.
That's a weird noise.
Nagnako leans back. He's off camera. Was he off camera? I'm not sure.
I don't think he was off camera.
No, he was
Jayak
not.
did play an AD mid, though, in the Corki.
Oh, that's very nice.
So
That's
almost
very,
a bingo
very
there.
nice. Yeah,
I feel like we might spend a lot of time doing this if we're going to go through all
How
of
much
this.
do you want to spend on this?
Let's do one more. I mean, we can go
yeah.
for, does Douglas gank top lane? Yes, he did.
He did gank top lane.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a very easy bingo.
Yeah, are you gonna
put it in?
I got
the sticker?
Whoa. I mean,
And I have the last one here for you, Mikkel.
Thank you. And one addition to my sticker collection. Yeah, I met Mac as well. He made sure to remind me that I dropped the Vitality sticker earlier. So
accident,
I got
of
it
course,
back on.
right?
Yeah, of course. I didn't pull that off.
Amazing.
Totally didn't put it back on just because Vitality was back on track after a very interesting draft that we've seen from them considering how game one went.
No, absolutely, but I also just think it's straight back to comfort. Like, we expected wackiness coming out of the draft. We didn't really see that in game one, and Vitality B made this control chaos that they've been thriving in, and I think seeing Yoppa back on a champion like Seraphine as well, having Douglas on the brand that created these well-winning skirmishes, which was what Dacta wanted in his win conditions for Vitality B earlier today, is exactly what you wanted to see from them.
Yeah, I think we heard a lot about it in the interview as well, where BDS struggled to play from behind. We really saw that in this game. The amount of times they were just chucking their bodies into the wall, trying to find picks. Even the Kedwee's flash under the mid lane tower when Alistair is obviously there. It really feels like Vitality B read their opponents for this game rather than just trying to do what they do best.
Yeah, I think we could go straight into the first fight as well. A little bit of an overextension from Paris, and he had quite a few here. But I completely agree with you, Medic, because it's the fact that Vitality got ahead in this fight where they overextend. Then or BDS rather, sorry. But then their way of getting back into the game was saying, how do we do it again? Well, we take another mid fight and then they lose the other one. So it felt like BDS, they just fell too far behind in the early game. They were too overzealous with some of their movement in this mid lane, and they just got punished for it, quite frankly.
And it's really interesting because BDS kept finding these fights or looking for these fights. I'm not sure they'll be very happy that they found them. But then they actually had some really good macro moves in the mid game where they managed to get Rika back in the game. Like, Rika was even on items with Jayak, even though he was 4 kills down. And then they just threw their bodies into the wall again.
It's what they do best, Medic. But even then, right, I think the fact that Jayak got so accelerated in the early game made it so easier for him because he had a Triforce before Rika finished his first item. He also had plated steel caps, which means in the AD carry versus AD carry matchup, you're just not in a position where you can actually trade even. So despite having a Tristana that's well known for the burst damage on the E, Rika was never in a position where he could actually win on the side lane. And you can see on Jayak's stats here, he was a Superman in the mid lane.
Yeah, he really was. And then alongside him, we had the powerhouse in the bot lane. Stend on that Alistair had such a strong performance. We saw in the final fight, actually, how he was able to distract basically all of BDS Academy just by standing in their faces. Like, everyone else is dying around them, and the Alistair's just there like, okay, I have Unbreakable Will, I have a Warmogs, good luck trying to kill me.
I really wonder how long he's actually tanking it, because I swear, it's Ocean Soul as well, right? So it's just never happening. 23-minute Ocean Soul as well. Great Dragon priority from Vitality. We talked about the objective fighting. Honestly, this is not even one of the ones we find amazing. It's just the one where they're so far ahead, nothing BDS can do about it.
I think what really stood out to me here from the side of Vitality is that we've seen one way of them approaching draft and the game, particularly in that first one. We're now into the second game. It felt like a completely different approach, a completely different team, and if anything, it felt like BDS Academy was not necessarily ready for it. It wasn't something that they expected, even though earlier today they mentioned we've had a lot of time, there's been prep, we've done something cooking up back behind the scenes, but that wasn't necessarily the case.
I mean, it's not unheard of for BDS. Yeah, they threw out Heretics, but even back when these two teams played in the lower bracket of LFL, it was kind of the same story too, where they did drop a game against Vitality. So I guess you can use previous games to predict this one, Medic. But it's still one of those games where I think that they are now choosing red side on BDSA. They're going to have a much more comfortable time on this side, because as much as Vitality B love getting these counter pick for their solo laners or priority picks for the jungle, it's the same story for BDS.
Oh, 100%. Like, if you can get Genax a more favorable matchup in the top lane, I don't think Naka was the deciding factor on the Vayne in this game, but it also gives you another outlet for Vitality, right? If Chayak doesn't get far enough ahead, well, then Yoppa can just buff up Naka as the fight goes on. You have all of these different tools in your toolkit, but when you lose R5, when you lose that final pick, that counter pick, it becomes a lot more tricky for Vitality B to actually find that flexibility in the draft.
But it's also something that, of course, when you're looking at Vitality B, they would have expected at some point to come out for them to be going onto that blue side. So I'm looking forward towards what they're going to be changing in their draft. Coming into the second game, we were on the desk, we were saying, actually, you know what? You can stick with that game one draft. You can go do it for a second game. You can see what went wrong. You don't need to make adaptations, but they've done it. So they can just flip it back around again, and we can see game one.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see Dagler still on some of these AP junglers. As good as he has been on some of the Maokais and Sejuanis, I want to see him in a position where they win skirmish through some of the burst damage that come through from this pick. You're also just opening up the mid lane with these ADs for Chayak, who he's clearly been quite comfortable on.
Yeah, very much agree.
I'm looking forward to game 3 as well, because this is only getting bloodier and bloodier. So we're ready to head over to our casters. We have Broxa, Aragon, and Hysterics.
Woo! Whoa!
Yay.
Much better. Okay, now we're talking, and that should be the environment, the feel coming into a third game where Vitality switched on, recovered from the first game. They talked a lot about draft. Again, we said coming into today, it would be a massive draft discussion because it inherits a merit that Vitality B is all about.
Now, red side for BDSA is going to make blinding Genax a little bit tricky. You know what? I love that they leaned into the quirky 80 carry picks. I hope they just send it. You know what? Pick a Neela. Blind it. Go on, Yoppa.
Do you want to blind Neela?
He did it last time, you know, in semis. I'm completely down with it.
What does Broxa think about that one?
He's a bit skeptical for now, but again, you know, we saw them bring out some great adaptations in the last draft, so I'm very curious to see what they have in store for us this time around.
Instantly. So the strategy so far for BDSA has been we attack Dagless, we attack the Vi, you know, strategies they've leaned on Vi,
Speaking of Neela, by the way.
They knew it was going to happen.
They heard you.
They did hear me. Guys, the commentator, he just said they should blind pick Neela. Let's ban it.
What's next?
Yeah, so I think, you know, the standard picks, I think Rumble's going to be taken away from Vitality B unless they want to pick it, but Nako, he doesn't strike me as a wrong player, although he has picked it before, but there it goes.
Curious to see what BDSA are going to do here. In the previous 2 drafts, we saw them banning Vi and Varus, 2 champions that are no longer as scary because they don't have to, you know, be threatened by the counter pick from Vitality.
Yeah, so I do think in series meta sort of develop, and the one that I'm seeing right now is the Rel and Alistair dynamic. I do think, you know, you could in a standard best of 1 see a Rel B1, right? But it's been not doing so hot into the Alistair recently, so I do think there's potential that we don't see that, and in the end, Paris does get it. But that is my go-to B1 right now.
Rel definitely was a prior pick in the first game. However, second game, we saw the Analyst coming in really clutch.
You know, another one as well, we've had Vi banned 2 games in a row. Douglas is most played, and one of his favorites so far at EMEA Masters has been that. As they ban the Seraphine, that's another option outside of the realm.
So what BDSA were doing is they were targeting all the strategies that Vitality B showed in previous stages in champions like the Vi and Kai'Sa paired together. Not going to go for it, though. Actually opted the Ezreal for Yoppa or Shayek as a flex.
And now we'll have to see what BDSA are going to do about this Ezreal. Are they going to look for a jungle pick, something like the Brand was blinded here on 1-2 by Vitality B the last time around. Syra, I believe, was even banned pretty early in draft, so this could be a great adaptation from them. We saw the power of the AP junglers come in. Of course, Talia didn't live up to expectations, but Skewmont has been a fantastic Zyra so far this tournament, so I'm very excited.
Well said.
You can log in Rel if you want to here, great pairing with the Zyra. You could also match AD carry kind of flex with something like a Zeri if you want to, or pick up the Tristana again. I think these are your two main go-to options. Skewmont, Nunu hover again.
Yeah, not going to put much into it until we see that same priority on the Yone. Rika's Yone in game 1 was unbearable for Vitality B. So that is, again, another comfort pick here for the mid laner of BDSA.
This is something players like to do, right? They win on something, then they lose on something else, and they go back to what they won on. Can you attest to that?
The question is whether we're going to see the Rel being prioritized once again, because it looked fantastic in game 1, not so great in game 2, and like you said, sometimes that can lead to people losing faith in the pick. Brand. Speaking of a pick that was performing game 2, wow.
There's that Rel
Happy
too.
to see that being back.
Those are comfort picks coming through for Vitality B, and again, Ezreal goes back into the power of Vitality B too. It's still a flex. We don't know what lane it's going to go here, as well as getting some really solid picks for Stend and for Douglas that they performed on all tournament long. On the other side, BDSA, we talk about them needing engage setup as well for the follow through. The Leona makes a debut in the series.
Not going to go with the Alistair standard pick into the Rel, but instead picking up more engage and lockdown with the Leona. Now these 4-5 bans are going to be very telling as to what Vitality B want to blind. What do you ban? Maybe the TF for the Cassante blind, maybe the Renekton so you can ban Cassante as well. Pick Cassante as well, rather. It's really on GenX. I do wonder. He's got so many quirky picks. Mordekaiser into Cassante we saw. We saw Nasus into Kennen blind. GenX has an answer for everything.
And that's what it's all about, just making sure that Nako doesn't get away with, you know, a stable top lane blind pick. Smolder, I think, is a smart ban. It's going to be pretty hard to reach the backline from Vitality B with Rel frontlining, with Brand poking everybody, and with Rylai on top and everything.
Yeah, I will say, just something to call out, they did flex Yone at one point in this tournament. GenX did play it into a Cassante, so if we do see a Cassante blind for Nako, they could put GenX on this Yone up top side as well. Necton banning out that counter to Yone in the mid lane and top. That Smolder ban, it's curious. It does set up something like a Cassante blind.
Yep. With the Renekton ban as well, I guess, enforcing that, reinforcing that, I should say.
Well, it is worth noting, we touched on it earlier, Joppa also has a pretty crazy champion pool, so it's not bad to blind pick top here and ensure that, you know, something wonky is on the way. Countless AD carries have already been removed from the pool. What's it going to be?
Yeah, usually I was about to say there's a Neela setup, but they B1 banned Neela, so immediately at that point is mute. I do think they should blind pick AD carry here, probably. Something like a flex that they can bring between mid and bot lane. Kai'Sa can be flexed between mid and bot, so I like that pick.
Also a good takeaway, especially since Vitality B have loved this Kai'Sa flex too. So it is one thing away from Yoppa or Chayek. On the other side, what do we get? Again, we talked about the Cassante as a blind here as an option.
Usually into Kai'Sa's down in bot side at the very least. You want to take stuff that really stomps her in lane, right? Kalista, Draven, what have you. Anything that can stomp the lane. You could send Ezreal down bot side or flex in mid, but they're not going to do that. It's the Yoppa Ziggs.
Yoppa Ziggs, okay. Back again on something that's just going to try and scale up.
What's the blind pick now for Nako? That is the question. What are we going to see? Cassante is still up and available, but you know that the Mordekaiser or something like this is going to come out for GenX if you do pick it. Kennen blind is viable, but again, the Nasus can come out in response.
You think he would blind his Varus here?
His Varus? I think it's possible.
Yeah, it's the first time it hasn't been banned. It's a valid point,
there it
Boxer,
is.
but yep, GenX plays this much like many LPL top laners.
I think it's just so difficult. I think how do you blind versus both of these top laners? They have so many different counter picks.
Yeah.
I do think it's a little bit rough because of double AP, so they're going to swap over to the Gnar. A little bit less.
More setup?
It's a rough matchup. It's also in the 1v1, especially you get very outscaled as Cassante.
Okay.
I think ultimately BDSA recognized that the teamfights didn't go their way last time around, and now they have a very, very strong comp with great engage, great disengage, and just so many tools to pressure throughout the early game, but especially in teamfights. They, however, will still need to get a little creative to reach the likes of Ezreal, Brand, and Six. So let's see how well Vitality B can cover them when the time comes.
I gotta say, I like Vitality B draft a lot. I see a lot of dive from BDSA, but then you're diving onto a Brand, you know, and a lot of disengage from the Ezreal, so it's gonna be quite difficult to cover that gap. You do have a bit of range to play with. You have the Zyra poke, you have the potential Kai'Sa Ws as well. But overall, I think Vitality B's draft, Zig's pretty broken right now. I'd take that.
Yeah, he's in a good spot. And, you know, when you see Yoppa is this supportive player who's flexible, who can play carries, but also in his last game on the Seraphine, played such a vital role to the success of Vitality, a frustrating role to BDSA. And it's thrown a spanner into the works. And that's what we knew Vitality coming into the finals would do. They would be able to play around their draft flexibility, and they've once again pulled out something different for game number 3. But let's not forget, BDSA were hyped up for a big reason, not just being the LFL first seed, but the way they came through EMEA Masters so far. Their game 1 was smashing. Their game 2, they got smashed. Can they return to the quality performance? Can they get through this early game and set themselves up for some of these skirmishes? I think Dagner was talking about Vitality B. They need to elongate and maybe back away from. There's been so many words thrown around, but into a game 3 where the standings are equal, we have to see who wants it more, who can get closer to that trophy.
And
let's begin.
And I do think, with the way this series is going, it's going to be a fast 5 games if it goes to 5 games, because every game is just so bloody. I think it was a 22-minute Soul last game. It feels like it's permanent fighting, and because the other games are just ending. So, see how this one goes. In terms of the early game, who do you prefer, Broxer?
Well, I think both teams have a lot of tools, a lot of ways to pressure the opposition here. We're going to have push and top from the Na on BDSA's side. Jungle matchup is pretty even. Zyra does have a slightly faster early jungle player, something she could take advantage of. Israel pushes into Yone. Bot lane, slightly contested, but ultimately, against the 6, you can't really pressure him. He's so good at just sitting there, soaking up the pressure, dealing with whoever comes his way, and just surviving 1v2 if he has to.
So is that a thank you, Mr. Broxer, for Vitality? Liking their options a little bit? You talk about the clear being faster, yes, for BDSA, but on the other side, Vitality B, being able to neutralize and mitigate a lot of the options in the early game from BDSA is my takeaway there.
Well, I think ultimately both teams have a lot of tools, and from a drafting point of view, really, this series has been fairly close. It's all come down to the brawling, the fighting, the synergy between everybody and their ability to, you know, just play as a team.
True.
And now, similarly to last game, we're seeing the jungler on Cassandra's side start bot side, path towards top, ensuring that he's not going to be in danger or potentially get stove.
Yeah, I'm looking at bot side as well. Zyra's quick clear means that she can path down to bot side, and if the trades are good enough for BDSA's bot lane, if they chunk Vitality B enough, there could be potential dives, because you can dive and redive on Zyra that quick at clearing, especially since they don't have barrier. But Vitality B being very respectful, not falling into these trades, not getting too chunked out, and that dive is probably not going to manifest.
I mean, I love that again. They've often played, you know, in these early games where they don't have winning lanes, they don't have winning 2v2s. That's what we talk about with the flexibility. Kadui in Paris got more options as Rika. These trades aren't going as well as you'd think. Mystic Shot dodged away from, but Rika getting outranged here in the lane early. But Chayak is in good sorts.
Ezreal passive so strong again, the prio in the mid lane here. Rika feeling the brunt of it.
Yeah.
Nice trades coming back in, using that potion and Orange Shield to sustain back up. Chayak still has a cookie though, so he's going to maintain control for a while. But you see Paris is already moving up.
And look at this fast jungle clear from Zyra. Douglas hasn't even started his blue buff yet, and we see the Leona, the Zyra group mirror, looking for this play in the mid lane. He had vision on them just briefly. And with that, he's going to be able to play back and survive.
Annoying. Ezreal can do exactly that, right? He doesn't have to worry about getting caught out, has escape tools, but the range is always going to be something we think about.
So much safety in the mid lane for both of these, even though the trades are fairly volatile.
Good dodge.
Loads of sustain for Rika. Incredibly slippery as well with the CC buffers as well as the Q3. And then on the other side, you obviously have Ezreal E. So likely ganks are going to be targeted towards mid, but not going to be successful. I think, in general, though, my eyes are definitely on Grub Timer. Ooh, but look at this wave bounce back from Yoppa. They've got Vitality B have got to find a way to crash this. They could be facing a potential freeze.
Well, the problem here is Skewmont knows he has to recall now. You don't want to end up in a fight with Douglas coming out of base, already having the faded ashes.
Matches, Zenith Blade catches as well. The full-on engagement, the disengage from Sten buys time. Shattering Strike isn't enough though. First blood to Kadui on this Kai'Sa. Just what the doctor ordered.
And this is what I was saying. Yoppa, he was facing a potential freeze with the wave pushing out. He needed to crash the wave, so he needed Douglas. BDSA punish. But there comes the Yoppa's TP. He's respawned again.
Oh, Douglas close to getting the sear. Would have stunned Kadui, maybe set up for the passive, but his counter gained there. And even though Yoppa's able to TP in, first blood going to this Kai'Sa means we're going to start talking about this bot lane more and more.
And the sad part for Vitality is that they didn't really have the right idea. Douglas space to really sprinted towards the bot lane, but the engage from Powers was so clean, so on point. Skumont flashing in to follow as well, and there was just no counterplay for Yoppa once he first got caught.
Yeah, and the flash E coming in was pivotal for Paris. Now, no flash for Yoppa, expended there to try and get away unsuccessfully. And I'm a bit concerned because now, once again, the wave is pushing out. This could be a rinse and repeat if Zyra clears down to bot side, or they could pivot and go for these grubs, leaving Ziggs on the weak side. But once again, he is facing that bounce back without a flash.
And while Zyra currently is very far away from the bot lane, we already saw it once her clear speed is absolutely incredible. And Skumont presumably going to do his full clear. Douglas, same thing. And once the clear's done, Scuttle going to be available on the bot side. And if you're BDSA, I would be surprised if you're not doing everything in your power to hold that free spot. You already mentioned it there, Ron. It's going to be so scary for Six to push this out. He already died once. No flash available this time around. Jungle on the other side of the map. Massive danger zone bot lane.
You get that bot behind even further. And while you guys talking about the wave state, I mean, no TP, no flash available. And set up for the dive with level 6 from Rika mid as well, if he can move down as he starts pushing out this wave faster and faster. I like the way you think. You're thinking about BDSA's early gamers have already launched into a 700, 800 gold lead here at the 6-minute mark. We now have to see how they transition up to grubs, as Douglas has started it off, but Stend also moving up. Well, I don't even need to talk about it, because Skumont looks like the Dragon priority is their choice this game.
Yoppa going to be able to catch down from the bot wave, and full bot side control for BDSA means they're going to secure the Dragon. On the other side, though, you do have the grub trade, really standard in today's League of Legends, despite having all that top prio with that Gnar into the Kazante.
I'm still thinking about the freeze. It's living rent-free in my head.
Why
Such
did they
a
let it
missed
break?
opportunity. You could have gotten the trade Drake for grubs while freezing the wave, either forcing Six to stay, or having him lose a full wave. Now, missed opportunity, it is what it is.
Classic,
so we trade
classic
objectives.
jungler.
And now,
Classic
Zyra is going to be on the other side of the map for a while and might not be able to make a play before Yoppa has his flash up again.
Yeah, you can see Douglas already coming down bot side as well to help with the crash, just in case Skumont is there. They are going to spawn out pings onto Skumont, so they are tracking him. Douglas may be fishing for something in the bot side.
Well, he can't stay here for too long. He already has Crocs and Red Buff up, Raptor spawning in just a moment. Question is, are they willing to dive? Certainly looks like it.
Hang on. Did I have 2 meals? No, I'm going to eat well, though, if we watch Kadui for the dive further. The flash has come out. He's still got barrier. There's good poke under the turret. They're still trying to zone off. I am getting hungry, though, because it looks like for Vitality B, they're trying to bring a bit more pace and neutralize this bottom lane. Did you guys eat?
I didn't eat, actually. I couldn't eat before this. I was too excited. But smart flash coming in from Kadui. Very scared of the Q flash from Rel because there's no reaction time available. If they fully sent it, he would have had the flash in the first place. Dive averted once again, and it definitely does feel like a game where bot lane wave management is key.
This was a pretty big mistake from the side of Vitality B. Skumont knows that Douglas hasn't been able to clear his bot side yet. He knows he is prior both mid and top lane. So with that knowledge, instantly moves into the enemy top side. Now, it is worth noting, Vitality B are aware of this. Stent recalled immediately, is moving top side out of base. Douglas joining soon. So while Skumont has taken away one camp already, he's in a pretty dangerous area.
Swading damage onto Douglas is good. Baited Ash is going to help out, and he takes a bit of a chunk, but Skumont now moves away. Rika gets the push in towards mid as he looks for his first plate. It's building up, gentlemen. We're just waiting for this little skirmish to kick off because Vitality B look eager to fight with Stend, consistently moving. At least win today. They are affected by some kind of reverse sweep. I'm not sure which one it was, but maybe a bit of PTSD in the audience. At least you can't get reverse swept today. You started with game 1. We've come into a game 3 where things are pretty even. I feel sorry for the fans.
I think Shayak is in a bit of a pickle here. He can't get a reset off because he doesn't have teleport.
Yeah.
So he's having to draw in resources to be able to even lane until he gets that teleport back or he can find a recall, but he's stuck here. And that's going to be a black hole in terms of pressure because he's going to continuously lose priority to Rika, and that can then bleed into side lanes.
Douglas basing, moving out towards the bot side. Skumont finished most of his jungle clear. Grom still available. Question is, what the next play is going to be. We see Void Grubs up in 1 minute. I think BDSA are quickly going to realize this is going to be their last opportunity to base, spend their gold if they are to use their pressures to secure those grubs for themselves.
Yeah. And Ezreal in a bit of power trough right now. A bunch of different stats for the Jack of all trades, Adaptive Force, but he is relatively weak in terms of components.
Yep.
So this skirmish around Void Grubs might be a little bit challenging. I could see Vitality B trying to opt for a cross map and play for the opposite side.
Root down. Yeah, he gets caught out as well. Rika's fully on in. The Ziggs bomb catches him out, but look, there's not enough damage. Sten gets out on the back end and Shayak fully commits. The shield down as he crashes down, and Sten survives. 23 seconds till those grubs come up, and Skumond has no ulti. Rika has no ulti. How does this affect the setup here as we get towards those purple things?
Shayak is already quite weak, right, because he's so out of mana that the ultimate difference might not matter too much. Rika's TP is off cooldown at a very similar time, so we could just see a recall for a recall, a TP for a TP, but it does look like Skumond, he wants to contest, he's looking for another gank.
Or Shayak low on mana as well. There's a flash available, but Shayak, if he has to burn it away, it gives you more opportunity. Skumond moves into position, holds the line, as that might give things away. Kadui. Voidseeker doesn't get anything. Skumond now moves up and says it's time to equalize these grubs that were pulled out by Vitality B earlier on.
Sajak has been under an incredible amount of pressure in this game. The amount of times they've looked for him cannot even be counted on one hand at this point, but he keeps holding his line and is only down a couple of CS despite it all. Great job on the Ezreal. Rika basing. We're going to be seeing the Ezreal base in not too long as well. Actually holding it a little bit longer here. And 30 seconds now on the Drake. Skumond still in the Void Grubs. Is going to have to shift down soon if they are to contest this one as well.
That cancel onto Rika is a little bit annoying. He couldn't recall because then he would have to TP, but his TP was unavailable. So now he's going to have to recall. He might be a little bit late onto any kind of skirmish. Shayak, I imagine, is going to do the same.
Good route though. It's a pincer movement onto Genex. He tries to go, he fakes it back onto Skumond. Blast Cone is there. The smite slows him down, but the all out gets him out of harm's way. But the wild growth is back up and available. And against the wall, Genex says enough is enough and picks up his kill.
Skumond spaced that so well. He stayed permanently just out of range of Cassante ultimate grab, and that forced Genex to, Nak rather, to flash forward and ult him, but then his all his mobility gone, he just gets run down after that.
Now, the question is how Vitality B are going to punish, knowing Syra stayed on top side for so long. Instant response is going to be to take away the scrum camp, keep pushing bot. The tower bot is going to get very low soon, and Six is very close to being able to take this away with his W. Skumond immediately walking bot side out of base, still wanting to see if they can contest this streak.
He just used W on the minions, by the way, so it's a little bit delayed until now as Yoppa gets first turret blood. The power of Ziggs shown out as gold is now even because of that trade.
And you can see what BDSA were fishing for. They thought to themselves, maybe we can find an engage here and play with Kai'Sa ultimate to dash forward and die. Paris definitely wanted to look for it. But in terms of the tower trade, 3 grubs to 3 grubs, but on one side you have Ziggs, the tower damage is always going to be greater.
Yeah.
Well, let's see right here. Vitality B would really like to base soon. They have a lot of gold in their pockets right now after making that play bot, but they know that if they do recall, BDSA are going to get Drake for free.
Wild growth is not there and available. Skumond has the flash though. This could be an all-in. There's no steal. A Cloud Dragon. Vitality B equalize, and you could see BDSA were trying to engineer the perfect engage.
Yeah, you could see Kadui really trying. He landed the Void Seeker. He wanted to go in.
On a ward.
Shayak, maybe fishing.
They know they're all there on a ward. I mean, BDSA have walked past this, so Vitality B don't need to overcommit. They sacrifice a little bit in terms of their Raptors and let them walk out. As this is also a base on a ward, but Vitality B get that timing we talked about. Broxah, I like that you mentioned. They had a lot of gold to spend. Some first items coming out of the hat here with Douglas, Naknako, Yoppa with their first item indeed.
I think Vitality B has already grown massively throughout the series. The performance in Game 2 and Game 3 as well compared to Game 1, it's not even comparable. And they're now playing really cautiously, really smart, making sure they don't give too much over to BDSA and keeping them in this position where they're only 500 gold up. Makes the game very, very close. Rift Herald is spawning in 20 seconds. Usually, this is where we see the magic happen around these objectives. Ezreal basing in bot lane, doesn't have TP, has to shift up. But Skumond is basing really, really late, and it may look like BDSA could give this up.
Yeah, I don't think BDSA can contest this, right? You just had Gnar turn into mini Gnar, so there's no contest there in terms of the combat power. There's loads of wards down in bot though, right? Down in the enemy jungle, down here,
That's a potential TP into a bot dive that you can maybe play for, although it might be a little bit too late now. It does look like BDSA are going to contest regardless, but walking through that choke is going to be difficult.
And we saw BDSA buying a bit of time for their jungler to make it back here. They don't dare to walk in though. They know that there's a lot of hard engage coming from VITB. They have to be super cautious. They need to wait for Genax to use his top prior to shift down, stack up the Mega Gnar, and then force a fight.
And better smite available as well. Upgraded smite here for Skumon because of that fast clear you talked about in the early game. 4 left for Douglas, so bit of an advantage here if it turns into a smite fight as Vitality have taken some health bar trades. NuckNucker avoiding Genax as he runs out of Mega Gnar. They turn onto Paris and they think this is the better angle. Mega Inferno Bomb, True Shot Barrage. It flies across the rift as Genax opens up the turret. A smart map move from BDSA while they're waiting for the play.
2 ultimates used now in this contest for the Rift Herald. BDSA and Vitality BB, they might like a lot of damage.
Well, right now, BDSA are ripping apart VITB in the macro game. They were able to get top turret. Now Rika is pushing bot with teleport available, getting bot turret in just a moment as well. Herald is being started. We're seeing desperation coming out of VITB. And now, we're about to have a big fight.
And we're about to go Mega Gnar as well. Genax on the back end is a steal, but for how long? Genax wipes the floor with Yuppa. They can't deal with him. As BDSA on the rest of the fight not only stole the Herald, not only broke apart the side lanes, but broke apart Vitality's mental in this third game.
An attack from every angle. You can see Genax playing with the side of the fight so that when there was a commit forward, he was just whittling them down. And in the end, Kadui off of the other side, finding the engage, and the dive win condition comes through.
I think this is beautiful out of BDSA. They were simply one step ahead the entire time. And that 500 gold lead now turned into 4,000 all of a sudden with another Drake spawning in 1 minute and 40 seconds. And I'm curious to see if they can set up that objective just as nicely.
I mean, those items are going to start showing advantages. That gold starting to show adversity against Vitality B. As you said, it's now just bloomed into this beautiful gold lead that let's hit again as Kadui might be caught out. Vitality B not out and about, instead in and want to continue as Kadui flashes over the wall. NuckNucker teleported in, but a blast code interrupted. NuckNucker again says no, no, no.
What an insane cancel on to the blast code, and shout out to Stend as well. Not standing next to the wall, so Kadui couldn't ult over the other wall on the escape. Great bit of micro from both players.
Well, right now, we're seeing NuckNucker having no TP available. BDSA gonna start setting up this dragon. And if Vitality B are to respond, they're going to have to react quickly or they're going to end up in the same position again where Genax pushes out top, creates the prio, and they're forced to start the objective again, turning into a bad fight. It looks like Vitality B have accepted that because the TP is down, they have to shift towards top and they're actually looking for Genax.
Yeah, they're looking for it. They're going to wait for this Mega Gnar timer to go out. They have a bunch of vision, and no vision here for Genax, rather. Maybe some trades from NuckNucker to bait him in.
But this is the experience advantage. This is what Genax brings to the table. This guy that people again are saying he shouldn't be here, he should be in the LEC. Holds firm, knows Mega Gnar's running out, and he knows he's getting ganked here. He's playing so cautiously.
Look at that ward there, potentially spawning out. He's mini.
All in, tries to outplay it. He is level 13, remember, and he's got 2 items. The damage on the NuckNucker is going to be insane as we talk about the old advantage. The all-in is there, but Genax about to go Mega Gnar. I think this goes horribly wrong. He goes ulti, he only gets the wave. Yoppa gets nothing here as Vitality B commit 4 members to the top side and find nothing.
Douglas's spells were so close to clipping Genax. He gets pulled out by the Magnet Storm so that the Pillar of Flame and the Q from Brand don't quite connect. He gets to live long enough, and he turns Mega Gnar. Another play averted by BDSA.
And with that, still 4,000 gold up. Drake secured for free. Genax moving out towards bot side. And now the next step for BDSA is going to be to push outside Steep with the advantage. Shift towards mid and eventually crash, you know, a wave while they're rotating, securing that mid tier 1 for themselves.
Is he in trouble? Arcane Shift available, Wild Growth zones, but Chayak in front of it. Genax is here as well. A pick to boot would be huge. He tries the 1v2, flashes. Skumon! Blown to pieces by Yoppa. But it's BDSA who fight fire with even more burning hot glory. Understand, the autos come through. Genax ultis in. It's a free kill. Vitality B getting torn apart. And all of a sudden, BDSA feel the momentum again and get a favorable trade.
It's a bloodbath down in the bot side. They managed to find a pick on Shai
Shayak overextending. Nako.
He might be next. He's got Flash of Elwood, gets a knockback, but he turns it on its head. Unsolvable for the time being. Rika only gets out with a turret shot, and Nako does as well. On this Cassante, he's holding firm.
Once again, we're seeing the power of the counter picks. Nako is so far behind, he can't make these plays, but on the other side, Genax finding the plays, picking onto Shayak. Another winning play from BDSA.
We're now seeing the big item spikes coming in for BDSA in top and in jungle. Almost 2,000 gold up ahead in both roles.
Nice.
They're going to be in a very, very comfortable position to keep this snowball rolling.
But I love again that Vitality are still trying to commit to these plays, right? It's not like game one, Broxer, where we're like, oh, they're getting baited into plays and they have to respond. This time they're trying to be proactive, but you're right, BDSA in great positions. And when we think about this series, when we think about these 10 players who are all vying to be seen in the region, seen in EMEA, they are trying to perform out of their right mind on the big stage here in Munich.
And right now, we're going to need to see Vitality be setting up good defensive vision and shutting down BDSA's attempts to push the game forward. We see Six already setting up in the mid lane with this fantastic wave clear. We see them setting up great vision around the bot side.
Skewmon, the poke is there as well, and he gets knocked sky high. Douglas is just dead. Skewmon, though, on the return is hit by Yoppa. A TP to commit from Nako, but it is also a bit of a shutdown here for Yoppa on the Ziggs. Vitality B, when they're this far behind, trading ain't too bad to speak of.
It isn't too bad at all. Douglas desperately wants to farm his topside camps, but Yoppa's there with the counterplay. The pick onto Skewmon, 1-for-1 down in the bot side now. Gonna go into a bit of a lull state. Baron not available for either team because of the lack of smites, but there is a lot of Baron damage on that side of the team, on BDSA.
We're seeing it again. You mentioned just before Historics, Vitality B are ready to strike, ready to punish the slightest over-aggression, and these are the moments they need to continue looking for. Question is, how does BDSA crack this mid tower? We're going to need to see a lot of practiceness from their side lanes here. Like I said earlier, you have to push inside deep and move towards mid now. With Cassandra no longer having TP available, a lot of the pressure is going to come from Genax, who has the TP advantage. BDSA could also look to hit the Baron at some point. We see 2 items with Kaiser, 2 items Syra. You have a lot of damage onto that objective.
Constant side pressure as well for the Gnar here. It might translate into a potential TP flank. I see a red ward which is now being cleared out.
Oh my god. But how annoying is this? All in. Meanwhile, Rika tries to find an angle. Vitality B still in the defense, and while we are talking about BDSA using that advantage, the sieging is so annoying against the Ziggs. The wave clear is even more annoying against the 2-item Ziggs, and Yoppa knows his role. All committed, half HP on mid turreters. Hang on a minute. Cassante versus Azira, and Plants won't win today, but at least zones out. Paris, meanwhile, another pick set up. Vitality B not slowing down. Trishra Barrage, but Leona is so tanky. Flashes for Yoppa. Solar Flare there as well. He takes a while to die, but Vitality B get the kill. Now for the Wild Growth. The Chopper hit on the back end. Genax zoned away. He still gets his ulti as Rika from the side. Flashed away by Douglas, but gets the back end angle. BDSA unrelenting in their own right. Vitality B zoned them away, but the Ziggs that's been a thorn in the side is down. What did it cost?
Well, great force here from Vitality B. Genax really did not want to invest his teleport there. That was not only a losing fight, but this was his opportunity to pressure up bot lane, hit the tower, and create a number advantage for his team, but everything just happened a bit too quickly with Powerus. Once again, we saw it in last game, time and time again, being a little over-eager, getting caught, and that's a habit that they have to get rid of real quickly, or Vitality B is going to continue to strike back.
It's just constant 1-for-1s. The game is just on such a knife's edge, because the second that someone falls, one too many, that's an instant Baron start, and now we've got a Dragon contest.
And I mean, we've got a 4K gold lead, but it has been slimmed out, it has been stalled, it has been halted, and plays like this again, as we talk about Paris getting caught out. Brox has said it, and I hear it, but Sten might divert. Brox is baited, and so is Vitality B as Nako tries to get on out, but this front line gets burnt down to a Sunder 2. Skewmon jumped on. Triac feeling it. The burn enough, no. Red buff, the healing comes in clutch.
Just living on a sliver of HP. The Omnivamp from the jungle item now might be crucial in them getting this dragon that's up and available as well.
Can they get mid? On top of that, I mean, Vitality B don't look like they have the damage. Genax is about to go mega.
Wow, for a moment I thought Powerhouse was getting caught again, but this time they were simply one step ahead. So many members were ready to follow, and we're going to see BDSA really exploding their lead here, getting third Drake being one step closer to Soul. Riga is pushing bot lane, but Vitality B trying to establish some control here. They will get... We're hitting Baron? Question mark?
Once again, BDSA, you know, they scout the enemy potential cross-map play. Genax plays as a human ward, and he spots, you know, maybe there's some weird kind of Baron start going on as a solo for Douglas. I wonder if there's an accident, though, as he's trying to sweep our vision.
It's just painful, isn't it? I mean, BDSA, we're back to square one, 2.5K gold lead in the top lane that we've constantly been talking about. And note that Genax for the past 5 minutes hasn't actually backed. He's sitting on a lot of gold you'd expect, and that recurve bow was there about 5-6 minutes ago as well. I'll be curious to see when he gets towards third, as that's the back. Giant's belt comes through. So we're sitting on a little bit, maybe less than I expected. But regardless, the item diversity here is showing its individual lead.
Now, this top lane jungle control is going to be incredibly important because you want to make it really difficult for Vitality B to face check into the jungle so you can start up a Nash at a random time. Rush it down incredibly quickly, but it looks like they're taking control again of the river.
Well, right now, we have TP advantage on the Cassandra, so it's a great time for Vitality B to start forcing as Genax has to move all the way up. He's going to show bot lane here. They see him, and they're going to try to brute force.
Well, again, we saw some of these plays in the last game as well as they try and brute force. It's onto Paris once more, but under turret, that's their true goal. Solar Flare dodged away from, but the front lane engage is the target from BDSA. Vitality B walk on away as the poke from Kadui lands, but mid turret held onto, and both teams are so adamant in keeping mid alive for as long as possible.
We're just seeing the same thing over and over again. Side lane pressure into mid, trying to hit the tower, at most to get a demolish proc and a little bit of chip damage, but it never really amounts to anything. Poke for poke comes out, but once again, I think if I'm by BDSA, I'm more so looking at this bot lane tier 2 tower, especially with how strong Genax is in side lane.
The value of this 6 pick is absolutely immense here as well. 26 minutes in. Vitality B struggling for most of it, but he's managed to single-handedly keep this mid tower alive for so long, which makes it much more difficult for BDSA to get the deep vision, get the control, and continue to push forward to get these tier 2.
Killer instinct flash, Kadui feeling it too hard, he's bombed down, punishing. That shutdown, Kadui, maybe too high.
His barrier was up in 5 seconds. It was so close, but the dive under Douglas smells it coming, and he full combos Kadui. Stomps him into the pavement.
Respect or what, Broxton?
I think that's what we call nerves right there. That was a very aggressive play. Could even have been a misclick, but ultimately doesn't matter too much because luckily for him, his team is so far ahead, they can easily buy time for him to come back. And while the Kaiser is still gray screened, they're starting to set up vision on the top side, wanting to push in really aggressively top mid, wanting to secure deep vision for themselves.
Good dodge away from the Zenith play, but Rika here is going to do a lot of work in a lot of short time. The 3-item Yone, Sten gets out of there, remembering he has Warmogs as he tries to face check as BDSA. Clear vision around for this Baron threaten.
So much tension around this top side. It's been going on for the past 15 minutes, 10 minutes rather. This Baron start is so potent, and both supports refuse to be picked off, which is what you normally see when they're contesting these vision boards.
Nucko poked out, Genax no Mega Gnar, trying to use range, Isyop up. For their first EMEA Masters title would lead them to match point. It would lead them to an affirmative action as BDSA start the Baron.
Douglas has been spotted down in bot side. They're rushing it down. BDSA, Vitality B, they can't contest.
They're poked down.
Too far away.
Their health bars are down. This is a massive mistake, and BDSA pounce the first seed of the LFL in full control of Sten. Starts to engage. Genax poked out himself, and they need a bit more range. Barrage helps out, but he's burnt. Regardless, Douglas sits there. His poke is a response from Kadui. It's a 1-kill trade for Baron and mid turret, but Baron's now off the map, and BDSA with quick thinking.
You simply cannot send your jungler down to do red buff at this point in the game. Huge mistake from Douglas here, and it led to the side of BDSA instantly punishing his overstep, instantly taking the Baron for themselves. And now they will finally have the power, finally will be able to secure the mid tower that they've been trying to secure for almost 30 minutes.
Well, congrats to that guy. If BDSA pick up Baron, able to get their side lanes in order, he will not be sleeping on the couch tonight.
I will say, there is one thing good about this, and that's one of the side laners has lost Baron. Not having Baron's going to be really detrimental to the side lane play, but what they've done is instead they stick Rika up top side, and that pressure up top could translate into a TP flank as well on this Dragon.
I'm getting hypey because as we see TP come through from Genax, Stend has shown he's been willing to take these engages and set up Vitality B, but Skumon sits good for now. He's got a Banshee's Veil too. As Soul's there, gentlemen, a defining fight in this game. Teleports kicks us off.
Yeah, there's a TP ward behind the pit as well. If they want to go for that Rika, he could pull off the miracle flank.
Here comes the Yone slowly but surely looking for the flank, but Vitality has made sure to call that flank.
Barrett's engaged. Rika goes melee as well. Try to get to the back end. Rika's jumped on though, and no kill. Genax ulti does nothing. Vitality be healthy as we get an explosion from the mid laner in the back end. Genax tries as he will as Stend is hit. Kadui doesn't have the fly in. The flash in. Vitality B a sting in, but Kadui cleans it out. Yopa zones him through. This dragon is not solved as Douglas is now down. No smite, and BDSA have them right where they want them. Kadui on the back end, he dies too, but a smite secures soul, and margins so close on the margins, but BDSA are alive again.
An insane back and forth with a counterplay after every single play. It looked like such a great angle for the Yone to find a 4-man ultimate, but he doesn't connect it. All he finds onto one person. And in the end, it doesn't even look that great. But then what you have is an overextension from Naknako. It looks like he can find the play with the ultimate, but it doesn't quite connect, and he gets bursted down.
Such a good position here for Vitality, but Skumon doesn't die, Naknako ends up gray screen.
Yeah.
And here we see the snipe from Kadui onto Darkglass that seals the deal. So many low health bars, so close to a massive comeback play, but instead it's a dire, dire situation for the Bees at this point in time.
And I mean, that just showcases Vitality be trying to play up to the margins, but BDSA, they've got them downloaded, at least in this point. Look at the team fight damage, and you're not surprised that Kadui is hitting range. That Skumon's earlier lead is also doing a lot for this team in game number 3. BDSA now with Hextech Soul will go to a pause, but a 7K gold lead, it does feel like this is their game now to lose.
The level of micro from both of these teams, especially BDSA in that last fight, playing with Skumon isolated. I thought Skumon was dead there on that Zyra.
Good, isn't
Very
it?
low HP, completely out of range of his team, but managing to find the plays, managing to use his bait to find the play.
I feel like it's stage buff. The stage buff that's come through and the level that, I think, Broxy, you said at the start of this game, Vitality B have adapted to the series. They've shown a lot of improvement. BDSA always kind of there as well. Like the macro play we saw in this game, playing towards side lanes and then getting the Baron, of course, was just smart map moving, having that information. BDSA punished massively. And look, the crowd's out. It's been glorious for these players. Not only getting stage time, but getting the respect they deserve. Your claps are heard. We're going to resume the game. That's normally how it works. Respectable play is right. And BDSA, that's exactly what that last Dragon play was.
And I really love this Banshee's pickup for Skumon. It's going to make that win condition of picking him off and throwing that Ziggs ultimate over his head even more difficult to achieve because he just cannot be CC'd for that one moment. Now the siege is going to come through. Vitality going to contest this the tier 2s. I imagine just going to let them fall and protect those tier 3s.
There's still 2 minutes left for Baron. We're going to see BDSA soon looking for a final recall before it's time to shine and seal the deal by securing that final objective for themselves. Dona and Kaiser already heading back, the rest to follow soon. And now Vitality B are going to be under a lot of pressure. They were so close on the Dragon. They almost made it back into this game. But now they need to win a fight. You don't get any second chances here. And they have set up some vision. Some of the jungle is dark. Maybe they can finally engage on a face-checking BDSA here.
I think Hextech Soul's such a huge hurdle to overcome, right? I think what they need to do is wait for Yopa to complete that death cap on the Ziggs and rely on this. What they've drafted is a huge AoE wombo combo with the random damage from the Brandle and the Ziggs all over the top of CC. They need to make sure that's strong enough to contest, and that means waiting for the death cap.
Well, again, while we wait for that, Yopa, it's all about the resources he can acquire on this defense. This defense at BDSA with this Soul can play so deep now, acquire that vision that we talked about into the enemy jungle to spot. Vitality B have to get inventive here, and I think with Hextech Soul, it makes it a little bit harder. I think Hextech Rift does a little bit of work as the wave is cleared at least, thanks to Ziggs. Yoppa keeping the push slow.
They do have the ability to stall. We talked about all game long. The amount of time it took for the tier 1s to break, now happening to the tier 2s as well.
Poke comes out. Again, Douglas is standing here. BDSA thinking about an engage, but they're on a ward. They haven't cleared out everything, so Vitality be nowhere they can step in range of Paris.
And right now it's a waiting game for BDSA more than anything. You don't have to take any risks. You don't have to go aggressive.
Vitality B say, screw that. They go on in. Skewmon is going to die. But into the backline, Rika with a one-man ulti. Golden is in the nick of time as Nuck pushes them against the wall. Vitality B are winning this fight for now, but Nucko's getting burnt down. The engage comes through, and you can see Rika wants to zone on out as the ulti. Not good from Kadui until he ranges with W. We're close to margins again, but BDSA are hitting that shot. It may as well be a different game because Kadui is hitting them down with the sniper.
And fun fact, GenX wasn't even there. He was pushing mid lane, taking the inhib the entire time. So now they can all group mid and bring this one home. Incredible fighting from BDSA once again. 4 members on Vitality B side dying with their flashes up as well.
We came into this saying BDSA individually are just better. That fight shows us all we need to see. Match point, one step closer to the title. BDSA are back again.
Incredible game from BDSA. They were in control for the majority of it. They made great adaptations in draft, great adaptations in their play. And we saw the power of this team here firsthand. The team fighting, the coordination, the macro, everything was just there.
So much skirmishing power coming from BDSA. The level of micro in these team fights from both teams so contested, but Hextech Soul was just too much to overcome.
It was, but it was so close. A game 3 to be remembered here, as our 2 LFL teams may come to an ultimatum here. BDSA on match point to pick up that trophy. We find out if they can do it right after this break.
Freely using Katarina's cook.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake. Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Kindred cautiously
cooked Kit Kat cupcakes.
Carefully using Katarina's cute cookie cutters.
Ooh, I'm on it. I'm ready. Let's go.
Blast Cone is there. The smite slows him down, but the all-out gets him out of harm's way, but the wild growth is back up and available, and against the wall, Genax says enough.
Yeah, my bot.
Flashes over the wall. Nako teleported in, but a Blast Cone interrupted. Nako again.
Okay, I'm dead. What?
I said, let's wait. 5 seconds. Chill. I can. Kill 6 spells. I can't go him.
The first seed from the LFL puts themselves back on top as BDS Academy closes out the third game of this best of 5 series. And my oh my, it feels like we're just gonna keep saying dominant, dominant, dominant again.
Yeah, but it was much closer in that early stage and for a huge amount of this as well. So even though it was dominant by the end of it, it felt like it was a hard-fought path for BDSA to get there. And I think there was definitely in the beginning a lot of that kind of dominance from BDS Academy where they had that control. They were cross-mapping well, but it kind of felt like when we got to that mid-game, just 1 or 2 mistakes really brought the game back for Vitality B.
Yeah, I think you have to give a lot of credit to Vitality B for the way they managed team fights in the mid-game, because after that first Herald fight, or the one Herald fight, I thought it was doomed. I thought it was over. BDSA were playing really well, but Vitality B managed to find a couple of these picks. They managed to find a few times when BDSA were just a little overextended.
And the big thing that I want to try and focus on here is how BDS Academy have set up in their side lanes to try and make things a little bit easier for themselves. They're a bit late because Skewmon went for a reset. You also see Reeker going for a reset just coming out of base, but they're able to delay and slow the pace of this take coming through from Vitality B enough that they can then get Reeker back onto that bottom side. They push Vitality B out with these lanes not really in the favor of Vitality B. They don't feel comfortable fully trying to position themselves in towards Herald, but by the time they do, Skewmon is getting a ton of poke down on this bottom side, and you've got Reeker now on bot turret, and top turret's gone as well.
And I think one of the main problems for Vitality B here is you just have to make a decision. You just have to snap call. If we're going on Paris, we're actually going on Paris. We flash in, we don't have the Magnet Storm here, but we use that Rel engage to really lock him down, because every time you look for that little bit of poke, well, BDSA have that too. Skewmon puts some plants into the pit, and it becomes a lot harder for you to actually find purchase into one of those fights.
Yeah, something we said as well about BDS Academy is that if they are behind, they struggle to get back ahead. So it felt like Vitality was continuously pushing them, trying to put them on that back foot, but regardless of their attempt, it wasn't enough.
Well, the thing was, they got a really nice pick on Kutadui. Look, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. That definitely felt like he fat-fingered the R button when he was supposed to be going for the E, but in the grand scheme of things, it gave them that moment to get the comeback and a huge amount of get the lanes in their favor. And it came very, very close. And I think how close this fight, or this game was, really accumulated in that soul fight that we got to see, because that was absolute bedlam. I thought that fight ended 3 different ways from the get-go, and I didn't know he was going to come out on top.
Yeah, and you have to give Vitality B a lot of credit for the way they start this fight off, because you can see Paris tries to engage. Chayak is able to get away. You have the Fate Sealed going in, but the stopwatch from Douglas prevents it, and the only person really getting chunked out is Nako. So after this point, you're like, whoa, BDSA are pretty low. They've already lost their mid lane. It's going to be a really difficult fight for them to navigate.
Yeah, but the problem was when Nako goes ahead here, tries to make the pick happen, BDS Academy respond really well. Skewman still just using those plants as that little bit of poke. You get the extra kill coming through from the Kaisa. And here, Hextech Dragon's doing a bit of work onto BDS Academy. It got very sketchy, and especially with the kill going across, but Skewman's able to get the snipe, and then Genax came to come back in over the wall. So you could see how close on multiple different occasions this fight was to breaking either way. And that, for me, was the game-deciding fight.
Yeah, I totally agree. Alongside that, Genax having the Warmogs at that point, he actually started off a recurve, but when we were like, oh, is he going to go Wit's End? Got the Giant's Belt, went for that Warmogs. It set himself up perfectly to regen and come back into the fight. And now we see Vitality B in what was the final fight, basically, of the game, looking for that engage. The problem is, if you lock down one person, BDS have so many flank opportunities. They have the ability for Rika to dive in. Kedawee can stand back and just continually put out those Void Seekers.
And it's Rika that my eyes were on in this fight. The initial engage, forcing the early stopwatch from Douglas. Then he gets this final knock-up as well onto the Ziggs. He played this fight beautifully, and although it was Kutadui who picked up the quadra kill, I really think Rika had not only a standout fight, but a standout game as well. This man was so controlling and dominating the side lane. Phenomenal in the team fights, consistently getting key items or summoner spells or abilities blown as they went into these fights, and it just made the game so damn difficult for Vitality B.
Yeah, and even when we're looking at Vitality B, I think, again, we have to give them credit for how much effort they have put into this game and really trying to give BDSA a run for their money. But I think when we're looking at BDSA, the adaptability that we've seen from them based off of the previous game has been huge. We're seeing that this team growing over every single game we've had so far. And for their side of things, it's looking pretty good.
Well, this is the thing, right? For Vitality B, when I look at them, I can see them trying to match what the game plan is from BDSA. It's, hey, we know they want to go for these early skirmishes. Let's try and find a way to fight on that bottom side. Didn't quite work out. Okay, cool. Let's go for this late game scaling like we saw in this game and hope that maybe we can take these fights in the mid game, punish a bit of over-aggression. And they nearly get it to work here, but they're just that little bit too short.
And I think part of that is when you try and match someone at something they're doing, they tend to have more practice than you at that thing. And BDSA here is showing they understand when to step back from a skirmish, when to step back from a fight. The Rift Herald is a great example. They were like, well, we could try and go 5 men up to the Rift Herald, or we can send Yone to bot side, we can have GenX continue pushing in top, and we get 2 towers out of it. Even if they'd lost the fight after that, it doesn't actually matter, because they've already got tower in top side, tower in bot side, and all Rift Herald's going to do is give you about half a turret worth of gold, right? So the net gain for BDSA off their macro play is just that slight step ahead of Vitality B so far.
And I do think that's why we end up seeing like a huge amount of these guys.
Yeah, that's, we have a lot of stickers prepared this time around so that we don't actually have to peel them off. But yeah, just go for it. Go crazy.
So GenX got R5 counterpick. He did use Gnar on it, which is kind of boring, but still.
Okay.
What else we got? We definitely had the first Baron. We've got
wombo combo up here as well.
I mean, that was a great wombo combo in that
Quite
game. Side lane kills post 15 minutes, definitely has
which is kind of their
happened.
special with the 1-3-1.
Yeah.
First dragon.
Where's first dragon?
It's right on the
here we are.
row.
Yep, you're right. Yeah, nice. What else we got?
Win went ahead.
They've one went ahead. Okay, we've run out of stickers.
I think we kind of.
I mean, that's also running out of.
We got the Jin as well.
Yeah, where we've got 2 of these. We actually have a bingo because Dumont and Paris have had that 3-man skirmish in game 1.
That is true.
Yep. I can't. Okay. I don't have nails.
Oh well,
there we are.
we could just pretend like we do.
Bingo!
Hey.
What do I win?
What do we win?
I'm glad the crowd cheered for us.
Yeah, can you guys cheer a little louder maybe so that we can be very proud of ourselves?
Yeah, that's very important.
Look, we are old when it comes to the League of Legends world, so bingo feels good for us.
Yeah.
Hey, you got a bingo. You should be proud of yourselves. But I want to talk about that game that we're heading into now because we're looking at BDS Academy and they are literally on match point. They are 1 game away. They can taste that victory. But Vitality B, you're laughing.
I'm sorry.
You've been here before.
It was a week ago. BDS are there. They're on match point. They're 1 win away.
But when we're looking at Vitality B, that's the team that is here on the back foot. They need to bring it back. And it felt like when they were under that pressure after that first game, they were able to find it within themselves. They made some changes in that draft. They got the red side. So this time, how is that going to play out?
So I think I like the drafts that we've seen them come through in the last couple of games with. The problem that I'm having with them is that they're so focused on what BDSA are doing, they're not playing to their own game plan. We see them, hey, we've got a Ziggs. We can have this moment to cross map, go for this play, take first tower with the Ziggs, start to rotate them around the map, really open up the game. But instead, they're more worried about, oh, well, is BDSA going top? Do we need to cover top? And they're second guessing. Then at I think it was 11.5 minutes, they get GenX catches Naknako on that top side. It feels like they're so worried about what they're doing, they're not focusing on how their game plan can be successful. So I think it's just focus on what is our comp, how do we execute it, and how do we put ourselves in the best position, not put BDSA behind.
My expectation is we'll see, obviously, Vitality B have gone over to the red side again. We're going to see a counterpick top side, and we're going to see it played around quite a lot, right? I just think if you're Vitality B and you want to try and win this game, they don't often play through Naknako. I would love to see them do it here, because if you can get something like the Varus top, if you can get something like the Vayne top again and actually put resources into it, I think that's how you can shut BDSA down, because so far GenX has really had Naknako's number when it hasn't been a counterpick.
All right, well, I guess we're going to have to wait and find out because we're ready to head into the 4th game of the series between BDS Academy and Vitality B with our casters, Hysterics, Aragon, and Broxa.
Yes, Broxa. Now, Medic, how much is the therapy bill going to be if this goes to a game 5? That's what I want to know. Because as the BDS ambassador, he's been through a tough time.
That was
right?
the angle, okay.
He's been through a tough time. You know, against G2, there was a lot of hope, obviously, at first. Then it was a classic BDS reverse sweep against them. Here, it's not a reverse sweep, it's a very different angle. But BDS have been clinical, and we have to admit, that last game showcased a lot of BDS's talents. But we've also seen in this series that Vitality B are quite resilient. And we both, or all three of us really, have been impressed, I think, with the quality of this series. And I think for a lot of people at home, the quality has been a lot better than they expected here as we go into Game 4 with Vitality B choosing the red side and BDSA once again getting rid of some of those pesky, annoying pocket picks.
And I do think this last game was the most contested game of all of them in terms of gameplay. Something in an adaptation I'd like to see from BDSA, despite winning, is actually banning away that 6. I think it was so problematic in terms of ending the game that they had to rely on such a late Dragon Soul win condition.
Curious to see if Vitality B are going to continue banning away the Israel like they did on 1-2 in the first 2 games. There it is indeed. And for BDSA in particular, last game, there was a Nila ban. Maybe that's going to make an appearance here as well.
Nila, Maokai, Vi, Rumble. These are the picks that I have my eye on. Misfortune as well. Rel has done actually kind of surprisingly bad this series, so maybe that isn't quite as high. But there are so many OP picks up and left available.
It's the mini meta in the series, isn't it? We've also seen, you know, that Alistar be an occurrence into it that for BDSA put them on the back edge. The Brom ban here, what does that show?
Rel, in hard engage supports priority as well as blocking that ulti from MF. Great setup ban there.
Well, let's see the final ban from Vitality B. I'm personally expecting a Rumble, something that Janex made a huge difference on earlier in this series, and it will most likely be first picked if they don't take it away right now.
But then you give it for Maokai, who I think is just by far and away the best jungler in the game right now. It sets up so much on the current meta. You could go Corki with Poke, you can go MF with huge wombo combo. That is not going to be locked in. That would be terrible. Yeah, for sure is Maokai here.
I mean, obviously, right now, we just hover and we think, use that time well. I love that you brought up the Maokai. I love also that we've also talked about the flexibility, sorry, not flexibility, but the effect of Rel. But it not being good, this is the honest answer.
So now you can go AP jungle. Brand is what they won with, but you can also go down the route of Ivan if you want to. Anti-tank in terms of picks as well. What do you think, Broxer?
Well, Douglas has been very, very good on Vi early in this tournament, something that would pair fantastically with the likes of a Rel. I would not be surprised to see them locking in a bit of hard engage of their own, but
back to this.
Here we go. Back to comfort, back to Brand.
Lock in what you want on in game 4 rather. Make sure you got the comfort, and you could line it up with a Jhin if you want to. Lots of Poke. Corki, Yone is a great combo with the Maokai because you layer the ultimates as well. It's a fantastic duo.
I just love for both, though, we're already getting comfort. You know, for this Game 4, Douglas had a rough semi-finals. So far in finals, I think he's been a performing member. And on this Brand again, versus Rika on the Yone, which Jet's last game, Game 1, Rika's Yone has been pretty clean.
He's been a very, very dominating part of BDSA in particular. And now, with the Misfortune being locked in, we're seeing very, very, very strong team fighting from the side of BDSA. Now, Vitality B most likely would be locking in the response here to the Misfortune.
Jhin
but
probably,
then again, Jobba has a champion Ocean, so you never really know.
I think best answer objectively is the Jhin. No, is it probably?
Okay.
It's a flex Yasuo.
It's a flex, and
but
it's a
Yoppa
classic.
plays it.
It's a classic Vitality B. When I labeled this team, I thought, what's the best one-word line that could perfectly encapsulate Vitality B? Flex. And you've said it again. We know they both play it, and it's just so classic at this point.
The thing is, though, I just look at BDSA's comp and I am terrified. That is such a meta and strong composition. You've got the best jungler in the game layered over with the AoE of the Misfortune, with the Braum ban. There's no real answer into that. I think they have such good setup to deal so much damage in this team fights.
I think Yasuo really is the perfect champion for Vitality B with the way they've been playing. Go hard or go home style, full aggression, only one way and that's forward. And here for them, they're showcasing to us now that if they are to go out, they're going to go out with an absolute bang, ready to fight.
There's that 6-ban, something that was pesky for game number 3.
Yeah, they're not quite sure if it's Yasuo bot or Yasuo mid. It could definitely go to both of them. We know both of these players do play the champions, so they have to ban out bot laners as well as mid laners if they want to. I've seen a lot of Yasuo globally, and I've been very unimpressed because what usually ends up happening is the Yasuo goes in for the big burst, it doesn't finish off, and then the whole team fight is lost. So we'll have to see if Vitality B can pull it off.
Well, pretty interesting situation here where Vitality B can go in a lot of different directions with the Yasuo, like we already brought up in particular. Nila now being taken away. Many, many champions gone from the bot lane pool. Jhin, a champion we saw earlier this series, having a lot of success, now being locked in.
Can also be a top Yasuo. Am I cooking too much, gents?
It depends. If there's a blind pick range champion like a Gnar or something like this, then it could be, but you just wouldn't line that into a flex Yasuo, right? It also is a potential flex for GenX as well with the Yone. We've got to keep that in mind. This is cooking. It's a lot of cooking.
It's great,
I do think it's just going to be mid lane though, right? You just have mid lane Yone and you're just going to blind pick a top laner here. Something like Cassante could be good.
Oh my god, we saw this in spring. Do you remember in spring EMEA Masters, BDSA obviously could only get to semi-finals, but Paris would pull this out. This was his little pocket pick. Seeing this here on match point is a bit of ego, and I love it.
You think they're going to go Leona or something like this to set up the MFLD, but he says, no, I'm going to put my foot down. We're going to send it with Pyke and win the early game. Blind pick Kennen. What does Nak Nako have in store? There's so many potential answers into this. You could even send Yasuo top lane if he's feeling it. But this is the moment of truth. Nak Nako, what's he going to cook?
Kennen is ranged. It hits the same criteria. I see potential. Just depends on flavor here.
Usually,
R5.
Usually it's Jace, stuff like this. Jace is really good into Kennen.
Yep.
It's really hard to counter, but it depends if Nak Nako's comfortable. He does like range jumps. Oh, Vayne again?
No.
No
oh
way.
my god.
Vayne and Pyke. I didn't think we'd be seeing this today.
We're in for a crazy game 4 here. Both teams have cooked massively. One thing is certain in this game, we're going to get a lot of fighting.
And also, I think it's going to end pretty quick. This Pyke, it usually is a champion that falls off very, very hard. You have such a strong early game and laning phase and the ability to roam, but you really do fall off in terms of utility.
So we're saying snowball to hell, or just hell flat out?
You do have a backup plan of the huge wombo combo and the teamfights and scaling late game for BDSA, but you do have that early bridge in the Pyke, which could fall off. On the other side, though, again, lots of AoE, the wombo combo with the Yasuo and the Rel, lots of AoE from the brand as well, and the isolated scaling of Nak Nako on the Vayne, which we saw him pop off on.
Yeah, let's see what happens. One thing is certain, this Pyke is going to be a big key for BDSA. Powerus has been like a Hulisang Jr. this series, and I'm looking forward to seeing which side the coin is going to land on this time around.
So relevant, Broxer, and I got a fun stat that our production has just sent to me. In his career, Paris is 6-0 on this Pyke. He is unmatched on it. He is undefeated on it. And he brings it out in a game 4 when BDSA, the first seed of LFL, are at match point. This team looking for their first title. You know, we talked about it, at least talked about it earlier on the broadcast. It was so upsetting for the BDS fans of the LEC when their team couldn't represent. They couldn't come to Munich. They couldn't go to Worlds. And here we are with BDS Academy, finding their merit when their main team did not. And in such a competitive series, it is BDSA who have brought out their macro game. As we talked about, as we expected, Vitality B have snatched a game off, but they're going to go so much further to bring us to a game number 5. Otherwise, BDSA will be looking at their first EMEA Masters trophy. And for these 5 players as well, right into the heart of the spotlight for so many teams across the world. Skumon in a bit of trouble though, and this is the big start. We're getting the invade, and Skumon might be in trouble. A couple of autos, Nak Nako going to come in for it. He tumbles, but he dies in the end. A 1-for-1. Now, it was first blood over to Nak Nako, but Skumon is going to be a little bit slower getting set up. End of the day, Vayne with the first blood ain't bad.
Yeah, Nak Nako managed to pick up the kill without using any of his summoners, while Skumon now having no flash in Maokai, meaning he's going to have much, much less, you know, pressure in the early game. Maokai is not that scary in terms of ganks without that flash.
Yeah, in terms of early game, Maokai really is just a flash W bot, isn't it? So.
Well, I'm going to go start paying Broxer for clairvoyancy, because what did you say? It's going to be a very quick game, or it's going to be very bloody. Well, and, I mean, we did start earlier than expected, but 2 kills by 1:30 to kick off the laning phase is exactly the direction you ordered.
I think these solo lanes are going to be so volatile. You've got a lore battle in the mid lane, and then up top side, you have no TP on Nak Nako. So if he ever gets chunked, that's a recall into missing a bunch of minions. So any kind of attention up top side, especially since you have so much point to click, I am really doubtful about this Vayne pick because all the AoE and the stuns. Regardless though, a bit of an invade. Ward spots him out.
Yeah, I'm liking this early Maokai invade here. Unfortunately for Skumon, his opposition was aware of it, dropped the wards, and now they're going to have to determine on Vitality's B sides how they want to respond. Are they going to look to pick off the Maokai in the jungle, or could Douglas potentially go for a counter invade on the other side? Vayne is in a great spot, getting that first blood, getting the advantage, and will be pushing in Kennen, so top prio will be a given.
Yeah, he will get prio top side, like you're saying. With that Vayne, he still has the exhaust to potentially win that fight in 2v2. But it's a map split, right, for BDSA. Now, the problem is there going to be trades heavy enough for a dive potentially down in bot side? And if he goes for a gank now, he's definitely spotted. Shayak should be able to back off here.
Yeah, both wards there. You can see temporary ward up towards the top side as Genax might be in a bit of trouble. Exhaust is down, and with Night Hunter passive, he has to flash. The lane continues to be Nako favored.
Yeah, he wants to preserve his HP here. He flashes. I don't think he would have died, but he's scared of getting chunked into a dive on this slow push crash because Douglas is map splitting this. They're map splitting down bot side, so Douglas is up top.
And so far, the Maokai invade hasn't done too much. Both junglers have gone even at this point. Douglas looking for the dive, but he knows Skumon is responding. Question is if they dare to go for it regardless.
Here comes the Q flash.
It's a flash, amazing timing. Nako picks up the kill with a response from Skumon. He might have enough damage. No, Sapling is out of range. Nako's going to tumble on in. He's looking for the fleet. He doesn't get the movement speed off of Gromp, but Scrying Ult doesn't give that either. The AoE dodged away. Douglas is out-kited, outplayed. Skumon, one more auto. Nako gets it as Reek is now into the thick of it. Wants a last kill. He's condemned away, but he burns eventually. A double kill as the blood. We were talking about it, and it's already hit 6 kills in it. Crazy movement from the brothers.
The TikTok Yone coming out with the insane combo. What an insane skirmish up there. Skumon having no flash yet still outplaying, waiting for his W cooldown to dodge out on the spells from the Brand and manage to find a win for BDSA.
What an incredible fight. Crazy skirmishing. Super impressive mechanics from both sides. But ultimately still an even game here with 6 kills at 4 minutes.
Because again, now there's a 500 gold lead on a 2-kill Yone mid for Rika as Chayak is running away. There is good damage here, but Chayak misses the Q. The Steel Temper's not there, and the poke, and rather I say the trade from Rika goes better in the end. Rika also has a red buff there too.
Yeah, red buff, doing huge work in those trades there. You see Pyke is actually moving up as well. That chunk might do work, but he does have the wind wall in 5 seconds. Could block out the Q. Paris.
It's annoying, he's looking for it. Where's that wind wall? The flash, melee range with Ignite there. Halo Blades as well. Chayak running for his life, but he doesn't get anything. Double zoner down from Paris. Chayak is there as the response from Sten, and Douglas again on this Brand. Burns him alive. Rika runs for his life. Chayak is unharmed, and Douglas is feeling it.
You thought it was going to be a good play from the Pipe because of the 2 seconds on the wind wall, but in the end, Paris is left isolated. The collapse is huge from Sten, and they managed to find a collapse. Killing the Pike early is massive.
Now 45 seconds for the Void Grubs to spawn. Pretty easy for both junglers to secure it. We're going to see Douglas quickly clearing his Raptors and his Crocs before probably looking for a recall into that objective. BDSA are going to have the bot prayer and could easily rotate up with the Pike or even potentially bring him as Fortune from base as well.
It's so volatile, it's so bloody. That roam mid countered, and again, this is like the game number 2. Douglas on this Brand. Very switched on when you consider that we came into today saying, oh, Skumon, LFL Finals MVP. This guy is too good to be in EMEA Masters. Douglas was originally in the LEC. Douglas was adapting to the main Vitality roster, and he started developing in front of our eyes. Here in this series, you talk about development, I think Douglas, again, stepping up to the plate is a big deal.
Yeah, hearing a certain Kazi interview, he said, you know, the best thing about Douglas is he's super decisive. He will make these plays, he will make these dives, you know, these counter jungles. He will instantly choose a decision, and you can see it right here.
Well, getting out of harm's way before Genax looks for the engage. Now, he doesn't have level 6, but that's a big wave up topside as Nako level 6 himself moves with that set priority onto Grubs.
And we're going to be seeing the Yasuo slowly moving up.
Yeah.
Kidui rotating into the, you know, jungle, hesitating, thinking about moving, but at the end of the day, stays. Now you can see him, he's moving back and forth, unsure if he should come all the way up to the Herald, because Vitality B are giving it up, heads back to bot lane, Rika goes mid, and that was a really good usage of the bot prior we saw earlier from BDSA to make sure that Vitality doesn't even consist.
Yeah, Vitality B deciding, you know, it's a bit too hard to land the combo with the Rel and the Yasuo ultimate in that fight. Yasuo a little bit too disconnected from the fight versus all the flashes. So, gonna pull back and give over those Grubs.
This is sneaky. I'm looking top because Sten with a Hex Flash. What's he engage like? Just to force Genax back, but Sender's now spotted out, and they know that that support ain't in the right lane. Maybe that's a free dragon with the information over to BDSA.
And we're seeing the Vayne pick pay off once again. 3 kills secured for Nako, 1.2k gold up. And once again, more aggression coming out of BDSA. I'm really liking the proactiveness we're seeing from Paris and Skumon in this game. And of course, continuing to play aggressive around bot makes a lot of sense for them with Kadui picking up a kill level 1 and having pressure.
Good. But onto the engage support, he's in a bit of trouble there. Q from Skewmon was so good! Man, a disengage and put me in place as well. Sten caught out by Rika. Okay, Skewmon, I take it back, brother. I get why you're so good.
Skewmon with the monster Q interrupting the rel leap, stopping the engage just when you think that VITB are going to turn around the play on the pick on Douglas. Take a look here, right at this Maokai Q as it happens.
And the fight starts out perfectly with Power sniping Douglas with the hook. Great follow-up from Kadui on the Misfortune ult as well, and certainly nothing Sten can do. Caught between 4 members of BDSA who are now having a 1,000 gold lead. Very, very fit 80 carry and mid laner that they can easily play around.
And that was the price of trying to make a play topside to Nako. Yep. You saw Sten was up top for so long that BDSA decided, you know what, we're going to invade with this time. And Sten is going to be late, so we just invade the entirety of the bot side. And it pays off.
And it pays off because it gives Rika another kill as well. Paris looking for the Bone Skewer. Yoppa is out of range. That kill over to the Yone. I mean, Rika, we were already setting up how good he's been this series on this pick. He's 3-0 early into the game. He's got almost a 1k gold lead. Yes, the Vayne top is ahead, but Rika once again set up bot untouched because this Misfortune has had a safe laning phase. BDS in this early game, they're still up in a little bit of gold, and we can see why.
And it just feels like a whole new Rika, but the engagement through.
Chayak does flash away though. Douglas is here to help him out, but Rika just ultied. Flash now down for Chayak on Yasuo.
Rika, a player that I feel like had a much worse EMEA Masters in spring. I remember being critical of his laning phases, but it just feels like he's so much more turned on this EMEA Masters.
His champ pool was bad, right? We were like, oh, this guy plays Orianna, what else can he do? I think we were very critical because, again, there are a lot of concerns to his playstyle, but hell, I can say the same thing about a lot of BDSA. Brox of this series, I mean, Skewmon has not only shown how he's developed over the years, I should say. Even on this Maokai pick, he's showing more diversity than we know him for in Historics, which is the Nunu pick and a little bit more.
Well, this guy's the LFL MVP for a reason, and he's showing us today what he has to offer with a diverse champion pool, like you're saying. Now, Void Grops up in 40 seconds. Douglas wants to sneak this dragon away, not realizing that it's actually warded by BDSA. We're all coming out of base with item spikes. This is a very, very scary position for Vitality B to be in.
No flash on Douglas. Paris is very quick on the map. They look for a pick here. Skewmon does have the ultimate and cast from Fog of War.
Paris doesn't have his X marking the spot. Stend as well, no Magnet Storm.
That wind wall is doing a lot of work, the threat of it to block that Maokai ultimate.
Chayak being cheeky, looks for the engage and rather baits Rika into walking next to him. Bone Skewer, no connection, but Paris has just hit death from below. Stend also, level 6 for both supports as Nature's Grasp flies through. Bone Skewer looking for Stend, he crashes down, he buffers, but he won't get out. Stend has to flash away and there's no re-engage. A core tool down and BDSA with one ulti make their way to the dragon.
Nice chain CC from BDSA there. The Rel buffers the initial CC, but the follow-up chain comes through. The wind wall value was on there because they split up, so now it's going to convert into river move, and they finally find their way into the dragon.
And BDSA are in the driving seat right now. If they play their cards right, they're going to get not only the Drake, but also the Void Grubs as well. And now have an opportunity to create a massive, massive lead for themselves. We're already seeing it here. Powers quickly rotated up towards the top side, setting up vision around the Grubs. Zajic has to be really careful because his flash is still on cooldown on the Yasuo.
Chayak. Yeah, you're right. Close to that threshold again. Remember that Paris can get resets in a fight too. We talked about the mobility there as Curtain Call on the bottom side. He knows he's in threat, and Yoppa needs a bit of help here, but I don't know if he's going to find it as Skewmon looks at the twisted advance. It's a Bramble smash. He misses that, though. Flashes away. Now under turret. Kadui has no choice, but he's dead. A 1-for-1 BDSA mucking up the dive.
Yoppa with a pop-off play, trying to clear the wave, but MF blocks the ultimate to clear the wave. Still managed to find the pick under the tower with a ramping damage. 1v1's coming through in the mid lane.
Doesn't go anywhere. Douglas looks for the pick, but instead, you're right. You know, in that last play, Yoppa steps up, and the one guy with an EMEA Masters title in Kadui is taken down. A bit of gold evening for that bottom side that has been in the laning phase chilling for the entire game.
And I think more than anything, there was a pretty important learning lesson for BDSA right there. They should just have moved up towards top side, gone for the grubs, looked for the objective, and then try to find something bigger later. But this is a mistake we League players often make. See champion, kill champion mentality instead of just patiently waiting for a bigger and better play. Now, I would still expect them to try to play aggressive, play fast with plates timeout, and just 1 minute from now.
I will say, there is beauty in these compositions, and that is there is no frontline outside of a rel, right? So your frontline is your ability to outplay and win the fights. I'm worried for Vitality B, because champions like Vayne, into all this AoE, you're going to need a QSS or something to be able to navigate it. There's so much damage. If he ever tumbles forward, that's instant pull trigger, just like this.
Another dive, another moment, the bullet time, though, is perfect! An X to mark the spot and a burial that with it might even take the voice. Douglas now at half HP will dodge away with a flash, but there's the follow-up. If it's not one tool, it's another. The LFL first seed ain't slowing down.
The crossmap play onto bot side, the misfortune and the Maokai combination from Skumon and Kadui looks amazing. It one-shots Yoppa, who had to expend his flash in the previous dive, and he has not been surviving these bot lane dives very well.
Incredible play from BDSA. Will now continue to explode their gold lead even further. We're now going to be seeing them rotating towards top quickly. Bot tower is gone. Genex is going to recall and move bot to match whoever goes there, but for them, it's all about putting their foot in the gas pedal, trying to get this top tower as soon as possible. Could even go for the Herald if they wish, but they can really do whatever they want with these massive advantages that they now have across the board.
No teleport available for Shayak in the bot lane, so he's gonna have to either recall and go to this Herald if he wants to contest, or commit bot lane. He's kind of in between, because this Rift Herald is gonna get taken, he's not gonna be able to help. So BDSA winning this Herald with no crossmap play available. It's just winning for BDSA.
But wait, Vitality B do have something up their sleeve. Hex Flash going to be used on the Paris Shattering Strike out there. Magnus Storm is no great. Condemned Nucko has a freebie here. Another kill to the Vayne top, and Vitality B ain't taking it lying down.
Nice play. The plays shadowing the Vayne pays off in the end. Sten managed to find the chain CC onto the pike. Now, what can this convert into? Because there are still numbers up top. I'm really worried about Vitality B. They seem to be all out of sorts, because you can see Shayak on this Yasuo constantly unsure as to what to do. He's just walking around, not committing to hitting the tower because of the threat of numbers potentially ganking him. So there's no real play outside of a pick.
And right now, we're seeing BDSA respecting, knowing that Vitality could be looking for another pick.
Yep.
Powers coming out of base, and now they'll be more cautious, slowly get the control of the topside river, actually deciding to shift back down, realizing Drake is spawning, and wanting to continue to be able to play for that soul. Good rotation from them.
I mean, again, BDSA start with the Dragon game, 30 seconds till we get towards the next, and I'm looking at items here, gents, and I'm seeing an almost 2-item misfortune. I'm seeing the same with Rika, who got such an early game lead, and a Kennen with a Hextech Protobelt with Flash available with level 11. Yes, he's got 2 exhausts to work with, but Vitality have to be on their toes for this next fight if they want to deny this Dragon stacking.
The AoE Wombacom is going to hit like a truck.
Oh, like that. A good pick on Paris again. Douglas comes in with Sten and sets it up. Trying for the last breath, and finally they stop breathing as Genex slices and dices with a bit of lightning to the ground. Douglas does it again, though it burns through, and that's great for Vitality B, but Skumon with a Nature's Grasp.
But look at mid lane. They're buying so much time, BDSA are, and Misfortune is just hitting
mid
mid
for free. They might even find a kill here, looking for Dropper. It's denied. Stand at least slowing them down, as Skumon can't get in range, but you're right with the Herald. BDSA again, the map is just their oyster.
And a charge onto tier 3 is unprecedented at this mid in the game. 16 minutes in, almost striking that tower, but again, BDSA secure the Dragon.
The LFL first seed can feel it. Gold is still at 4K, it's definitely not over. But we keep seeing these smart map movements, we keep seeing these plays around bot side, set up with Skumon, with Kadui, and of course, based on Paris, and it works for BDSA as they get more gold into the lead again.
So far, we've really only seen Vitality be catching Paris. It's what's kept them in the game, but we need to see them finding ways to include their Vayne top, who still has a massive advantage. With that being said, great pick here. Good response from BDSA as well, instantly TPing in on the Kennen. Fantastic Kennen ult coming out of Genex here.
I think the exhaust comes down a little late from Stend. It doesn't quite cut off most of the Kennen ulti, which may have saved or bought a few more seconds, but this is always a losing play because you're against Rift Herald. Any kind of play that extends is going to be a terrible tower trade. Rika has a CC buffer.
Looking for the bait. You can see Paris as well with the bone skewer. Wants a little bit more. These individual gold leads are giving BDSA more confidence as they continue moving top.
GenX has flash. He can make a huge play here with a massive ultimate. All of BDSA.
Again onto Douglas, but it's a counter punch, and GenX comes in, but he's not fighting too much. But the Nature's Grasp was beautiful. Skewmon separates them apart as Paris threatens on the back end. Vitality B were trying to get the pieces together, but BDS just make sure they never meet.
Great positioning here from Kadui as well. Always able to sit in the back, just continuing to pump out that damage. And I think Vitality B was having the right idea, but Appeal, the teamwork from BDSA was just one step ahead.
You have so many threats now to worry about. That Yone ult coming through, the flash cannon ult, we saw the potency of it. You have a lot of exhaust, but you got to land them on the right target as well. Another winning play, and it's turret after turret after turret.
So 2 Dragons, 5k gold lead. Baron's up in 1:30 to start threatening. Look at the replay here, because Broxer again, it feels like Vitality B are getting some angles, but they just don't have the follow-through or the finish up.
I think they had the right idea here, wanting to fight with Vayne finally. But Jin was nowhere to be found, didn't even make it to the fight in time. We didn't have exhaust for the cannon ult. All these little things make such a big difference. And while the idea was there, while they seem to be learning from their mistakes, again, they got over eager. It's the one thing that's been haunting them, holding them back in this series.
Zen gonna get out. Rika's looking for a bit of engaged potential himself. He takes some damage as Douglas gets a stun. Skewmon with the Nature's Grasp is behind as they TP to defend. Paris still has an angle here with death from below, up in 5 seconds.
Vitality B, they're on a time limit here. You can see Kennen pushing in top lane. He could threaten that tier 2 tower unless someone recalls, but the threat of that fight from BDSA kind of playing with the emotions of Vitality B a little bit here. Do they recall? Do you not recall? Looks like they're gonna go and defend top.
Well, they realize they have no choice at this point. BDSA are quickly pushing mid, pushing top. There's going to be TP advantage for them as well. Kennen TP up in a moment. Yone already has TP as well. And that is going to make it very easy for them to continue playing the map and secure more tier 2s for themselves. Now, I just want to see them closing out this game cleanly. You have 5,000 gold. You have 2 TPs available. It's very simple and easy for you to just push out one side, shift down towards mid, and create a number advantage on the other.
On the flip side, Vitality B, your biggest wildcard potential in the top lane, the Vayne. I feel like cards are on the table now. You know Vitality B, they just keep shattering the Vayne over and over and over again. 2 items completed, most solo kills and most solo deaths. He is the biggest wildcard for Vitality B to potentially carry a fight, and it's all on him. The gold is all on him as well.
Vitality B knows that the only way of contesting this vision is to go directly into the mid lane. Jungle is a danger zone. BDSA are lingering around, hoping somebody's going to face check, but Vitality B have learned from their mistakes, and they're entering with caution this time around, knowing that one way or the other, they have to sneak some vision onto the Baron soon.
But how hard is it when Paris has himself an Umbral Glaive and he can one-shot wards? He clears out in an instant. Sen puts that down, but there's a small cooldown as he goes so deep to do it. Nature's Grasp will follow him and fly. The cats lock him into the ground as Paris looks for the ulti. A Magnet Storm won't save his life. Paris does the job, and BDSA have numbers all of a sudden.
Just like you were saying, the Umbral Glaive is such a pain point, but so are the Maokai saplings. If you're stand, you're trying to contest vision, you just can't walk through.
And right now, Douglas has no flash available, so Vitality B are going to have to force their way into the pit, brute force a fight, get this brand into range if they are to contest, but the cannon is looking for flash.
It's blank, it's game ending, it's series ending, it's EMEA Masters trophy lifting, defining. GenX on a ward, though they'll see him as Vitality B need to save their series, but they can't. Rika misses as GenX gets sent back, but still gets a stun. Never mind, a Stead comes in off the backline. BDSA might be too strong. Triax trying, but Kadui is blasting them apart. A triple kill over to the 80 carry. 7, 1, and 4. And BDSA may have just defined their line in the sand.
And in a best case scenario fight for Vitality B, BDSA still come out on top. You have the condemn into the cannon. It doesn't matter. BDSA win, and now they're going to secure a dragon.
That was a big moment for the series, a moment where most likely champions were created. And let's see it once again here on our screen. Xanax looking for the flank, eventually gets spotted. Vitality B playing with hesitation, knowing they're outnumbered, knowing that Xanax is looking for them, and it's so difficult. In hindsight, they definitely should just have given up the objective. They have no business being here, but the desperation ends up costing them big time.
And it's just so hard without flash on Douglas there to walk in an ultimate, because as the brand, you want to walk forward and ult in that Baron pit with a shredded magic resist. They just can't make it work.
Have you noticed every fight we've seen as well, this Misfortune gets so much uptime, gets so much separation. You know, Vitality must be sitting with anxiety right now because they can't get the perfect fight. And this feels like a remembrance back to Game 1, where Game 1 we talked about Vitality kind of getting forced into these bad situations. While Baron was a must there, BDSA picked the fight that they wanted.
Kedui, a man who has been an EMEA Masters 8 times, is sitting on a 5,000 gold lead in the AD carry position on potentially the defining game. As I hype him up, the boy gets caught. We still have a series now.
Ladies and gentlemen, all you need is Broxer to talk about your player. And you might get some magic done, but Genax's damage stops me there. Knucker with a condemn away while Sten is about to die. Rika teleports into the backline and gets his ulti down to get the kill. He's isolated his Vitality. Look for the 1 kill out of this fight that they can follow up with, but Rika's not dead. X is marking the spot, and Paris, the pirate, that will look for more. Vitality are gonna die for a third, and another's gonna drop. Paris cleans it up, and BDSA are rolling their roll to freedom.
A huge cleanup from Paris here. BDSA put on a clinic in this team fight. You see that Vayne, without a QSS, without a cleanse, you just cannot play versus the point and click of the Maokai W, and it's going to open up the tier 2 for BDSA.
Keep in mind, they won that fight without the most important member, without the Misfortune, the confidence to even engage. Absolutely incredible stuff, and we're gonna see it right here. Kedui finds a ping ward, Sten instantly pulls the trigger. Yoppa follows with the root. He doesn't get to play League of Legends at all, but then BDSA lingering around the corner still finds an opening.
Yeah, Sten gets chain seeded a little bit there, but Naknaku, where are you going? Right? The TP is coming through the flank as well, but Naknaku is isolated and he can't play. The chain seed from the W comes through, and then watch this Q3 from Rika. It is so clean and lands onto 3 people, getting out to safety as well.
Beautiful, beautiful fighting all around. In this fight, we're seeing why BDSA have so massive priority on the Yone. Incredible, incredible team fight.
And it's the individual pick that has come through. That has come through for this 4th game from Paris as well, is now starting to pop off. You see, ain't the most damage, but he gets a reset and picks up a triple in the last engage. It's an 11k gold lead. I'm not sure what I said before. They're finding their way to freedom, was my meaning, because their freedom towards that trophy, their freedom away from the pressure from BDSA, who in spring fell short to Besiktas in a Game 5, are now looking to go against their adversaries in Vitality B and get it finally across the finish line.
And now Vitality B have their backs against the wall for real. 10,000 gold down. Drake spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds, which would be an infernal soul for BDSA. Baron in 1 minute and 50.
Oh my god, how do they deal with this? Rika dives in, Chaya gets an ulti, but he's denied. A curtain call for who you ask, as BDSA with 5 up in this top lane. They just cannot be stopped.
Absolutely incredible stuff from BDSA here. This team that's been dominating in the LFL, dominating in the EMEA, are now so close to taking the trophy.
Season of first, isn't it? First LFL title, leads into first EMEA Masters trophy. And here in Munich, I mean, it's been such a good series, it's been such a good individually skilled series, but in this final game, we're once again seeing that difference for some of these star carries.
And the problem is it's just so easy for BDSA, right? They just have to press R. There's a reason you do not give Maokai. There's a reason he's the best jungler on the current patch. You just press your Rs, MF layering over a Maokai, the same with the Kennen and the Yone. It's so simple to play. And Vitality B, they have to resort to these crazy flanks, these picks.
Douglas, help him.
No flash available on the brand.
I know a Dagda who'd be screaming here as well, but a Douglas, we're not going to get to hear it firsthand. Kedui picks it up with ease. It is going from bad to worse as BDSA, I think Infernal is calling their name.
Very unfortunate moment to die. Infernal Soul coming up in just a moment. If they pull the trigger quickly, they could even take Baron before Brand is back on the map as well.
The waves are terrible. There's no room for a cross map. You can see Vayne up top side, nowhere near that tier 2 tower. They can't contest this dragon because of the death from Brand.
They're just going to have to set up some jungle camps on their own side and buy time. Elder is the last source of hope for Vitality B.
Yoppa can't do anything. Paris is in his face. Elder, you're right, would be a massive flip if they could do it. But here's Rika again, misses Yoppa with a good sidestep. He flashes out, but Rika gets what he wanted for pretty much nothing. Yoppa now flashless.
No flash, you can't contest this Baron if you want to. He can walk up, but there's a flash Genax or a flash Rika onto his head once again if he walks up in range.
A miracle still, magic to happen. Nature's grasp.
Douglas! He finds the steal, but on the back end, can they win the fight? Genax goes into a circle and puts the fork in the plug. They're electrocuted, they're battered, they're torn. They get a magic steal, but it's all for nothing.
You see, this organization has a curse. BDSA do not care.
Incredible stuff from BDSA this entire series. We got hyped for moments. Great steal from Douglas, but it just doesn't matter.
The expectations were met and the domination was set where the father failed, the son will not. The rising stars of the ERLs are BDS Academy, the first seed of the LFL with their first championship of the EMEA Masters. Take the summer trophy and let history remember your names.
These guys have been so dominant from summer split till this point on. 17-1 in the regular season in the LFL. LFL champions, now EMEA Masters champions as well. What more could you want?
It's gonna feel good in such a packed arena. I mean, what an insane set of games.
Oh yeah.
The skill ceiling on both of these teams, I feel like in lots of these scenarios, both teams were winners in terms of how they played these fights. The micro was beautiful to watch.
Both these teams set expectations upcoming of the ERLs, and you know, I was saying coming into this at quarterfinals, semi-finals, it felt like the performance wasn't there. BDSA walked over Heretics and Vitality. It was a bit back and forth with Team GO, but this finals delivered. And for a culmination of ERLs, a culmination of EMEA finals, it's insane that BDS went through the hurdle. That was Vitality B, your EMEA Masters Summer Champion. So well deserved. The best of the best upcoming. They wanted it now. They rose up and they took it.
Every single player took their turn at carrying in every single game. Not a single player you could say is not deserved. What a showing.
Individual star talent. And this team that so many expected at the start of the year after falling short in spring wouldn't be able to get as far as they did. Well, they went further. You've heard the KC fan clubs that ride and love the region, but BDSA took it to them. And this first seed, as I said, expectations were met here with such a beautiful showing.
And keep in mind, there's been so much on the line for all these players. Of course, securing this trophy is absolutely massive for each and every one of them in their careers. But they have cemented themselves as some of the best players in Europe outside of the LEC. Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of promotions lined up in the nearby future.
With so many games of individual performances that I talked about, I think everyone had a performance that is like LEC worthy, right? And obviously we're coming off the hype of a grand final in a stadium that sometimes subverts expectations. But, you know, I've got two pro players with me, two guys that you know, you're both not washed, I know. But you have this expectation and you know the bar. And so if you're telling me that this was quality, this is BDS who all 5 players deserve a shot, I believe you.
It's just the eye test. You see this level of micro in the LEC as well. I think so many players, I think back to specific performances as well. 12-0 on the Viega for Skumon, that was mind-blowing.
MVP is going to be hard.
Yeah, it is.
MVP is really hard for that series.
That's going to be a tough one indeed. Also worth, just for a moment, giving praise to Vitality B. A lot of analysts were expecting them to get 3-0'd coming into the series, but they showed up time and time again. Most of these games were incredibly close, incredibly competitive, and we really couldn't have hoped for a final much greater than this one.
We came in today with a setting of a 3-0, 3-1. Now, 3-1 was hit, but not in this way. Not in this way at all. France's #1 seed. It's incredible. It's just incredible to see this level of play on a main stage when, for a lot of these guys, no titles, right?
Yep.
No titles picked up. A first for many.
1 trophy between 10 of the players on the stage. 0 trophies for 9 of them, and that's going to change. Take a bow.
An absolute pleasure. Of course, we give commendation on the other side. Brock's already said it. But man, they were tested. Not as easy as anything. And while there were a lot of diffs, while there were a lot of hard-fought efforts within individual players, it's just crazy that it came down to that. Again, my thought is, like, imagine picking an MVP for this. Good luck. Not our job. Wait, it actually might be.
Good luck, Twitter, voting for that. I feel like that's going to be very even.
Oh, yeah.
Who you got? I think it's rough. Because Kadui had a great MF performance. You had the Viego from Skumond. Paris.
Oh, Paris had some rough games, but still.
Rico did really well consistently,
Yeah.
I feel like. Especially in that last performance on the Yone, I feel like his laning phase was very, very good. 2-0 from the very start.
Brock didn't say anything. He's like, you know what? I ain't touching that. I ain't touching that.
Well, I think this is the perfect position to be in, where you have a team of 5 players that really came together, where everybody obviously deserves to be standing, lifting the trophy. Great coaching staff behind them, of course,
True,
and
true.
wow, what a series.
I mean, insane. Again, I feel like my favorite, you know, Game 2 from Vitality was a real big turnabout. Game 3 was a lot of fun. It was a very close game. And there was, you know, a lot of that individual effort. And I sound like a broken record, but there were like small plays within that 3rd game that defined the series, that defined for BDSA. Yeah, no MVP from me. I think I've got a vote. I think I got a vote, but I'm not sure. Skumond was insane.
Yeah.
Genax had great laning phases. Like, imagine having to lane
Honor them all.
versus that Vayne
You know,
top.
Riot's bringing back multiple honors. I think.
Bring it back.
Honorable.
Yeah.
I think they were all great. I think this the micro level, I keep saying it, the macro in general, denying the cross maps, I think they were great. Scouting what plays Vitality B wanted to make consistently. It was a team effort.
True. And especially when, again, like we talked about, I think in EMEA Masters, talking about a lot about the downfall of BDSA and what could happen. We didn't really see any of that today. Like, what was the worst thing we got from BDSA today?
Well, you've got to keep in mind for these guys, they've kind of been on top of the mountain the entire time. All the other teams have tried to climb up and reach them, but no matter who approached them, they just didn't give them a chance. No briefing room
Such a
allowed.
good pro play. Like, there's no negatives whatsoever. That the whole series Mr. Positive, right? I don't know what you are. You're positive as well, sort
I
of.
was relatively positive. I thought the series was great.
It was. Again, we didn't expect it. We are waiting for the interview on stage that we'll be getting towards as soon as possible. And it's just been crazy as a year. Like, EMEA Masters Spring to now, I thought the quality dropped. Remember, you know and I were doing it, and EMEA Masters Spring, you're watching like so many close back and forth series. You know, Eintracht Spandau won it out. They didn't make it through this time. This road consisted of a new format. We talked about it at the start of day. And the new format led way to more BO5s. That best of 16 stage, that quarterfinal stage was huge. As you can see on stage, finally that's enough from us yapping. It's been an absolute pleasure. Law is now standing by. Not yet, she's not standing.
Not yet?
I've been told.
Was that too early?
No, look. Oh, the players aren't mic'd up enough.
Technical.
Well, yeah, we'll wait for it. We'll wait for it. And so instead, we get to sit here and think about League of Legends a little bit more. Yo, we need to get rid of, what champion we need to get rid of?
Maokai.
Maokai.
It has been too dominant for too long. This champion has had a 60+% win rate in competitive for about 2.5 years. I hate this champion.
Okay, good note to end on. Finally, some negativity.
Perfect.
We are already on
I
stage
agree.
for the interviews. Thanks, gents, and we'll hand it over to Law.
Thank you so much, guys. Munich, one more time, please, for you. 2024 Summer EMEA Masters Champions, BDS Academy. You guys have worked so hard all year for this. Riker, I'm gonna come to you first because we had an interview ahead of the game. I could feel a bit of nerves coming into this stage, coming in front of the audience, playing in this arena. Now that you lifted the trophy, how do you feel?
I feel amazing. Yes, of course, there's a lot of nervousness going on. Even talking right now, I feel like I'm a bit nervous in front of all those people.
They're only here for you and cheer for you. There you go.
Yeah, and when it comes to in-game, I do believe I was pretty calm in-game. Of course, there's a bit of heat of the moment, and you get a bit dragged along with your teammates and everything, but overall, I think I kept a cool head, and I'm proud of that.
Yeah.
And of course, that we won as well just makes it all a bit better.
And you brought it till the end to lift this trophy in the end. Skumon, félicitations.
Merci.
Congratulations
Thank you.
on becoming the champion. What was the first thought that crossed your mind when you lifted that trophy before taking a tour in the arena? What did you feel?
I mean, like, I'm just really grateful and proud of everything we have achieved. Like, we've been like through so much stuff with this team, a lot of ups and a lot of downs, and like coming here and finally winning the trophy is like the best thing that could happen to me. And yeah, I'm just really happy.
It is crazy how you guys came together actually this year, and how strong you've become within the LFL, how strong and dominant you became throughout the EU Masters run. What do you attribute this success to? What made you so strong this run, would you say, Ricker?
I would say our openness to discussion, and I think our coaches have been doing a really good job, especially Arvind. I don't think we have easy personalities, but he's like the guy to make it work for everyone, so big shout out to him, but also to Mauro. It's like one guy is there for the personalities and the other one is there for in-game stuff, always making sure we keep up with the basics, and yeah, with this combination it was quite easy. And of course the individual talent that our young boys here, Skumon and Paus, are bringing in. Yeah.
You were saying it, Skumon, you went through ups and downs. You've seen it all, from a middle of the pack team in the LFL last year to finally lifting your first trophy in the LFL and the EMEA Masters trophy as well. How do you reflect on the achievements you had over the past 2 years, and especially this one?
Sorry, can you repeat? I didn't understand.
How do you reflect on the achievements you had this year and the progress you've made as a player?
Yeah, I mean, like, as Steven said, I'm in the Ricker. I want to thank my coaches and like all the BDSA staff who took me in this team and trusted me. And yeah, like, I'm really proud of how everything I've did, to be honest. And yeah, like, I think thanks to them, I learned a lot in this team, like leadership and everything. And I think all of us trust each other, and it helps a lot.
Super excited to see what's ahead of you guys in the future. But before that, we're going to hear from the coaching staff in just a moment, actually. Ricker, I want to give you the final thoughts here. This is a German crowd. You got to play in front of your home crowd. Is there anything you want to share with the audience tonight?
Ja, vielen Dank, Jungs, dass ihr alle dabei seid. Ich danke. Sehr, sehr cool, so viel Unterstützung hier zu bekommen. Und ich will auch insbesondere meiner Familie, meinen beiden Bros, Abel, Lukas danken und natürlich meiner Freundin Alicia. Muss man auch mal sagen, alle geben sich Mühe, um hier dabei zu sein, um mich zu unterstützen.
Thank you so much to all of us who came here tonight to support us. Thank you to my friends, thank you to my family as well. Guys, thank you so much for this interview. Congratulations once again on being the EMEA Masters 2024 Summer Champions. And Ginny, over to you on stage with the rest of the team.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Thank you, everyone here in Munich. We're back on the stage and we enjoyed with the coaching staff. Thank you, Arvinder, for joining Paris, as well as Gen X. I just want to say congratulations to every single one. I know you're not a coach, you're a player. Don't worry about that. So let's talk about the emotions that you guys have right now, because looking in front of you, there is a sea of people who are here to support you. They've been supporting you throughout the entirety of this best of 5. What was that experience like, stepping on stage and hearing everybody cheer?
I mean, it was really amazing to play in this arena, like the feeling of being surrounded by fans supporting you. And every time I walked on stage, I could really feel the energy from everyone supporting me. And yeah, it was an amazing experience.
Paris?
Yeah, it was insane feeling, to be honest. Winning the trophy with this team feels really good. And I believe everyone deserves in our team, our coach staff as well. We worked really hard and we got what we deserved.
The coaching staff, definitely something to talk about here as well, because when we're looking at BDS, you know, you guys had an incredible summer split, first seed from the LFL. You're then coming through in EMEA Master Finals. You're winning it 3-1 in this best of 5 series. What has the journey been like for you to prepare the team for this moment?
I mean, I said it like to the guys today as well. Before we went on stage, we had a very crazy year. Like we played so many games. We started so early. Like our level was. It's also why our level was so high from the start. But we went through a lot. Like we also had a really good spring. Like we went 15-3 in spring, and then we lost finals. Then we got reverse swept in EMEA semis. So yeah, it just feels really good that we showed everybody that like the spring split was not what was not like our final form.
The summer split is, and with that you take the trophy home. Also want to touch upon the fact that when we're looking at BDS as an organization, whether it's you guys or whether it's different roster in different games, there always seems to be a sense of community. There is some really fun content that you guys did for those winning moments in the LFL. What was it like to be part of that as a player?
I mean, BDS is an amazing organization where you really feel like home. And yeah, I think throughout this whole year, the losses, the wins, everything, we stuck together. I think that's the most important part that also brought us to this trophy here today, is that no matter what, we didn't give up, we didn't get too mad at each other. We always kept working, and BDS gave us the perfect foundation for that. So yeah.
How would you do it as a player to not get tilted or a little angry at each other when things maybe don't go your way? How do you stay as a brotherhood?
Like it was an insane feeling, getting the support from BDS as well. Their stuff was really good. They keep supporting us, and we feel it really good. And yeah, I'm really happy to be in BDS.
Well,
I didn't really get the information. I can't really hear it.
That is all good. It all paid off, and still your answer was incredible. But we are ready for the MVP reveal with Lore, so do let us know. Guys, who do you think will be the MVP? I guess we'll find out, Lore. Let us know.
Rudy.
I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they off of me. Just do it and stop at our talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one son and don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. I want it now.
MVP, AD Carry, Kettering. So one trophy was not enough, Kedri. Apparently you got the MVP as well. Looking at the best place for these finals, thinking about your year, thinking about your achievements, how proud are you to get this one right now?
Just very proud. Proud of everything. Proud of the journey that has been from day one, practicing with this team, and it all paid off.
It was a brotherhood, as Jenak said it on stage. I feel like you all connected together at the right moment, at the perfect moment. What was your role in making this team shine?
I'm going to be honest, at the start on this team, I kind of had to find a new role for myself, because before in other teams, I felt like I was always the carry, and I was always being played around. And in this team, we have too many skilled individuals, too many skilled players, so that for me, it was kind of hard to get the resources that I want, get the time spent around me that I want. And at the start, I had to adapt. But now in the end, I think everything works so perfectly, so smooth that, yeah, I just found my role.
Where do you see the biggest progress for you maybe throughout the year, the biggest achievements you had, and what makes you a standout AD carry today?
I mean, I think I know what I need to do in every sequence of the game. I think I played the teamfights good. I played the early laning phase good, and I think I also this series communicated very good. So yeah, I think this was the standout points.
You got 1 trophy in summer, 1 trophy in EMEA Master Summer, 1 MVP trophy, your dad, to witness all of it with you, Munich to cheer for you as well. How do you feel right now, KDB?
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, everyone. It feels surreal right now.
I can expect that with so much success within your lineup, I don't know what awaits you guys, but maybe it was the last dance of this BDS Academy roster. Wishing you the best here. What are your expectations for next year, KDB?
Yeah, like every year, teams split up, and I think we all 5 have showed really good gameplay throughout the whole year. And there's probably been some LEC teams looking at us this whole year. And yeah, this was probably our last game together. And I just hope that for next year, we will all maybe actually end up in an LEC team. Maybe not together, but play against each other next year. That would just be my dream.
Too many more games, if not together, against each other. Munich, one last time for KDB, please. Congratulations once again. I'm going to let you join your team on stage. And Ginny, over to you again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laure. And thank you once again, Munich, for being here and sticking around one last time. BDS Academy, I want to talk to you guys individually and hear your emotions coming into this experience, but also how you're feeling right now. So I'll start with you, Gen X, and then we can hear from everyone individually.
How I'm feeling right now?
And your emotions coming into this.
Yeah, my emotions coming into this, I think I was very confident that we would take it home today. I also expected us to do it in 4 games. I know that even when we lose, we adapt really well, better than our opponents did during the whole tournament. So yeah, I was very confident, and it feels really nice to achieve what we honestly started working for in December last year.
I feel good. I think we did a good series with the team. I just had one disgusting game, to be honest. I'm a bit embarrassed by the real performance. But other than that, I'm proud with my team. Everyone played really good, and my AD carry is kind of good.
Kinda good.
Kind of good.
Yeah, I think for me this was a lot about like redemption in a way as well. Like with the 3 Germans here, I go kind of way back. Like with Tim and with KDB and Rika, I already lost an EMEA semi-final in 21. We lost another one this spring split where I felt like drafts were really bad and like just preparation was really bad. So it was a lot about doing it like for the group, because I felt like it was kind of owed to them. And we just like, yeah, I think everybody here on this stage has been around in ERLs and some in LEC for so long, and this title was missing. So yeah, now the collection is kind of complete for most of them.
Absolutely, you're adding another one to the cabinet. Thank you as well. And I know you guys don't have microphones, so I won't make it awkward unless you really want to. Okay, you're just like, no, you're good to go. Well, once again, if you guys are okay with it, maybe a final bow for the people who have stuck around, the real fans that are here to hear from you guys. Can we hear it one more time for BDS Academy?
3, 2, 1. It was so random.
Thank you, everyone, for coming today, and thank you those at home for tuning in as well. Remember, tomorrow, the LEC semifinals, G2 going up against MDK. There is an expo as well. Make sure that you guys check it out. But once again, congratulations to you guys. Enjoy your trophy, enjoy this victory. You'll be at the expo tomorrow as well for a meet and greet for those of you who want to go say hi. Take care of yourselves, guys, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, your fans, bro.
Skewmon now looking for another jumper, has no choice, but he can't get the kill, out of range.
You got Rekton, by the way. Rekton. I can flash out. I will. Yeah, get this center. I'm moving. We fight. Guys, we win. I'm here. Cheers.
They've taken a bit from the edge of this fight, but the equalizer says no. Janak flies in, and this guy knows he's better.
I have flash.
No flash Talia.
I can't fight.
No flash, look.
Nice.
The disengage is there, but here comes a singing queen.
Oopsie.
Kadoe fakes it back onto Skumond. Blast Cone is there. The smite slows him down, but the all out gets him out of harm's way. But the wild growth is back up and available. And against the wall, Genax says enough.
Yeah, mid. My bot.
Continue as Kadoe flashes over the wall. Nuck teleported in, but a blast code interrupted. Nuck again.
Okay, I'm dead. What?
Oh, I said, let's fight. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Chill. I will die. Kill 6 for spells. I can't go in.
We were talking about it, and it's already hit 6 kills in.
First second, No flash. Nice. Yeah, here we go. Oh, be good. Behind Brandon. Place on, bro. Yeah! Finish it.
They wanted it now. They rose up, and they took it. BDS, your EMEA Masters Summer Champion.
Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Oh, shut down. Oh, shut down. Oh.